Live from the Millennial Esports Studio in Las Vegas, Nevada. Welcome to the HCS Legendary Cup, week number 5. T Squared and Walshy bringing you the action. And Dave, the grind continues for all these players.
Yes, and we got an interesting bracket when we actually take a look at it with some familiar faces, but I would say newer to the Legendary Cups because we haven't seen some names like random stuff recently.
I think the big story here is before we jump into all the action is just talking a little bit about how Daddy and the Daycar Aranda's team and Contagious have actually made their way towards the winners final. So we'll look at all that stuff in a little bit. On the other hand, Three's Up and Most Wanted, our number 1 and 2 seeds, they've kind of dropped a little bit. And taking a look at the standings, as you can see, there it is. Three's Up, Most Wanted, Contagious, Shock the World, Just Us, Ego Rangers, Don't Chase Me Bro, and then SYA. And Contagious, they're in a really good spot to continue to try to move up in the standings here. A lot of work to be cut out for these guys, Dave, but they can possibly do it. It's Trippy, Lil Say, and Tire Iron, and Scaryotic.
Yeah, I've heard Scaryotic a few times before, but have not seen him at all in any of these Legendary Cups. So I'm not sure if he's been playing on other squads or just hasn't been able to get picked up on a good enough squad recently. So this is a good chance for him.
Yeah, interesting enough, a little backstory on Scaryotic. I actually teamed with this guy for one of the cups trying to qualify for the Halo World Championships. Now, great individual skill, but very young and a little bit toxic when it comes to, just laying the verbiage on his teammates and kind of giving them the business. Never good. So maybe he's kind of turned that around a little bit. And he was also a big duo with Denoxide. So Scaryotic and Denoxide kind of came up together, and then you see Denoxide actually made his way over into the pros, and you still see Scaryotic trying to make his way in there. But let's talk a little bit about the rules, Dave, and all of the guidelines that these players have to abide by. Now, it is a closed bracket. Everyone plays on Saturday to make it into Sunday. Double elimination. Best of 5 until winners, losers, semifinals, and then best of 7 in the semifinals through the grand finals. So always trying to make it as competitive as possible. And let's also jump into the bracket as you were discussing, Dave, because it is a lot of interesting stuff that ended up happening here. And I think the big thing is that I talked to Prototype. Now, Prototype's always been one to always open up the DM, so I'm fortunate that he always goes back and forth with me on what happened here. And it was under my and everyone here that we thought that they actually were disqualified for their round, but apparently they just weren't playing very well today and just kind of had a bad day, and that's why we see the result of what's going on.
No, and that's honestly a good mindset though. Like the fact that they admit, they say, "Hey, we lost. We didn't have that great of a round." It means that they're going to be able to make changes and improve. As soon as you have the mindset where it's like, "Oh, well, we got unlucky or slightly laggy or that was just BS or something like that." Like they're never going to improve if they have that sort of mindset. So I really like the fact that Pete Zype had that mindset, saying, "You know what? We got outplayed. We didn't do things right, and." Those are some of the mistakes that they're gonna have to fix if they do want to get to the HCS Pro League and win that relegation match if they continue playing the way they are. Because obviously, when they're on fire and their shots are on fire, they can hold their own. They're doing just fine. But obviously, when their shots are not on fire or they're getting outclassed, they don't have that baseline level of strategy and teamwork to carry them through rounds.
It's a big mental game is what it all comes down to. And like we're saying, it's a grind. We're in week number 5 already. So you have to always be playing consistent. And so many factors can come up, especially when you're playing at home. Sometimes there's some sort of distractions. Maybe your dog starts barking or all of a sudden, it's Sunday, but maybe the mailman decided he wants to come over there and you got to drop the controller for a second and answer the door because you got an important package coming. So you never know what's necessarily going on with these guys at home. And it makes me wonder, Dave, if they're going from playing on land to playing online, if it's been a little bit frustrating because of the fact that the servers and things like that, a large amount of lag in Halo 5 recently, and a lot of people actually dropping out of the games.
Yeah, I mean, when that stuff starts to add up real quick, like you said, and it affects some players more than others. And I would say especially when it comes to amateur teams, it's going to affect them the most because a lot of these players who are at the top, yeah, they have great shots, but when it comes down to sometimes decision making and teamwork, it's going to be much tougher for them to organize and do well. And a lot of times, truthfully, their mental game is not nearly as strong as top pros.
All right, so speaking of strong, I want to talk about how is Michael Strongside Kavanaugh gracing us with his appearance and cameo today. Is he over there?
Well, we were doing a sound and video check earlier, and Strongside was here, but I hate to break the news and say that he is now gone. However, that'd been awesome. Just have him pop out through my kitchen, say hi real quick.
That'd be great.
I believe Strongside's gonna be flying out next week To Millennial Esports area, right?
I
And you
hope
guys
so.
are going to be casting from the studio, I think.
Oh,
Is that correct?
I wasn't familiar with that, but that's awesome if he is going to be. So maybe a
Yeah, I'm
little
pretty sure he is.
spoiler alert, guys. But either way, we're taking a look at the at the bracket. Never watch a movie with Dave Walsh. He always tells you what the ending is before it starts. But either way, and you can see there, Contagious taking down Most Wanted, and Most Wanted Dave at the Esports Arena. They are up 2-0 on Envy. So the fact that they're not performing up here to their standards. Especially today and last week, yeah, they made their way all the way from the finals, the grand finals, out of the losers bracket. But you're expecting these guys to be winning and making a statement, and that's just not been the case this week so far. Still plenty of opportunities to come back, but Daddy in the Daycare is the big story here, and they're going to be going up against Contagious in the winter finals. And running through the roster of the Daddy Daycare team, it's Random Brainstorm, Renegade, and Tech9. So to me, these are all guys that have been kind of just sitting at the surface for a really long time, just waiting to break through. And they may have it. I mean, you have a lot of slang power on there, and then you also have a decent amount of objective work. So I can see this team definitely working together and possibly making a run to try to be up there with threes up with Contagious and with that most wanted team. So starting to see a little bit towards the end of the week, Dave, where these teams are finally starting to form together, and we may see the final rosters here shaping up shortly.
Yeah, a lot of these players are absolutely on the cusp of getting into the HCS Pro League. I mean, you look at Renegade; he had his chance. He was playing up with the big dogs, and obviously something must have not worked out with the squad. But when I was watching them play, like he was holding his own.
Yeah.
Um, so it's not as much a question of individual skill. And I know I keep beating that dead horse, but it's truthfully about the decision making and how well these guys play together.
All right, well, it looks like we're getting into the game. You saw the series layout and what the game types are going to be. And the first one is going to be Strongholds on Empire, followed by Slayer Regret, CTF Fathom, Strongholds on the Rig, Slayer Truth, CTF Coliseum, and then Slayer Plaza. And you guys did see the rules earlier. This is a best of 7 since it is the winners' finals. And we start that best of 7, I believe, in the losers' semifinals as well. So looking forward to seeing these games here. And looking at Strongholds Empire, I don't think it nobody necessarily stands out to me. Maybe the fact that Tire Iron at the Esports Arena did drop a 2 bomb on this game type. So looking out for him to try to step it up here. And he's actually going to be the first person that I want to watch when we jump on board this Strongholds Empire game. So let's find out what's going to happen through his eyes, Dave. I'm all loaded up to the game. Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, you're gonna have to give me just a minute, slowing things down a little bit. Still adding up tire iron, and then gonna try to view the game. So
All right. So yeah, looking at Trippy, Lil Say, and Tire Iron and Scariotic, I was not expecting these guys to be in the winners finals at this point. And it's a scrappy team. I think that's where we're at right now, Dave, right? We're talking about how there's constant, teams, especially with the fact that the roster deadline period for the HCS just closed last week, I think it was. So, or maybe even a couple of days ago. I think it was probably the 17th. So the fact that these players, no longer know that they're not, at least in the fall season, that they're not moving into the Pro League and the way that they have to do it is move into the Legendary Cup. We're going to see a lot of these teams starting to form. But let me know when you're ready, Dave.
yeah, still adding up a couple people trying to find in who are you viewing off of, because I don't have any of them online at the moment
There's
that I've added
Randa,
so far.
Brainstorm, Renegade, Tech9, Scariotic, Tire Iron, Lil Sane, and Trippy. I think I'm viewing through Trippy.
Through Trippy? All right, I'll add Trippy up because the last two that I added are not online on my list. So
Okay. Tire Iron is Tire Ironic with a space in between.
yep, I got the
Trippy is
list of the gamer
T.
tags right in front of me.
Oh, okay,
But
okay.
here we go.
Well, just letting everybody at home know all the gamer tags so you guys can spam them with messages and hopefully they're smart enough to turn their notifications off.
Added Trippy and he's not showing up on my thing either. Give me a minute. I'm just gonna keep
Quit
adding up some
the
people. I'm gonna have
build.
everyone on
Quit
my friends
the
list by
build.
the end of this cast.
they, they should be charging for this, Dave.
Those used to be prime spots on your list when you only had to have 100,
100?
man.
Yeah,
Those
100.
used to be the
Now what is it?
days.
Is it unlimited or is it capped at 1,000?
Might as well be. I think it's like I think you have up to 1,000 now, something like
Yeah, I
that.
think so. It's pretty interesting.
But for those that don't understand the reference, back in the day, like people would legitimately pay to be on different pros lists. They'd be like, "I'll give you $100 to be on your list for this month, and you can, if you get a chance, invite me to one of the free for alls or get me in some of the games." Like, do what we can.
Yeah, right? I know that like selling 50s and all this stuff. Hopefully, we don't get in trouble for this discussion, but I do know that that was a thing back in the day where I used
Yeah.
to give lessons to people. That was my thing, but I had a lot of messages because I gave the lessons. People would go, "Hey, man, could I pay you to get added to my friends list?" Or, all that type of stuff. And it's like, sorry, man, there's only 100 spots.
Yeah, yeah, and I treat it like that too. It was funny, like I didn't have, at one point I didn't even have like some local friends or anything like that on my list. Like, oh, add me up. It's like, dude, I only have 100 spots, and
Yeah,
I'm using it
sorry.
to like practice against some of the best people in the country.
Yep.
I'm just restarting the game real quick and seeing if my list will maybe refresh then because I've added 4 different names and I don't see a single one of them online.
All right, well, Dave, I'm going to start this up either way,
Go
and while
ahead.
you get that going, I am going to solo cast on Tire Iron's point of view. But it's been done before. It happened in the summer season, and we're bringing it back to you either way. And it looks like Renegade was able to grab that overshield, and that's going to be really big for these guys on the side of the Daddy Daycare. And it's Daddy and the Daycare. I don't know who agreed to play under this team name. I'm not sure who the daddy is. I'm assuming that it's Randa's daycare that he's running. But either way, you can see a little bit of a lag going on here. Either way, Renegade is able to get the kill and capture this side base. But while that's happening, they're actually going for the pit on the side of Contagious. So now he has to go in there and contest with this Saw. Multiple players pushing in there. Brainstorm picking up a double, make that a triple kill. He's still alive, so an overkill possibly still on his plate. Doesn't end up finding it, though, and Renegade is staying alive by that last player. That was Joey, who is Trippy over there in the security side. So an ideal setup here for these guys, just going to continue to hold down outside, especially with the Saw, can continue to put on damage. Was expecting him to play down a couple of shots with the Saw before he went with the melee, but actually ends up getting the trade there either way. 2 kills going on over to these guys from Daddy and the Daycare, and this is a good start for them. And Scariotic trying to do whatever he can to get these guys back into it now. Scariotic again, just very surprised to see him here, and a little bit of a weird situation where you do see Denoxide over there in the pros, and then his boy Scariotic ended up just getting, left over there in the dust, but he's making his way back, and it's nice to see him kind of make his way back over there. And Tire Iron, who is getting this kill, does get the pit. So now a triple cap going on over to Contagious after a fantastic start for Daddy in the Daycare. And that's good when the overshield's coming up here. All you got to do is just set up outside, wait for these guys to push, try not to die. That's exactly what Tyron's trying to do. Somehow miraculously stays alive around the corner towards that red fan area. Now thrusts out and gets the back whack onto Tech 9. So sick play from him. And then a team nade comes in to shut him down. So that was a really fantastic play coming out for Tire Iron. Now we're looking at what Daddy and the Daycare is going to do. They're trying to hold down the pit here, and that's exactly what you want to do. But the thing is the overshield's coming up, so you run into this weird spot where do you try to get the pit or do you go for the overshield? It looks like they do get that and possibly grab the overshield at the same time. So wondering where Contagious was. They're definitely not in position where they need to be. And they gave that up a little bit for free, and now they're starting to get punished over here because when you look at this team on paper, Daddy and the Daycare, huge favorites in my opinion. You look at this lineup: Renegade, Brainstorm, Tech 9, and then Randa. Not sure where the whole Daddy thing came from. Still, I'm gonna have to talk to him about that. But
The fact that his actual gamer tag, he has one of them, Daddy HCS, but
yeah. All right, Dave, are you in the game yet? Any luck with you over there?
I'm into the next one, so
Oh, are you?
I don't know.
I would like to
You go with that
actually.
start.
Yeah, I'm gonna do something that's gonna get some heat over here and be a little bit questionable. What I'm gonna do is fast forward this game for the likes of everybody because of the fact that it looks like we are into the next game. So
Yes.
I'm gonna
Refresh Slayer,
into
so
the
it could-
future, and now we're at a point where we're 7 minutes into the game, and now you have Brainstorm setting up over here outside. But the thing is Contagious actually has set up here, so they're continuing locking down points, and 3 are dead on the side of Daddy Daycare. So let's into the future just a little bit more and see what's going on. And there it is. It's a victory for the guys on Daddy Daycare. Sorry about that, guys. A little bit of a rough start here in terms of getting the game started at the right time. But Tech 9, your MVP so far, 22 kills to start this one. And Dave, you ready to get into the next game? Are you there? Are you with us?
I'm ready to go this
All
time.
right. Well, hopefully I can get into this game and we can start casting together because I don't want to have to do it by myself, man.
It's so tough, man. It really
It
is.
really is. I don't know how
not
I did
feeling
it
pumped up
sometimes
because
before.
I was about to try and jump in there a little bit, and I was sort of like, yeah. So, like, what do you think about what happened there? Like, I had nothing to add to that conversation, so I just had to kind of let you struggle with it on your own.
Either way, we're going into Slayer Regret, and Daddy Daycare is going to take the first game. And again, when we were talking about it in the Empire Strongholds game, I really think Daddy and the Daycare is so strong on paper. I mean, it's Randa, Brainstorm, Renegade, Tech 9. Again, these guys have been sitting at the top for a really long time. I think it's going to take fantastic individual performances coming out from Contagious, much more than it would actually take, strong teamwork because of the fact that these guys are so scrappy. Scrappy.
Yeah, I'm absolutely excited to see how the squad plays because I have not gotten to see Randa really play like not in like this last month. I think um, he's always been like a force in the scene since like MCC. I don't remember hearing the name Randa or seeing him really play prior to that, but he was always online grinding. He did a great job of always controlling like power weapons, being a great slayer in general, and that's why I felt like he mixed so well when he was teaming with like Ryan Noob and some other
Yeah.
objective-minded players because they created so many good opportunities for Rand to get those slays.
All right, well, I'm ready to hop in this one, and let's do Randa, Dave, since that's who you
Yeah,
wanted to see. Three,
count
two,
it down.
one. Let's do it. And actually, his name isn't Randa anymore. He's going by Daddy. I don't know how that happened. Usually takes 9 months for those type of things, but looks like he did it overnight, and 2 kills going on over to the Daycare side, and Randa escaping with that plasma caster. So pretty good start for these guys, Dave.
Yeah. What time are you exactly at? Because I didn't get the countdown, Tom.
11:40, Dave. 11:40, and we're going on to 11:35 here, and it's 4-1. So to make that
Wait,
5-1,
here.
are you there?
Yep, I'm good to go.
All
Keep it
right.
going.
So here you have everybody stuck under the base actually for the side of Contagious, and again, they look so amazing on paper. This Daddy and the Daycare squad does that. I can't imagine how these guys are going to compete on the Contagious team because of the fact that you have 4 players that have constantly been sitting on the verge of possibly being into the HCS. And then you have other players that they're really good at arena. They're really good at the, beyond 2v2s and the handful of, small events that are being taken place. But when it comes to performing on the big stage, we haven't seen that from these guys yet. So when you're going up against a team that we're into week 5 now, they're really smelling blood at this point and they want to start making their stand. It's going to be so tough to beat them in a series.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of these players have also gotten a little bit of taste of the Pro League. Like, I already brought up the fact that Renegade was in Pro League for a bit. I believe Tyrant Iron had his opportunities to be up there. Now it's going to be one of those things where I'm curious to know how Renegade will play this out if he does get another offer again. Because he kind of got bit because of it. Like, he went up to the Pro League, left his team, and then came back and didn't have the exact same lineup he had before. So who knows if he was more comfortable playing on that Pro League squad.
Oh, I mean, for sure he was because of the fact that the opportunity was great, and then he did an amazing job. He went undefeated in the Pro League, so it stinks when you're a victim of the actual Pro League itself in terms of the Stellar things that happened. Where Stellar was the big acquisition in terms of being a free agent, and then that ended up pushing Renegade out as Straight Sick made his way in, and then you have that whole discussion where the whole Elite Four team, I think it was Renegade, Straight Sick, Cloud, and Ryanoob, they were the #1 seed after week 1, I believe, here in the Legendary Cup, and then they ended up disbanding because of the rules that you have to keep X amount of players on your team. So it's just interesting to see what happens now, but the thing is, Dave, on the 17th of this month, that's when the roster deadline transaction period stopped for the HCS. So no more players are allowed to make their way up into the pros here. Everybody is just fighting to make it into the event here that we're going to have at the Millennial Esports venue going down. I think it's November 19th. So it's going to be, just a matter of, it's a big mental game in this point, really. Everybody just has to stick it out and just do their best and see what happens.
Yeah, and these, like you said, these are going to be the final rosters that these players are going to be sticking with. So obviously they want to find the best possible one because at this point, I didn't realize that roster lock was fully done. And yeah, there's going to be no chance for getting the Pro League besides winning the relegation match.
Yeah, which makes you a little bit easier, in my opinion, for your teammates because now they know, okay, well, Renegade, he's an amazing player. We need to take advantage of this opportunity and having him on our team and prove that we're there for him, but we're also just as individually skilled or talented or whatever you want to have it be. When you're teaming with someone, you're obviously teaming with them for a reason. It's because they're typically around that same skill level as you, or maybe the play styles really fit your play style, which helps you shine. But in this instance, I feel like looking at Randa, looking at Brainstorm, Tech 9, these are guys that have been just, again, sitting around that top 12, sitting around that, top 10 area, and just waiting for their opportunity to break in. And then on the other hand, you have Contagious actually winning this game 26-22 while we've just been going on about this whole HCS stuff. But again, I just don't see how these guys can win this series unless they just do an amazing individual performance. So taking a look at the individual performances, you can see right now it's Trippy that's leading for his team in the amount of kills. So we'll jump on board with
And
Trippy
assists as
once.
well, just
Yeah,
absolutely dominating across the board.
yeah, he's a really good player. I don't know, Dave, if you had an opportunity to watch him play 2v2s, but he is a very, very solid player in terms of his shot and decision making. But 2v2 and 4v4, completely different games.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, one thing I also want to point out is we basically have a tie game here. However, Randa and the daycare squad, they started off this match 8-1. Like, they were up by 7 or 8 kills, and they blew that lead. And now they're down by, well, they pulled ahead, or sorry, yeah, now they're down by just a little bit. But the whole point being is, when they have
They're
that
at
big of a
5
lead,
now.
it's kind of weird. Like, it shows that they're pretty streaky, because obviously
Yeah.
they're a team that could go up by like 8 or so kills, lose, another 7 or 8 kills throughout that time, and then once again another streaky play where they're up by 7 kills.
A lot of this has been up to Brainstorm, though, so let's see what Brainstorm's doing because the guy is going off 14-7. So as we were looking at who the top fragger was in the game, it was currently Trippy, and Brainstorm actually loses that battle to Scariotic. So nice job to Scariotic to get that kill on the P2 player. But Dave, it's an 8-kill lead now here for Daddy and the daycare, and they're up 1-0 in this series. So if they can go up 2-0 here moving into CTF Fathom, it's going to be pretty ugly for these guys. And I haven't seen anything necessarily miraculous besides that nice little spree that Brainstorm went on. So definitely got to give him props here. And that's what we were talking about, where a little bit of lag there coming out from Renegade's point of view, but that's what we were talking about, Dave, where you're teaming with, someone named, Renegade, and Renegade had that fantastic spree in the HCS, went 2-0 there. But if you're able to, shine individually as well, you're going to continue to be able to raise your stock here. So there's a lot of little mini games going on here in the Legendary Cup where you want to try to make it into the pros, but at the same time, it's that thin line where you want to keep your team together at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. Because all these teams, they're gonna just try to find the absolute best squad they can. So even if your squad wins this Legendary Cup, if they don't win in convincing enough fashion, some of these other people are gonna try to pick off your top players, and I could see that possibly happen to Renegade.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. We'll see what happens because we see Most Wanted and we see Threes Up. They're sitting there and they haven't made a roster change in the last couple of weeks. But the thing is with that poor placing there from Threes Up and with Most Wanted not doing as well in the winners bracket as they have been doing, maybe someone, from one of these squads could end up getting poached, and that's where you have to have that discipline where it's like, all right, well, is it worth it for me to end up leaving this team to go and join this other squad? So very interesting to see how all of this pans out, and a lot of it does come down to, like you said, Dave, how convincingly do you actually win?
Yeah, and right here, it looks like we're going to end with a fairly convincing victory. I guess that's not too convincing, about an 8-kill lead. I expect this one to go in favor of Daddy and the daycare, but we've seen crazier things happen, but I think it's really tough to somehow close this 6-kill gap on Regret when our team has 49.
Ooh, you thought Tire Iron was going to die there, and he ends up dropping finally to Randa. Randa's going to shut that one down. And his daycare squad is going to move up 2-0 in this series, moving on to CTF Fathom. And as expected, I mean, I would be very, very surprised to see this series go either way. Not to take anything away from Contagious. I think that when I look at this lineup, I'm happy to see Tyre and Little Say and Trippy Scariotic doing so well and getting to this point. It's just that I think Daddy and the Daycare are a team that has a lot of slaying power, and they have a lot of potential here. Randa, Brainstorm, Renegade, again, Tech 9. No slouches. Those guys are very, very solid, and they just proved it in that game here. So, again, moving into CTF Fathom, I'm looking at someone to step it up here individually, maybe get some slays. Maybe that's Scariotic, maybe it's Tyra, and I don't know. In that game, Trippy definitely had a solid, game for him as well. But, Dave, when you're going up against a team like this, you're going to have to just play out of your mind if you're going to stand a chance.
Yeah, and that's one thing I want to ask you is, first off, I'm ready to go whenever you want to count it down. But
Loading, but
one
go
thing
ahead.
you played with Scariotic before. What made him such a strong player? Because obviously, even if he had
His
sometimes
shot,
a bad attitude and
yeah.
was a
His
little
shot
toxic,
was really good.
obviously he just had a really good shot. He was
Yeah.
just always on point? Like, what about positioning and
His
objective
positioning was
work?
pretty solid. Not much objective work, but his positioning was definitely solid. Something, very similar to. I'm ready to start this one whenever you are.
Yeah, count it down.
All right, let's actually watch Scarionic. 3, 2, 1, and let's go. But yeah, we could see a little bit of how he plays here now. Again, one of the things that it wasn't like he was very negative while the tournament was going on, but just in the games leading up to that, as he grabs the camo and gets beat down by Renegade, he was always the first to place blame on his teammates, and even would use words like, "Oh man, explicit here, you explicit there, you're not very explicit type of things," and totally just ruins the whole vibe of the team and makes people not want to play hard for one another. So
Yeah.
that's kind of been his big MO up to this. Is it something that you can fix? 1,000%. And the hardest part is getting the things that he's good at the game, getting your shot down, your mechanics, realizing where to position on the map, all those type of things. Getting into a battle there and gets embarrassed by Randa. Holy cow, not getting that melee off as we're talking about individual skill and players dropping left and right here for the side of Contagious. And let's see what Scariotic's going to be able to do here and bounce back from that embarrassing elbow kill that happened. That was just a nasty play coming out from Randa. Had to reload, switched on over to his assault rifle, gets the melee off. As you can see, he's picking up the flag at the same time. That's actually Renegade. That's going to be Tech9 trying to get the kill onto Trippy. They are, so it's a 2-on-2. As you can see, Saiyan trying to get the return. Also got a touch at the same time, so multiple players going for the return. Tech9 gets that cap. Daddy Daycare up 2-0 in the series, and also up 1-0 in this game.
As a quick cap, one thing I'm noticing on the kill feed right now is that 3 members of Contagious have 1 kill each. So obviously a lot of players on that squad need to actually step it up here. We see Scarionic and Sane both with 1 kill each at this moment. I mean, the game's been going on for, only a minute and a half, but still, that's long enough to get at least a couple kills. I think I might be able to muster up a couple kills.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is you have to try to get positioning up towards top center when this camo and railgun are dropping, because we've seen in Halo 5 so often where the games can just end so fast and it can snowball out of control. And it looks like this could possibly be one of those games. And to me, this just looks like a team that's already up 2-0 and just really, at this point, trying to close this series out. They want to try to not give anybody on the side of Contagious any hope or room to get back into this one and trying to shut it out ASAP. And that's exactly what you want to do. I mean, it's a best of 7, so there's always room to come back in a series if you're down even 2-0. But I'm taking a look at what Tyriron's doing, because he's trying to bring these guys back with camo railgun. 3 players on the side of Contagious at the flag, somehow shooting that railgun through Scariotic's armpit, and now 2 players alive for Daddy Daycare trying to make their way over towards the elbow. Not going to happen. This game's going to be all tied up at 1, Dave.
Yeah, you can thank Tyron for that cap right there. Did such a good job getting that camo, holding railgun, and like you said, somehow threading that shot through his teammate, hitting at the front porch. Yeah, incredible job, because one thing I even really like too from Tyron there is he tried to take that pot shot all the way through to like under treehouse just to see if he could damage that person. He tried to focus on the most threatening players. Didn't care so much about his life as much, where, he obviously got shot in the back during that flag capture. But whole point was he was trying to kill the people who were going to be effect on stopping the capture. So Tyron had his head in the right spot.
On board with Tyron again, who's trying to get this return. The flag's just sitting in front of the base, but there is a splinter grenade on it, so fantastic splinter grenade by whoever that was, and I think it was Brainstorm. He ends up definitely getting that kill and now pushes the flag over towards the engine. Meanwhile, you have Randa, that's Daddy, getting that perfect shots onto Scarionic. Also switches over to his assault rifle, trying to get the frag. I want to see on third person if they're able to get this touch over here, but as you see, Scarionic trying to make his way towards top center, as that one's eventually going to be trying to get returned. Tyrion over there trying to do whatever he can to try to keep this flag alive, and 3 players for the side of Daddy Daycare, all playing defense, protecting their flag carrier. And I'm not sure if that's the right move here. They're going to have to eventually play the numbers advantage that they have and get aggressive and move towards top center.
Yeah, at some point you got, like you said, playing the numbers. You have to realize when you have such a great advantage, you don't need to play so defensively. You can send almost everyone on offense, try to get that cap return. But I feel like this has been much better played from Contagious. I feel like they've been getting outslayed during this parts of this exchange, and they've still been able to like rally the flag back or keep the flag in their hands. I'm not sure. Like, it just feels like when I'm looking at VTech Nick, VTech 9, he pushed out a little too late and tried to help the flag, and now they're just back at square one.
Yeah, and this is a pretty long standoff here, and I'm not expecting anything to change unless someone's able to do anything with the camo that was potentially up. So I want to scroll through and see who has it. It's Tire Iron with the camo and the railgun, and we all saw what we could do with it before, securing that very first cap there for Contagious. But look, a sneaky return coming in, but
Wow.
it doesn't get returned somehow, and a double melee does come in from Brainstorm, however, to take out the camo railgun guy. But that's not much that you can do there for Tire, and you have to come back, you have to contest that flag and get that touch. While you get that touch, it's going to also give away your positioning at the same time.
Yeah, that was just a crazy turn of events. I'm not even sure how Randa got there in that situation, but this is just absolutely nuts right now. We see Randa back again over at the opposing base, almost getting that recovery. Not quite happening as we see Saiyan and I believe that is Trippy who was over there. But either way, it's just back and forth. You see these teams now starting to get quite a bit more aggressive, not worrying about defense nearly as much.
And there it is, the return going on over to Daddy in the Daycare. They're up 2-0 in this series, and now getting the lead that they need to try to shut this one out. One more cap away, and they're going to be pretty much in game point here. And there you have a little bit of disrespect going on over to Trippy's body as this flag is being ran. Wow, Brainstorm getting a huge kill onto Scariotic. That's going to be 3 dead. Only temporarily, though, for VTech and squad, and a little bit of a weird,
That
display
was a
of,
little bit of oopsie. He's like, hey,
yeah.
you bring the flag that way, and then VTech just jumps it back the wrong way, kind of regresses the progress that was made.
That was pretty ugly. I'm not sure what kind of play that was. I don't know if he was expecting to get the flag or what was going on there, but I've seen a couple of misplays coming out when we switch over from screen to screen that you wouldn't typically see in the HCS. So one of the things that I want to talk about, Dave, at the same time is how strong the actual HCS is looking. And when we first started this whole Legendary Cup thing, I was definitely expecting one of these teams to put up a fight and try to relegate these guys, but I'm not seeing anything right now from, 3's Up, Most Wanted, Contagious, Daddy in the Daycare to prove otherwise. I think that the teams in the HCS just looking a little bit too strong. Yeah, still a couple weeks here to be seen, but I think that between Elite Four, disbanding, and then Straight Sick, ends up moving on to the pros. Ryan Noob and Cloud no longer on the same team there. I think that the talent pool has definitely weakened in terms of being able to make it into the actual HCS. So hopefully these guys in the next couple of weeks definitely step it up and form the squads that they want to try to put up on a fight. Because it looks like right now Allegiant's definitely sitting in that last spot, probably on the verge of getting relegated. And then you have that discussion of who's going to be that 7th place team.
Yeah, and one thing that's just surprising me though, like with these other squads, we keep talking about how good they are shot-wise and everything like that, but obviously there's in-depth strategy that I don't expect certain amateur teams and players to have down pat and have that ready, like when it comes to certain scrappy like flag runs. However, during that one flag run we saw where Brainstorm and Tech9 were at the silo, it was pretty clear, like even if you are playing with someone in matchmaking and you don't have mics, like you see the player from silo toss the flag towards front porch, it's pretty clear that Tech9 should just grab that, thrust it back towards porch, and left this player over at silo so they had more map presence, so they could do damage and have more pressure across the map. It's one of those things where you want to bring the flag back as fast as you can in certain ways, but also still keep a presence, whether it happens to be top, middle, or different parts of the map. And that was just a huge blunder from them all across. So I wish I could have heard their comms during that situation, because obviously something must have been off. Like, there's no way that they don't have that sort of fundamental part of Halo down, because they're great players.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what their comms were too, and maybe there wasn't any comms or something like that, because the play did happen so fast. But you're right, Dave. It's something that was one of those things where even if it's matchmaking, you have to be able to put that flag in. You have to understand that all your job was just to be the sacrifice and just continue to toss that one out. But either way, they are able to go up now. It's going to be 3-1 and 3-0 in the series. Daddy in the Daycare just imposing their will as expected. And it's going to be so difficult now moving into Stronghold's rig for Contagious to get any sort of momentum.
Yeah, I really feel like the series is pretty much over. I mean, I didn't get to see, obviously, the Empire Strongholds game, but these last two have just been, obviously, a show from Day and Daycare. They've just absolutely dominated. You could argue that the Regret Slayer was quite a bit closer, but however, there's just two different times in there where it seems like when Daddy and the Daycare hit the on switch and are playing well, they just go on these massive runs where it's like Contagious can't even hang with them.
Yeah, and I think it's just, again, because they've been on the cusp for so long. They're a fantastic, individuals, but they're also, people that have been kind of getting a feel for one another as teammates for a little bit now. So I'm expecting big things from this Daddy and the Daycare team. Are they going to be the team that eventually makes their push towards being a top 2 team, because we're talking about threes up and most wanted. Who was going to be that fourth team or third team? Before it was going to be, SYA or maybe Elite Four sitting at the top. Now it's, possibly a Randa team, and we saw a Randa team even in Elevate. There was Denial and Elevate that moved on to face the relegations against Optic and Liquid. So it'd be interesting to see if Randa kind of sticks around throughout all of this crazy hurricane or storm, whatever you want to call it, which is the Legendary Cup, and remains there standing at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm still just a little baffled from seeing how Contagious playing there, but I truly agree with you when you say Daddy and Daycare could be one of those top squads. I mean, just seeing how they're coming out swinging this first Legendary Cup that they've been together with this lineup and domination from the matches we've seen so far. Sure, we can hear different excuses from Threes Up, but Threes Up even mid that they didn't play their best and they got outplayed, beat by Daddy and Daycare. So we're gonna have to see if that's gonna happen from week to week, because these are not the kind of scores you expect to see in the winners bracket finals here
Yeah.
during the Legendary Cup. We've usually seen games go neck and neck, go all the way to game 7, and this one's just it's a one-sided show.
And the thing is Daddy and the Daycare beat Threes Up, who I believe is the number 1 seed right now. You're gonna have to get clarification. It's not that everyone most wanted, but I'm pretty sure it's Threes Up. And we've seen Threes Up sitting at the top for a handful of times. And yeah, they are the number 1 seed. So the fact that you beat the number 1 seed has to give you such momentum for the rest of the bracket. But we're on Empire Strongholds, Dave. I'm ready to start this one up whenever you are. And I think we
Yeah,
have to
count it
give
down.
someone a little bit of love on the other team here on Contagious's side. So let's see Trippy's point of view in 3, 2, 1, and start this one up as Trippy's making his way over towards the railgun, and he's going to grab that and just sitting there waiting for players to charge over towards mid-bridge. And that's exactly what you want to do when you get the railgun. You also want to try to watch this nest and contest towards the camo. So there's the start that you needed on the side of Contagious. And let's see if they're finally able to get some sort of footing and momentum to try to get a game under their belt.
That was a great patient play by Trippy. What he did is just grab that railgun, and I feel like a lot of players, even like top pros, will just start panicking and be like, all right, I'm not doing anything, so I need to push towards elbow immediately. He was very reactionary, realized that he could be such an effect on Nest, or if anyone came towards elbow or camo, he was going to absolutely destroy him. And effective use of this railgun, I mean, he's used, I think, 3 shots and hit all 3. So obviously doing a great job of that.
Yeah, and it looks like he's going to try to contest this BR base as they're trying to capture it, and then realizes that he can't do so. Also dodging the player that was going in with the Spartan charge on his radar, thrust back. Doesn't realize that player is still sitting on the ground trying to get the kill. I believe that's Brainstorm that he's going up against. Brainstorm dropping Trippy, so that's finally Trippy going down. That's the player you wanted to shut down too. And I'm looking at what Saiyan's doing here, and he's always in an interesting position where you want to try to contest this basement, but you wonder if you should be capturing VR at the same time, making the right decision, charging out here, trying to land that splinter grenade, but multiple players for Daddy in the Daycare capturing basement. Then you immediately switch on over to Randa's point of view, and he's capturing Nest. So these guys are completely on top of the retake here for the side of Daddy in the Daycare, even though they're down 23 points. Ooh, Randa not getting that Nest is pretty big. I was going to say, even though that they're down 23 points, they're in a pretty solid position here, but based on that return, or not the return, the reset that Scariotic got, that's going to give map positioning and the advantage right back on over to Contagious.
Yeah, it just seems like Contagious are getting all the kills they need, are being in decent position, but still like some glaring mistakes. One noticeably was when Trippy did I feel like a not so good job over at Whitehall, where seemed like he was focusing towards snipe side instead of worried about his back over at Engine 2. And then when we saw Sane and a couple of guys trying to hold basement, instead of being in better positions like near elbow or being near carbine, did you see the fall right there?
Yeah, I saw the fall. Did you see that?
Oh,
Renegade
I
falling
saw it.
off the map and landing a railgun kill on the guy crouching there, bottom tower with the SMG. That was pretty funny. You don't see that every day, or ever. But either way, Saiyan over here trying to lock down the barrel side of the map. Nasty splinter grenade's going to cut off B-Tech. B-Tech thrusting right back into that one. But either way, amazing shots coming from Brainstorm. And this is the first time we've seen Contagious actually putting the Daddy in the Daycare with their backs against the wall. So we'll see what the response is going to be from these guys. And it's interesting to see them not give up here. And it's kind of started with Trippy getting that railgun, like you said, Dave. He made that little mistake there over in Whitehall, but I think he made up for it for the decisions that he made beforehand, and also that little reset that Scariotic got here. So we're going to finally see what both teams are made of based on this next couple minutes here.
Yeah, every single time I watch some of these Contagious members, I agree with like 9 out of 10 of their decisions. And then there's just that one decision where I'm like, oh, why is the player not worried about, Engine or Whitehall
Yeah.
compared to
The player on
what
his
they're currently
radar
looking at?
that's like about to assassinate him.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Like,
agree.
rather than having to, like, do some sort of thrust and avoid someone trying to Spartan charge you at Whitehall, it's like, that person, like, Trippy could have just been watching his back where he should have been, but it seems like maybe he was being a little too selfless, worrying about his teammates over at Snipe side, and in some cases, when you have those power weapons, you have railgun or shotgun, you just need to be that one-man wrecking crew. Like, you can't save every life of your teammate. You have to have a certain amount of trust that they're gonna be in good position, and they're gonna be doing as much damage as they can.
Yeah, it's definitely a skill to be able to bait one of your teammates because there's that thin line between when's too much baiting and what's not enough baiting, and when to stay alive and when not to stay alive. So we'll find out what's happening. But either way, this has been a very fast-paced game. I mean, 4 minutes in, 73-0 for Contagious. They got beginning control and haven't let up since the very beginning. And that's not typically what you see from a team that's down 3-0 in the series. So I want to see what Scariotic's able to do. Trying to contest this basement, not able to do so. So now we see BR and Nest going to be going on over to Contagious. A couple points going back over to Daddy in the Daycare so they don't get goosed. But this is going to be a very, very uphill battle, Dave, because of the fact that they're down so much. It's definitely possible. We've seen crazier things, but they pretty much can't make any mistakes.
And one thing I'm noticing also on the kill feed or on the scoreboard is that Randa only has 1 kill at the moment. So even though he does have 4 captures, you still have to get those kills. You still have to at least put up some numbers on the board if you want to have a chance in here. So that's probably also another reason why we're seeing such domination from Contagious this game.
Yeah, Daddy in the Daycare. I don't know what's going on with Randa. He's supposed to be the daddy, so not taking care of his young
He's being a
ones.
deadbeat dad right now.
Yeah, he's being a deadbeat dad. I don't know what's going on with him, but we have Trippy over here with the camo, laying down some shots on the player's bottom nest. And he's in a pretty solid position. All he has to do is contest this, but he went out way too far into the open, into the actual open field. And here comes the charge over here for VTech and the side of Daddy Daycare. They are able to capture Nest, which is something they haven't been able to do pretty much all game. Can they capture the basement is the big question. You have a player that's crouching over there towards the carbine, being extremely sneaky. He actually gives up the basement area in order to stay alive, and Sand now over in the trenches. So questionable positioning coming out for Contagious. Looks like they're getting a little bit desperate here. They need to just stop the bleeding immediately because a triple cap can continue to just grow on you, and with that fantastic lead, you don't want to just see it gone away in a couple of minutes here.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, you have such a huge lead. At this point, it's kind of your game to blow. And it's like, all right, slow things down as much as possible. Capture BR base. Do anything. Get store control. You have plenty of opportunities to close this game out. Take your time and make it happen. I like what they're doing right now. We see Contagious. They get the kill over on VTech over towards top Railgun. And now we have Railgun in the hands of Saiyan. This is going to be what they need to potentially close this out.
However, a nice reset and rotation coming out from Brainstorm and Daddy of the Daycare. Brainstorm actually grabs the shotgun here, makes his way over towards Nest. Now, he could have potentially pushed over towards Snipeball, and that could have been a little bit better, but either way, let's see how this one pans out. Tire Iron pushing over towards that mid-bridge does get picked off. You see 2 players again still at mid-bridge. Now, Brainstorm has to stay alive. Players dropping left and right all around him. Now, this is what I was saying. This move a little bit questionable because he put himself in a vulnerable position with not many escape routes. So now you see Nest going on over to the side of Contagious. That's all they needed to do. They just needed to sneak one and just contest this BR, and that should be it.
Yep, and that's exactly what Contagious does. They drop 2 members in BR base, and this one's surely over. That's going to be a 100 to 36 or 39 victory in favor of Contagious.
I was expecting those guys to not put up such a great, amazing fight. I mean, not only was that an amazing fight that they put up, Dave, but that was a convincing win. And based on how this entire series was going, I was expecting just a complete blowout, 4-0, moving on to the next series and seeing if it was just a matchup thing or what's going on. But apparently, these guys can hang. Maybe it's just on the rig. We'll find out what's happening. Slayer Truth is going to be next, and Slayer Truth not necessarily playing as much as playing as similar as Regret Slayer, but when you look at the Regret Slayer game, a pretty even game there too. So maybe we can see a potential, actual series here because what we've seen so far, 3-1, it's been very convincing for Daddy in the Daycare.
Yeah, absolute domination so far, and maybe it's starting to show with Daddy in the Daycare. They haven't had this lineup and this exact roster for super long. And when it comes to a game type like Rig Strongholds, when you're on the back foot, that's one of the maps where you have to be more organized and make pushes together. There's different maps sometimes, something like Eden or whatever, where people can kind of make individual pushes across the map, do enough damage, and things kind of work themselves out. There's enough lines of sight for people to help each other out. Whereas rig strongholds, like you have to make methodical pushes together, whether it's around
Yeah.
elbow or whether it's taking care of Whitehall and then pushing out and trying to hit catwalks. There's just so many things that can go wrong if you don't push all at the exact same time.
I'm curious if it was more or less just a beginning strategy thing or just a retake strategy thing. It has to be both because of the fact that they coughed up complete positioning right from the get go on over to the side of Contagious, trippy with that railgun, things like that. Those aren't the things that you can afford to do. You have to try to at least capture and rig strongholds if you're playing from the blue side. You want to try to get that basement, get that nest, get some initial points on the board. They weren't able to score anything, so just poor. Routes, I guess you could say, that were taken from Daddy in the Daycare in the beginning of that game. They got severely punished the entire time and never were able to formulate a plan to get back. No camouflages, no rail guns, the typical things that you see allowing a team to get back into that game. I would have to say that Contagious did a great job of keeping everybody away from being able to get into those positions. So hats off to those guys. But I'm ready to start this next game, Dave, whenever you're ready.
Countdown, Tom.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's see what's going on now. We're watching Tire Iron play. Tire Iron making his way up towards P2. Renegade immediately gets a kill onto Saiyan. That's an amazingly fast kill. Make that 2 kills going on as he takes out Scariotic as well. Brainstorm gets a third. All 4 dead for Contagious. At least Saiyan is able to spawn and get a pick onto Randa, but that's the type of start that you want, especially in a Slayer like that where even if it was CTF, you probably could have got a flagpole there, but even more so in Slayer, you don't have to sacrifice that life to push in and get that objective done, and now you can just set up, force these guys out of red, and just make them come to you.
Yeah, not just that, but we have Brainstorm with the perfect flank. Gets one back smack on Scariotic. Ends up being taken down, though, by Tire Iron. He had Camo. He had Storm Rifle. He had the perfect flank on 2 members, and it didn't turn out as well as he had hoped, but whole point being is they not only got those kills and got position, they got away with the weapons, too, at the beginning of this match.
Yeah, I think that was trippy that not only got the kill on the Renegade just now, who had the fuel rod, I think he was also the player to get the kill on the camo guy. So that's just unfortunate for Daddy in the Daycare. An amazing start. I believe they were up 5-1 with camo and with the fuel rod, and now we're all tied up 7-7. And that's just a little bit of mis-execution, I guess we were saying, Dave, recently, that Daddy in the Daycare just faltered on. And now they're right back into this game for Contagious, and if you end up winning this game and you're Contagious, you got to be feeling good for the rest of the series here, especially in the situation that you were in probably about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, these games can swing at any time. I mean, I almost counted the series over. I just assumed that Day and Daycare were dominating so hard the first few games. They're going to close it out, and then a team would have a chance when they came back from loser's bracket. But I wouldn't count Contagious anymore. I mean, just seeing how they can bounce back from any sort of deficit. The fact that they went all 4 down at the beginning of the match and still brought this game back to a tie just goes to show that they can play from the back foot.
Not only that, they can play from the back foot when they're down in the series 3-0. So definitely a lot being said about the team that is Contagious. Even if they end up losing this series, you gotta feel good about your chance in the losers bracket now because of the fact that you've shown that you are resilient going up against a team that's playing fantastic Halo today. They are up 15-12 here on the side of Daddy in the Daycare, looking for that next camouflage as it comes up. I don't know if that one's been dropped or
Tech
if
9
it's
already
been
has
burned.
it.
Okay, so Tech
He's
9 has
under,
it.
I believe, blue base right now. He's getting a little bit of flank, but it looks like Tyler and Joey both are looking for him.
Well, let's see if he can finish this kill off. It's going to be big. He does get it. So Nick, Tech 9, picking up the double and playing that camo how he should. Looking for more kills in the bubble over here on the blue side, switching on over to his pistol. Smart play coming out from him, trying to hunt this player down. That is Tire Iron. Nice job by Tire Iron actually using his radar and the map to his advantage to get out of that one now. Let's see if he's able to get the kill. Nice nade going in there, not giving up his position at the same time. Looking for more, helping out Randa pick up that kill with the sword. So that's 2 kills going on over to Daddy in the Daycare. Another player top center. Now this is exactly what you need when you get that camo. Uses it to full effect. Not only gets some kills, but helps his teammates get up kills at the same time.
That's what I really like about that flank is I think sometimes players commit 100% to the flank where they realize that they think that they have to always get the kills or they have to be 100% sneaky. In my opinion, anytime there's a flanker, you have 1 or 2 roles. You either need to be doing damage or you need to be a distraction. And that's exactly what VTech was doing, where when players were looking for him, he was just kind of hiding, staying alive, letting them make mistakes. when they were attacking his teammates, he did not hesitate to whip out the pistol, put some shots in his back, and help out his teammates.
A lot of it just comes down to the positioning, Dave, because we all know when you spawn, the spawn points wouldn't be placed in a place where on the map it's an amazing place to be. Like, we don't have a spawn in Pink 2. The reason the spawns are where they are is because you have to fight out of those positions to get control. So when you have the camo and you can use it to your full extent, like you're talking about, Dave, and just distract, what you're doing is you're pulling positions, you're pulling players out of their position to look for you from spots that they've worked so hard to get from in the beginning. And that was just why it was such a fantastic play coming out from Tech 9. But either way, here comes the push with Saiyan with this fuel rod. And he's pretty much all they need to get back into this game. But that's Daddy Rando over there with the fuel rod of his own. Shuts that one down, picks up the ammo and says, "Thank you very much, sir."
Doing a great job of that. But during that time, too, while Rando was distracting and doing some damage, we have Camo in the hands of VTech again. So this is his second one in a row, and he's been doing a good job staying alive. Just as I say that, Scariotic takes him down with the assault rifle, though. But whole point being is, at least they're getting the power weapons. They're getting their power ups in their hands. So even if they don't get to hold on to it the entire duration, they're the first ones on the fuel rod cannon. They're the first ones on the camo.
Yeah, this is fantastic play coming out for the side of Daddy in the daycare. Renegade picking up a double. Let's pull up the stats really quick as Random misses a couple fuel rods but ends up connecting on that one and getting the double for himself. This one's getting a little bit out of control, and Randa after that abysmal performance in Rick's Stronghold, stepping up with a 15-4, make that a 16-4, Dave, in this game number 5. So just unheard of stats coming out for Randa, and just trying to close this one out with a strong statement.
Yeah, Randa showing that last game must have been quite an anomaly and quite a fluke for him, because he is absolutely destroying this one. Like you said, 17-4 at the minute. Their entire lead's almost thanks to Randa.
Yeah, and also Renegade doing a really nice job rotating. It just seems like the team shot right now for Daddy in the daycare is better than we've seen actually all series for them. So it seems like to me, this all comes down to communication. When you see the confidence that's coming out from these guys, you have a wingman, you have a killing frenzy. Randa just doing whatever he wants to on the map so far. And this one's going to be over, Dave. No way you can come back from this deficit. It's going to be a steak dinner as well. 50-29. You have Daddy Daycare winning the Winners Finals.
And yeah, that was just so much back and forth there at certain parts, where I first thought it was 100% Daycare just closing out 4-0, and then we started to see some life from Contagious, especially during that, obviously, the Rig Strongholds game. However, Daycare showed that game was not the rest of the series, so they just closed out with a very convincing fashion, 50-29.
As expected, had to say that these guys were the huge favorites moving into this series, but we did see some good signs of life coming out from Contagious. They didn't give up in the series. It was Rig Strongholds. They were down 3-0. They ended up being up in that game 70-something to 0. So just great resilience coming out from them. However, Randa and squad just too strong. So we'll find out who Contagious is going to be facing in that losers bracket eventually. But keep in mind, guys, this is not over for these guys. We will take a 3-minute break, and we'll be right back from the Millennial Esports Studio in Las Vegas, Nevada. Welcome back to the Millennial Esports Studio in Las Vegas, Nevada. T Squared and Walshy bringing you the action. And Dave, we are moving into the loser semis now. Most Wanted taking on SYA, and this is going to be one hell of a battle.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen these guys battle it out before, and both of their backs are against the walls here, obviously, in the losers bracket semis. So, gonna see who's gonna walk away with more points. But I'm leaning a bit more towards SYA. They've been looking really solid as of late.
Oh, wow. All right. I'm going to go more on the other side, which is Most Wanted, but you can't blame me because of the fact that they did so well at the Esports Arena tournament. Now, running through the lineups, if you guys aren't familiar at home with these teams, SYA, Burton, Musa, Blaze, and Bocce Hawk. On the other side, you have Most Wanted, which is Lifestyle, Nemesis, Boom X, and Destroyed. Now, the game types that we are going to be seeing are at the bottom of your screen: Strongholds, Empire, Slayer, Eden, CTF Fathom, Strongholds, Plaza, Slayer on Coliseum, CTF Truth, and if we go to a Game 7, that's going to be Slayer on Regret. And it's a toss-up here. These teams very evenly matched. You're going to end up going with SYA. I'm going to have to take Most Wanted. And again, just brushing base a little bit on the Esports Arena tournament, Most Wanted, by far the best amateur team, I guess you could say, at that event, but they're underperforming here online, Dave.
Yeah, and it's tough to say because obviously they've performed many times. They've performed very well online, but sometimes people get in that LAN mindset, like, you have to adjust. You can't just play the same way that you do at LAN compared to online in certain events. Like, I remember always having to make that transition in Halo 2, going like, oh, wait, guess what? These long-range shots no longer do anything. I guess I have to get a little bit closer.
Yeah, exactly. You have to realize, hey, maybe my shots aren't registering across the map as much. Maybe I need to, go for more of the weapons, things like that. It's funny because, we have that T-squared combo, that's the rocket sniper. And the reason that I always went for that was because I had horrible internet in Florida and playing on XBC in Halo 1. So I realized, okay, well, playing off host, pistoling is just not going to work for me. I have to control the weapons and I have to control the power-ups. So that's where I always just felt like the sniper, as long as you could, find out after one or two shots on XBC how much the lag was, then you could kind of, predict where, and lead your shot a lot, not a little bit, on where these guys were going to be. But it didn't matter if you had rocket camo, overshield, and the snipe.
A lot of times that makes you a better player if you have the right mindset. It forces you not to have to fully rely only on being able to outshoot people. You have to outthink them, outposition them. And I'm sure those years of you playing XBC Halo 1 being like, all right, I need to be at the power up just slightly earlier. I need to, throw grenades and be ready for it. It makes you a better player.
Yeah, like a minute earlier, like right after it got picked up. Just kind of waiting around the corner. But, going into these game types, I don't think that it really, says any much of an advantage to one side, but except for Slayer Eden. I think that Slayer Eden is a game type that you don't want to have lifestyle set up and get very comfortable in. You don't want to have Nemesis going in there and getting the rockets. So, again, I guess Empire, Strongholds, and Slayer Eden, I would probably give a slight advantage on over to Most Wanted. From there, it could be pretty much anyone's series. But if you're SYA, I think if you steal one of these first games that are a strong game type for Most Wanted, you got to be feeling good.
Well, I think what we're going to see in this matchup, which I'm joining up right now, is last time we've seen these teams battle, it seemed to be more of when can Most Wanted take an objective game off. It seemed like they were totally fine. The Slayers just absolutely dominated those, where they would sometimes lose an objective game handily, and then they would steak dinner on the next Team Slayer game. So I'm thinking that Most Wanted's main threat is the fact that they're so strong as Slayer, but they struggle on objectives. So as soon as I see Most Wanted take an objective game, I feel like it's their series. But that's the whole point, is we got 4 OBJs versus 3 TSs. So
and they always
that's why
and lifestyle jokes that they always lose the first game too. So we'll see. We'll
Should
see
we
what
skip
happens
this one,
here.
then? Do they just want to forfeit it?
No, we already skipped one today, so we'll see what happens. But I'm ready to jump on board with lifestyle whenever you are, Dave.
Yeah, count it down.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's see what's going on from Lifestyle's point of view, making his way outside. Very popular strategy here. Now, he actually elects to throw grenades a little bit deeper than we typically see, as players normally bounce it off the stairs. He likes to bounce it off that wall there. Gets one kill.
Yeah, I like that bounce. It seems like he had a good angle where anyone who was sitting on either bend by the fans, they would have gotten drilled by those grenades. So he was relying on people to hide behind those fans. And in that case, there wasn't a player there, but I like that starting grenade.
It's refreshing to see somebody do something different in the beginning of the game here, because we've seen so many times where the beginning strategies are just so similar. Now, that's because of the amount of times that these players have played it in tournaments, scrims, arena, even in arena breakout, where the games would just constantly be, beginning strategies over and over again. So nice to see some new grenades coming out from Lifestyle's point of view. However, he is trying to capture this pit and doesn't have much help here. So all the overshield is depleted, and you would say, based on that start, that was a really nice start for the side of Most Wanted, but SYA in position to add the pit.
Yeah, there's some problem there though. I mean, the fact we saw Lifestyle, he got a few kills, he was in decent position most of the time, but they got the OS, they got a few kills, and they're still losing this game right now. So I'm not sure where the exact problem lies with Most Wanted's OBJ playstyle. But like one thing that I saw there when Lifestyle was in the pit that first time, he just did not, like, he hesitated to shoot someone in the back when that person was shooting his teammates. Like, some points you can't get too greedy. Like, if someone's damaging your teammate, you have to shoot them immediately. Like, some point playing too sneaky can backfire.
Yeah, and here you have full control temporarily that was going on over to Most Wanted. So the fact that they didn't have the best beginning strat was okay, because they were able to bring this right back. And a lot of that came to do with Lifestyle staying alive for so long with that overshield, even though a couple of kills weren't going in his favor, a couple of players dropping on his team, and the stronghold's not going in his favor. He still just did whatever the best thing was for him to do, and that kind of results in this play that you see now. It's kind of the long grand scheme of things. However, it looks like Pit is starting to be captured over here for SYA. Nice reset coming in for Most Wanted. Bocce Hawk tried to get that one, but Destroyed says no, and Destroyed trying to get some more kills over here, but here comes the Flood over there for SYA. And if you know, guys, this game type, all about pit control. Whoever has pit control in prime position to win this game, so constantly players are just going to be flooding over there towards that bottom center area of the map.
Yeah, it's one of those things that once you start to see your teammates commit in pit, it's almost best just to go with them, because at some point you don't want to lose 2 or potentially 3 teammates in pit and not have been a factor during that play. And so that's why you see so many times where teams will fully commit, send everyone in there, and it sometimes almost seems a little counterintuitive, because it seems like, all right, we're talking about top pro team here. It just seems like everyone's just jumping in on the objective right away, but those pit fights, there's no exact science to them. It's just who wins their little fights, how many times they can stay alive just a little bit longer, and it's just sometimes there's a little luck involved as far as getting control pit.
There's a little bit of luck, not so much with the spawns in terms of maybe just like the way that a grenade would bounce, or just a split second in terms of contesting the bottom middle. But as you see, bottom middle in the pit has been transferred back and forth here, which isn't very typical from Empire strongholds. We've seen that a little bit more recently, compared to in the past, but this is one of those game types where if you're going up against a team like, say, like Optic Gaming or Envy, and they have control of the pit, very rarely do you see them not go on some sort of 50, 60 point run, if not just a whole 100-0 running the entire clock on you guys. But here you have, a different, style of game here. And going back to this team of Most Wanted, Destroyed has always consistently put up amazing stats in this game type. So I want to see what's going on in terms of the stats. On the other side, it's actually Blaze who is stepping it up the most out of anybody.
Yeah, and Blaze has been putting up some big numbers. We even saw that last week in the Legendary Cup. And I wonder what it is. Like, it's just one of those things where when I see Blaze, he's always doing something. He's always being aggressive, always starting action, and sometimes that's good. When there's a fast-paced game going on, he can catch people off guard. However, sometimes that can be his detriment when a game is slowed down to the point where he's just giving up pointless deaths and creating mistakes. So it's one of those things that obviously when it's going well for him, SYA is doing incredible. But I feel like when we see this next map, when we see them play Team Slayer, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. When the game slows down, you might see Blaze be one of those first deaths immediately, leaving his team in a 3-on-4 situation.
Yeah, I believe the Slays right now are 30-37 and counting right now for Most Wanted. And as they picked up a couple of kills right there, that's going to change. But pretty much about a 7 to 8 kill lead in terms of the actual Slays. But you also have a 8-point lead in the game. So always, I would say 9 times out of 10, the team that slays more in strongholds will walk away with the win here. So that's why it's so important to, be careful about the amount of times that you want to charge the pit over and over again. Because yeah, you may get the pit, but you're just completely giving up absolute map control right on back to the other team. So it's just a very thin line between when to charge and when not to charge. One of the callouts that I really like for this game type is when you know you have to send people in towards that stronghold, towards the pit, just saying we need bodies, and that just means constantly flood in there because you know that you're going to be able to get it based on the spawns.
Yeah, that's an incredible call out too, because it means that the pit is going well so far, and you want just another body in there to be safe, to secure it. That way, in case that one player dies, the other team does not get that last second reset. People aren't saying we need bodies in there when they first jump in. There's no shields and there's no chance of getting pit. It's usually a good sign that someone's gotten a slay and they just want to secure the pit.
Yeah, here comes some outside aggression finally, and a little bit of a coordinated push for SYA, because we've seen, like you were saying, Dave, sometimes Blaze can get a little bit excited over there trying to do too much, I guess you can say. Like you said, he's always doing something, and one of the downfalls is just being a little bit too aggressive when, the case isn't needed. And just for example, Burton right there charging into the pit by himself. You can't go in there by yourself and expect to make anything happen, especially when the numbers are on the side of most wanted. So now they're getting triple capped over here, and this isn't looking too good for these guys because the game was very much in their grasp. They were in the lead for quite a long time. However, as soon as most wanted not only got control, but once they got the lead, they never really let up. And the big battle for this overshield lifestyle eventually burns it. The bleeding hasn't stopped. As you can see, the side base hasn't been capped yet for blue side, and they finally get it. Now it goes down to capturing this pit. If they're not able to capture this pit, Dave, this game's over, but they do.
Yeah, they eventually get that, but at the same time, they bled quite a bit there. There's no room for error. Almost certainly the next time that we see Most Wanted capture any of the strongholds, it should be about over. One thing that I'm noticing is you brought up that one time where we saw, I believe it was Blaze, who single-handedly was trying to go in pit by himself. Pit is not a one-person job. It takes a few hands to get control of pit. You could possibly go to blue base or red base by yourself if you have the right flank and the right situation and try to cap that solo, because it takes so long for someone to flank around and help in there. But look at this, just everyone flooding in pit. And it just goes to show that it's not a one-person job. No one ever sneaks a pit capture by themselves.
I mean, it's so easy because once you get off spawn, you just chuck those grenades in there. Obviously, the pit has been expanded, and it was a lot smaller of a radius in terms of just, how hard it was to escape out of those grenades. But either way, it's still very, very difficult. And again, Dave, like you said, you can't just send one person over there. So small mistakes coming out from Burton and Blaze and the rest of the SYA team need to realize that they weren't that far behind. They could just slow play it, make a coordinated push outside, try to set up for the overshield, something like that. And as soon as Most Wanted got that first lead, they didn't let up the entire game. So hats off to them. They're going to go up 1-0 in the series. Now we're moving into Slayer on Eden. And to me, I think that this is a must-win for SYA, because we were talking about how both of these first two game types do slightly favor Most Wanted. So you have to try to just take one of those in order to make it even.
Yeah, and I almost feel like I have to reverse my prediction now. Just the fact that I felt like Most Wanted were going to lack in the objective department and lose those objective games, whereas they just came out swinging, won like 156 that first one. It's going to be really tough for SY to pull this one back, because we've seen it so many times where Most Wanted just absolutely crushes on these Slayers. And even said before, it's something along the lines of Most Wanted, they feel like something's wrong if they win the first game. And
Yeah.
I feel like that's going to happen the rest of the series.
All right, we'll find out what's going to happen now, Dave. The question is who do we want to start this one off with? Do we give a little bit of love to someone on the SYA squad? Let's go with a little bit of Bocce Hawk point of view.
All right, yeah, I am still finishing loading it up, but yeah, I want to see what Bocce is doing, because it's weird. Like, I can usually pinpoint problems when a player is just like being too sneaky, hiding around or whatever. But it just felt like every single member were doing a good job, at least like pushing and like attacking the objectives as much as they could, like from SYA. However, it just felt like they were doing the wrong spots. But yeah, you can count down whenever you're good to go.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's get it going. Bocce Hawk point of view making his way over towards a bunch of grenades flying over towards top catwalk in the bridge area. Keep in mind, guys, we are in game number 2, so this is Slayer. And Bocce Hawk does get a trade, even though he was no shield. So nice job at least getting a kill there. And now Blaze over here trying to hunt a player down, which is Nemesis. But Nemesis has a shotgun. Lifestyle has the rockets. And now Musa just trying to waste as much snipe ammo as he can.
Yeah, to see where they can step with this, because Musa's in a weird position down there when he got taken out. Like, Sniper I don't recall ever really seeing in bottom center on this map. Like, player has a choice, like they're gonna toss it down there, obviously, but most times players are in very safe positions near one of the bends, either at blue base or towards top catwalk, and Musa's like, all right, I'm just gonna go bomb center, one of the worst spots on the map.
Definitely one of the worst spots on the map, and interestingly enough, which is a little bit questionable for me for SYA, is I'm catching them caught out individually a little bit too much. As you see Bocce Hawk over there dying a Nemesis, and then we saw, you know, Blaze and Burton being caught a little bit out of position. So these guys need to buddy system a little bit more, start baiting and switching, and start actually formulating plans to retake map control, because they're doing everything right. It looks pretty good when you watch their screens individually. They're just not working together and just, like I said, formulating a plan, maybe just slowing it down an extra split second in order to try to regain their composure.
Yeah, and just it's tough too when the game's going fast paced like this. Like, obviously we see weapons in the hands of everyone from Most Wanted. So Lifestyle has sniper, his teammate has rockets. When the game's kind of going quick, it's so easy for Lifestyle, like, just to pick off people who are out in the open near Blue Bend, or to do a good job of, like, someone just running around the corner and easily getting that rocket kill. But Blaze got a nice ground pound on Lifestyle, who had sniper over at the blue closet.
Yeah, nice job by Blaze, but now he's caught a little bit out of position because you have multiple players that are collapsing on him. That's going to be Bohm getting the battle rifle kill. Bohm slow played that the entire time, and rockets are in Destroyed's hand. Bohm has the sniper rifle, so it's looking really good right now for Most Wanted. And keep in mind, guys, that these guys are fighting back from the losers bracket this entire time to try to make their way towards the grand finals, just like they did in Legendary Cup number 4 here. So a little bit of a recurring theme. I'm sure they would like to stay in the winners bracket and grand finals here, but either way, they are showing up in this series, and just seems like they're a little bit further ahead in I guess they're just overall teamwork compared to SYA.
Yeah. I just feel like Most Wanted to do a great job on these Slayers, just slowing it down to the right degree and getting the weapons. I mean, we saw Lifestyle had uncontested rockets pretty much right there, had full set of rockets in blue, didn't make the best use of them. The whole point being is you can make a few mistakes with weapons when you get them so often. And it's not like this is the only weapon that they've gotten. We've seen them have sniper, they actually bring it over towards Blue Bend or Blue Catwalk, whereas we've seen sniper in the hands of SYA twice, and guess where it was? Bottom center. Both Blaze and Musa went down there for some reason, and I can understand trying to toss it down there one time and getting away from the opponent, but it just seems like they don't really have any rhythm or rhyme to where they want to go and where they want to set up.
Yeah, while kills are being traded back and forth, I want to point out something. It's only a 4-kill lead now, but it could be pretty much a tied game in my opinion if Burton and Blaze played things a little bit differently towards the red fan area. When you have weapons like this and you have a player that's setting up for this next sniper, and then you have a rocket guy that's just sitting on blue platform, the last thing that you want to do is see 2 red X's on other sides of the map, as you see Blaze not winning a 1v1 over towards Bohm. Now, you don't want to have any, situations where that player has to even go charge in there like Bocce had to do. You want to just try to continually set up and make sure that you wait for other players to come to you. That's the beauty about having setup in this type of situation when there's radar involved. You have all of your, proximities, I guess you can say, watched because of the fact that you have the radar. All you have to worry about is that medium to long range battles. So I want to see these guys just really play this how they should be doing and not giving up any dumb deaths across the map when they don't have weapons.
Burton is hitting some ridiculous snipes right now, so I would go over to the screen if you get a chance. Like, he is hitting some absolutely insane shots back to back. But one part that's discouraging is he's had the sniper, he's had great position, he's been absolutely executing every single shot, but they're only up by 2, and they gave up rockets during that time. Like, Burton was on a killing spree. I believe he's look at 13 and 6 at the moment, absolutely destroying, but none of his teammates were outside with him. He also took too long to go out there. Like, rockets, these players know when weapons are coming up, rockets was coming up, and SYA did not contest it one bit, even though they were getting slays and they had the sniper rifle.
Taking a look at the stats, Burton definitely the big difference maker here, and this one's virtually tied. It's a 1-kill lead. Now there it is, all tied up 32-32 over here. And based on the positioning, I would give a small advantage on over to Most Wanted because you have multiple players trapped in the security area over for the side of SYA, and more spread out on the side of Most Wanted should allow them to lay down some cover fire that they need. No weapons necessarily on the map from what I see so far. Maybe Nemesis has that shotgun over there since he's crouching over there towards blue side security. But again, Tied game here, having blue control. All you have to do for Most Wanted is wait for the players for SYA to come in for you. But this is what SYA needs to take advantage of because of the fact that they know it's going to slow down over here. They need to just pick players off, like Destroyed, as you can see, just charging out in the middle of open for no reason. Then you send 2 players into security to go in a 2v1 situation. So fantastic job, finally, from SYA, at least playing it to their advantage and slowing it down, finally, because it was actually given to them from Most Wanted.
Yeah, they're finally giving Most Wanted a chance to actually make mistakes and stay in good position. But right now is the 6-minute mark coming up in just a second, Tom. If you're in either of these teams' shoes, which weapon do you prioritize? Do you prioritize rockets or sniper at this minute mark?
Well, you try to prioritize both, so we'll see what happens over here because Burton does have the rockets, which is a really good start, and he's had a fantastic game so far. It's a 6-kill lead, and you have Burton sitting over there at +9, so the huge difference maker so far in this specific game. Now, he has to stay alive, and in my opinion, he needs to bring these rockets over towards security. Now, over 3 on shooting these rockets, but at least picking up 1 kill. Looking for more players over towards red base, and as you can see on your player hotline, it's not a bad decision because they are over here. But typically you want to try to lock down another area of the map, which is security, but it seems like they already had that over there, so it was Burton's job to lock down outside. And a fantastic job of doing so. Even though the rockets were a little bit sloppy, he at least valued his life the entire time and wasted all 4 rockets, more importantly, so nobody on Most Wanted was able to do and get that weapon.
Yeah, it was odd because there's so many times where he's in great position, and there's other times where it's like takes a few questionable shots or questionable routes, but it worked out for him. Like obviously, Lifestyle did not look over towards red SMG to get that finish there, and it was like you said, sloppy rocket / cleanup. But and in the end, he never gave up that weapon. He never like desperately jumped out towards red Ben, died, and gave the opponent 2 or 3 rockets. He at least used them all for himself.
Yeah, here we have another important part of the game as you have multiple players trying to push in towards the blue side. A couple slays going on over to Most Wanted, and this is a little bit worrisome now. I mean, it's 47-44, but the fact that these guys on Most Wanted do have blue. Burton has sniped though, so let's see how he got that one, and has at least
he got an SMG
shots.
kill over at security to get that sniper, and then absolutely ripped off a face from near red catwalk, and he's just hitting these ridiculous angles. Yeah,
I thought he was going to shoot it.
Yeah, I thought he was about to hit that one, that little peek over towards Blue Closet. But this could be more costly than just that 1 death. I mean, right now, a 4-kill game, that's not insurmountable lead, especially when you gave up Sniper Rifle.
There
Obviously,
it is.
able to close it out. That was really close, 50-47. But anytime you're in a tight Team Slayer game like that, only a few kill difference, and you die and give up Sniper, that could potentially be devastating.
Yeah, so this series all tied up 1-1, especially thanks to Burton, who had an insane performance. I think he was 22
and 11.
So double positive, almost half of his team kills. And we're ready to get into this next game. It's going to be CTF Fathom, and I think we know who we want to start this next one off with.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to jump on with him right away. But one thing that's a little surprising to me is I don't think I could have been more wrong about this series so far. Like, I was like, Most Wanted, they're going to win all the Team Slayers, and we're going to see SYA win all the objectives, and everything's just kind of out the window right now.
Yeah, it's weird to see how, a complete flip-flop from last week where Most Wanted, they say they lose all their first games, they end up winning this one. They say that they win all the Slayers, and they end up losing the Slayer and winning the Empire on Stronghold. So now we're moving into CTF Fathom, and we know we want to start this one off with Burton. So let's see what's going on with Burton's point of view, Dave. I'm ready whenever you are.
All right, go ahead and count it down.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Burton, what do you got for us? Making his way over towards the pit with the light rifle now. Perfect shots onto Lifestyle. And Dave, what's so interesting about this strategy is 9 times out of 10, when you see someone grab the light rifle, they typically go right under their porch and just scope in from bottom center across to the next porch. Very rarely do you see someone charge into the pit like that and immediately get perfect shots on that player that wasn't expecting it.
Yeah, Burton was 1 step ahead right there. He just realized that most players, like you said, always go towards porch, and instead of getting that long-range fight at porch, he decides to auto-stabilize near that pit and hit some amazing shots on Lifestyle. It's obviously something he's practiced over and over again, and I see that working when playing against well-practiced teams. However, I bet he would get punished like that sometimes in matchmaking, because if you're just playing random arena, you have no idea where some people are going right off the start, and he's probably multiple times ran into a 1v1 against somebody in pit where he has light rifle, and those are some tough shots to hit.
I want to point out that someone has snuck over, and that is going to be, I think, destroyed over towards the engine, as this was a perfectly executed flag cap by SYA, but they didn't realize a player had snuck all the way over there, and I think they are able to get the return. So amazing, sneaky play coming out from Destroyed. That's the last thing that you expect when you have a flag at your base, that the other player is hiding right underneath your nose the entire time.
There were incredible plays across the board there. One thing that was almost, I almost did not catch was Bocce Hawk almost got a ninja. He got a sick double kill, basically, where he was trying to keep the flag alive. Eventually was taken down as we saw the flags returned. But whole point being is Bocce Hawk almost saved that.
Yeah, and while Bocce Hawk was being the big savior for the side of SYA, got to give hats off to, I think it was Destroyed. So let's take a look. I think it was Troy. So yeah, Destroyed with the fantastic play. I mean, he grabs the flag and then just sits over there in the engine. Just such an unpredictable play that you saw Blaze over there. He knew something was up. He had the railgun. He was crouching over towards the small door. But I've never seen anyone be so sneaky in a game like that, where it just completely switches the momentum of this series, Dave. I mean, you go up virtually, being down 1-0 after losing the previous game, now being up 1-0, all the momentum now on your side, and you can see the slays going in their favor, just constant, aggression from all these guys. Here goes a flag that is being pulled, but they are in really nice position to try to get another counter cap here. So you got to be a little bit worried right now if you're SYA that you're overextending a little bit too much on the OBJ, and you need to start focus on getting the slays.
Yeah, one thing that Bomex did great job there was did the right amount of defense / offense. He did a good job laying shots on player run the flag. He actually ended up getting a wingman during that and then pulled the flag immediately. He did not just dive on the recovery. He realized that he might as well just be offensive with it and had trust in his teammates that they get the recovery. And that's exactly what happens is he puts in the second flag for a 2-0 lead.
We got a goose alert. Musa sitting at 0 kills right now.
Switch over to Musa's screen then. Let's see what's going wrong, because he is going to throw some panic grenades. He's going to hope that he can finish off something, but he's going to run into a little trouble here at the red treehouse.
Let's see what happens. He's just trying to scrap up for a kill over here. He finds one over there towards the elbow. So the goose alert gets shut down, and you do have a flag that's being pulled over here. And I do like that flag toss because this player was full shield still. However, he decides to run into a splinter grenade and take his shields off. So a little bit of a questionable play.
The worst part about that, though, is I can understand running it sometimes, but he waited. He was like, all right, I'm going to wait 5 seconds, and then I'm going to take the damage to the face with the grenade.
Yeah, and ends up being a little bit too delayed, so they don't end up capturing that one. And we've seen numerous counter caps from the side of Most Wanted already, but that's not going to be the case this time. They do put that flag in, and Blaze already in position to run another one. Looks like they have this one being tossed pretty far. Nice little route coming out from Burton to stay alive. Tossing this one into the window. Are they able to get it? Tosses it over to his boy Blaze. This one's all tied up 2-2, Dave.
What is going on? That has got to be a great feeling from Musa, where he has only 2 kills. He now just secured his 3rd kill, but his team's still in this game. And I've had those rewarding games before where, yeah, it sucks when you're not getting the slays and where you're not shooting your best or not playing very well. But the fact is you don't have to have an insanely stellar game. In fact, you can have a below average game and still be in it and realize that at any moment, as soon as you start to turn it up, your team can win.
Yeah, and I wanted to see what Musa was doing to see if he could get any sort of momentum. Immediately gets a railgun from sitting inside of his base. So not looking too good for him. And Lifestyle ends up getting a little bit of a ninja by Burton. Yeah, he was no shields, but either way, fantastic play from him. And look at this, Blaze in position to run the flag as they're getting slays. And that's exactly what you want to do. Multiple people in position. Look at this little route going in underneath over there. Burton with the railgun takes down Lifestyle. Nemesis eventually dropping the flag guy. Now it's up to Burton trying to win this 1v1 against Nemesis. He does so. There goes the flag. It's put in. And what a turnaround. What a comeback for SYA. And Musa goes from being a goose to being a hero pretty much. By the way, Bocce Hawk with 16 kills. Dave, that's a lot of kills in that short amount of span.
Yeah, they had 39 slays to 33 for the side of Most Wanted. So I thought, especially based on Musa's early performance, I thought that SYA were getting absolutely annihilated in the slaying department, but that was not the case. I mean, we stayed on Musa's screen quite a bit, and we only saw one little perspective of the story, but it just seemed like, yeah, it must have been like Burton and Blaze just getting a lot of slays, because every single time I looked at Blaze's screen, I wasn't seeing the slays part, but I was seeing him just instantly get a flagpole, get a counter cap, and just bringing that across the map. And they
Yeah.
just do it so fast that they
Yeah.
don't give any breathing room to most wanted.
I think that the big decision making, difference in terms of running the flag is what won SYA those games. Just the amazing route from Burton to go over there towards the storm rifle and then clamber back up and toss that one into the window for Blaze to capture. And then Blaze going in there, like you said, being in the right place at the right time, getting those slays. But now we're moving into strongholds on Plaza. The series is 2-1 in favor of SYA. The big question, Dave, is are you going to jump ship again and switch your predictions? Because you've already switched your predictions once this series.
Oh man, yeah, I'm switching it back. I'm going back with SYA now. I'm jumping twice.
All right, let's go with a little bit of Musa point of view since we were giving him a little bit of heat in the previous game. So let me know when you're ready, Dave.
Yeah, count it down.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's see if he can bounce back from only a 4-kill performance, but still getting the win. So that definitely gives you a lot of confidence.
Yeah,
that's
the
all that
W is
matters.
all that matters. I would happily take a game where I have 3 or 4 kills and we win the game. I remember one time was landing against, I believe it was Carbon when I had like Defy and Best Man and everyone in my squad. And basically, one game I had 3 kills in a pit CTF game and we ended up winning it. And it was like a 15-minute game. Somehow I only had like 3 kills. But I've had pit games before where I had 0, so I'm not complaining. But yeah, whole point being, I was like, man, like I obviously was doing some things right, pushing towards the flag every single time, being in the right positioning. I was not getting into the cleanups and stuff, but I was always with my teammates, always pushing the same way.
When you watch Moose's point of view, you can see he's making pretty solid decisions, and his shot is, it's not on, but it's not off at the same time. It's pretty good. However, his teammates and the help and the rotations that are coming in are just fantastic. The way that these guys are moving as a unit is something that I definitely wasn't expecting. Now, in the previous series when we were watching Contagious play, for example, we said, hey, all these guys need to individually step it up, in my opinion. But this isn't something that I was expecting from SYA, is this amazing teamwork. So I'd have to assume that their communication is really on point, as you see a triple cap right now to start this game.
Well, it's just nonstop aggression from SYA. It seems like their mindset is, guess what? No matter the situation, just be aggressive and go for more, get greedy. And that's exactly what SYA did. They had control of bottom center and nest, and everyone flooded yard, and it wasn't even a hesitation. I'm sure they probably didn't even talk about it. They were just like, guess where we're going? We're going for the spot that we do not have.
And if Bocce able to capture this nest, that's going to be another triple cap. The pressure is going to be on. Multiple players are already going over to nest from top gold for SYA. So Bocce immediately realizing that, okay, nest is in our control. I have to get towards S4. Yard did get captured for the side of Most Wanted, but that doesn't matter here because Bocce and the rest of this team of SYA can just set up, again, wait for everybody on Most Wanted to come to you. Camo dropping here shortly. As you can see, Bocce's going to try to control top center for this one. Ends up getting weak, so he backs off. Another player is making his way up towards that snipe ramp, so this is a big 1v1 against Destroyed. Destroyed also has more utility. He uses his frag grenade, but backs off. Burton there with the bait and switch. Now, Dave, what happened with the camo the entire time? Because Bocce got a little distracted over here towards that dip area.
Yeah, it seemed like Bocce did not have the time on it, because obviously I don't have the time on it, but regardless, it seemed like he was sitting up there ready to pick it up any second, and I never saw it. My guess at this point is it has to be burned. There's no way
Nemesis had it, and he actually died just now, so he's going to be back on respawn any second, and Bocce is already back on respawn. Now, he's in the yard, so he's going for this triple cap. Everybody's stuck over here in blue and flowers for Most Wanted, and this is ugly. They're getting triple cap. They're already down 2-1 in this series, and if this is pretty much SYA's time. I mean, if it's now or never. If they can't finish this game off, you'd have to assume that Most Wanted is going to win this series because this is just a huge advantage. They're continuing to cap points. They're up by 60 already. All they have to do is just not throw this one away. It's their game to lose.
Yep, and this is going to be the time that the only way I can really see SYA losing this is if they just start to throw away any sort of trip caps and just not stop the bleeding. Right now they have yard. They're in okay position. They just have to get one slay, one little thing to open the door so that they can make some sort of push, and that's what Musa does. He gets the kill on Bomax, but 2 of his teammates, Blaze and Bocce died already, so this push can't happen even though Musa got a good kill.
and they gave up yards. So even though Burton got the kill on Destroyed to go and retake the yard, that's going to be a couple more extra points racking up for the side of Most Wanted. And as you said, all they need is one kill. Now there goes Blaze getting a kill onto Nemesis. He ends up dropping to Bohm eventually. Bohm gets the double, looking for the crispy triple. He gets it. Now the last player is sitting towards the Prius. Is he going to challenge it? Looking for the over. Gets taken by Destroyed. So this has been a problem for SYA. They haven't been able to regain map control, especially in Empire Strongholds. Now 2 slays going on over them. It's pretty much now or never, as we were saying, Dave, for these guys. Camo dropping here shortly. There goes a beatdown from Blaze onto Bohm. Now they're making a double move over towards the nest area. Everybody's spawning on the loop for Most Wanted. Now he can just immediately, if you're Musa, rotate towards bottom mid. Exactly what he's doing. Everyone going towards the yard and towards light rifle here for Most Wanted. And it's only going to be probably 1 or 2 pushes here, Dave, before it's all over for Most Wanted. And Slay's going on over to SYA. Also contention going in towards bottom middle. I don't see it happening here unless they end up getting all 4 dead.
Yeah, Bomax is grabbing
camo.
camo right now at the 712, so this is a little glimmer of hope. But in short, that's why I played that so well. As soon as they started getting outslated, as soon as they got a triple cap against them, they just stopped the bleeding. They got control yard and slowed it down. You notice how this game is still out of reach almost for Most Wanted because SYA focused on not letting trip cap happen. I mean, there's a big difference between a team only being 10 or 15 points behind you and a team being like 40 or 50 points. And that's what SYA did, is they always made sure they had yard. They stopped the bleeding, and eventually they got a couple kills. Like, sometimes people aren't going to get those opening kills when you're on the defensive side, but SYA was able to make 2 or 3 different pushes, and one of them finally went well, and they just collapsed afterwards.
One of the big things, though, was Bohm did get that camo and did pretty solid work with it the entire time. Eventually dropped over there probably about 5 seconds ago, but Lifestyle over here with no ammo. Now, this is a weird situation to be in because he has to get back up top immediately. Is he going to elect to flood in here and go for the triple cap is the question. Looks like they are going to get aggressive on the yard. To me, this is a little bit of a mistake because now that's leaving the opening for the spawns on the other side of the map. However, they do have a player that's S4, so we'll see what happens here. Big fight over here towards that yard area. Multiple people going towards bottom middle, but not enough. Are they going to be able to capture this? They send 2 over towards nest, 2 towards bottom middle. Bottom middle gets contested. Now Bachihawk gets that kill. And there's the nest going on over to these guys, and Musa trying to control this and go for bottom middle at the same time. So Dave, I always wonder, is it worth to go for the yard? In my opinion, it's not. In that situation, they get punished.
It's tough to say because obviously Most Wanted needs some sort of huge swing in order to close out the game. So I liked where Lifestyle's head was at because it's one of those times where it's like, all right, can they actually hold their setup for, you know, let's say 40 to 80 uncontested seconds? And that would be kind of tough to do because obviously SY are always going to be aggressive. They're eventually going to get some sort of entry kill and be able to push out. But yeah, it's tough because obviously they sort of made the mistake. They made the move for SYA by pushing out, giving up a couple deaths, and essentially gave up control.
And there it is. That's going to be game, and not the series quite yet, but a 3-1 lead for SYA. Taking a look at the kills, Musa, he only had 4 kills last game, but had 4 secures, 5 captures, 17 kills, most slays in the entire game. So a complete 180 from the previous match. And now we're moving into, Dave, game number 5, which is going to be Slayer on Coliseum. So your predictions? They were right to start, and then
I mean,
they were wrong, and then they were right again. So
yeah, flip-flop so many different times on this, but it's I mean, even despite what's happened in some of these earlier rounds, I still believe that Most Wanted is the better Slayer team, and I believe that SY is the better objective team. I mean, we've seen that partially true. I mean, we saw SY do a great job on this Strongholds round, but and I would also argue that the Slayer that we saw earlier was like a 47-50 on Eden, so it wasn't that convincing of victory. But in short, I still think that Most Wanted still the better Slayer squad, so we're gonna have to see if they hold true.
yeah, and they're down 3-1 in the series. 2 of the next 3 games, Dave, are going to be Slayer, but they have to win all 3 of these. So it starts with this next one on Coliseum. And I always believe that Coliseum, when you're down in a series, is a good one to get it going with, because if you can, afford to, get the rockets in your favor or some sort of weapon, that is all you need necessarily to get some sort of momentum in this game. However, they've just been kind of getting out rotated a little bit severely. And I think that the communication, again, we can't hear exactly what's going on, the words that are being said. Just seems like SYA is a step ahead in terms of where they want to be on the map. Maybe it's objective. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's more of an objective thing because I think that funnels through all the SY players. They seem to be more on the same page on an OBJ saying, all right, we're always going to push towards getting that trip cap, or we're always going to flood towards the exact same stronghold. Whereas I don't think they have that same sort of coordination on Team Slayer. I don't feel like they're the better Team Slayer team, even though they won that Eden TS. So we'll see if Most Wanted are able to get control of the power weapons and slow this one down. But I'm ready to start up whenever you want to count down.
All right, I'm loading in here, but we will start this here pretty shortly. Got some tweets coming in from these guys. Great commentary. Well, she says, coming up, which power weapons do you prioritize? I said both. It's true. I want both of the weapons. I want all of the weapons, all of the kills. All right, guys, we are getting ready. Dave, I'm ready. 3, 2, 1. Let's start this one off with Boom X, who's making his way over towards. Looks like he's going runway and trying to get his scatter shot to start this one. And I am a big fan of going there in the beginning of the game. A lot of people don't expect it. You can also lay extra, fire on people at catwalk like you just saw, and also help towards the rockets, which he's doing right now. However, Blaze somehow magically gets a kill on the destroyed with an assault rifle and even stays alive bottom center in the trenches for as long as he can. And it's been a pretty decent start for both teams. However, it looks like it is a big battle for catwalk.
I mean, it's sort of worked out for Bomax so far. I mean, he got 2 kills near catwalk and snipe side, but I feel like pushing towards that runway, towards that scatter shot at the very beginning, is such a risky play because things can go very well for you, where your teammates are already getting people weak, damaged, and you're in the perfect spot to like flank around to get the finish. However, it can also backfire. You're leaving your teammates down numbers on the higher parts of the map, where you can really be no effect if players are over towards top snipe, or if players are over towards the rocket bridges. So it's one of those things that it worked out, but I feel like not so much because of Bohm. I felt like his teammates did a good job of doing whatever damage they could in their situation.
Well, it also depends on how you play it, and I think that he played that one pretty well. Right now, taking a look at it, he's 5-2-0. So one of the things is there's multiple ways to play in the beginning of this one. I mean, you want to send multiple people towards catwalk, but I do agree with sending someone towards the scatter shot. I think that it's a really smart play for a couple reasons. I guess the only way that it doesn't work out is if you end up getting caught, right? And by being caught, I mean one of two things, where the other team copies exactly what you're doing and you're not expecting it, and then you get into a 1v1 and you lose that 1v1, and that's really big because now you're in a 3v4 situation. And then another situation would be is all of a sudden, they move their way up towards top rockets, and they also have, snipe control. Next thing you know, you're just stuck at the bottom of the map. So a lot of it does depend on how you play it and also how your teammates do it as well. But it seems like they're playing this one pretty well, and they're right back into this game. And Dave, just going back to what you said, they do great in the Slayers. It's just the objectives makes you wonder.
Yeah, and I just don't know what it is. I think it's because they get to play at their own pace. One thing that we saw from Bohm there is he took his sweet time, like, down low. And like you said, I do agree that he played that very well. But he played it well because it was Slayer, and he just worried about staying alive as long as possible, doing damage, and he moved around the map at his own pace, whereas Most Wanted, they aren't afforded that luxury in in OBJ games. It's like, if Bohm X is down for too long near Scattershot on Coliseum CTF, Blaze is already pulling the flag, running towards Sniper or something like that, and he has to panic. He has to sprint and put himself out of position or put himself in a vulnerable position early on, and that's where they have costly deaths.
That's a really good point, and you can see right now the game has been slowed down a lot from SYA. Fortunately for them, they're all on the snipe side of the map too. Typically when you see the game really slow down, it's because they're stuck at one of the bases here, but that's not the case. They do have someone that's on the back couches over there towards the pyramid, another one here in the maze with the scatter shot. Fantastic job by Musa to get that kill. And if they can get these slays and make their way over towards snipe while this weapon's coming up, they should be able to get back into this one. However, everybody on Most Wanted aware of that. That's what needs to happen for SYA to get back into this game and shuts it down. I think that was Nemesis over there locking down this area. It is with the scatter shot, allowing his teammate to escape with the sniper rifle. So
yeah,
we'll see what happens.
Has snipe.
Yeah,
he has it over towards I believe blue flag, and he's been doing so much work. I mean, he has 10 kills, only 1 death, and he's just been absolutely picking apart SYA. So I'd love to stick on with him through the rest of this, but he actually has used his entire carbine right now, so he is forced to no scope if someone sneaks up on him.
I don't blame him. I mean, you have a 13 kill lead, make that a 12 kill lead, and you're also having a fantastic game, so why not just go for the no scopes? But however, 3 players are dying because while that was happening, he was rotating to pick up that carbine ammo that you were talking about, Dave, and maybe if he would just stick with his sniper out here, he would continue to get headshots like we just saw on that player over in the pyramid. So it's going to be the big question, is SYA going to be able to capitalize on the kills that they just got?
Yeah, it's a little odd because yeah, it seems like SYA, they got a couple kills. They're in great position right now, so it's a little weird that we aren't seeing more snipes from BOMX right now because we do have players in pretty vulnerable positions. I mean, they're jumping way out, and there we go. We see Musa
Oh, rocket
eventually
to the
take down
face.
BOMX with a rocket to the face, like you said. And there's both weapons, and for some reason, SYA, like I felt like Musa kind of got a little desperate there. I mean, he got the kill. He could have maybe stayed in dire position. He decided to run over and try to get that T2 combo and end up giving up both weapons.
Yeah, everyone knows, don't be as greedy as that guy, otherwise it's not good for you. But here you have the push for SYA. They know that they're only 1 game away from moving on to the losers bracket finals, so they're definitely smelling blood over here. On board with Burton, who actually has the combo. Only 1 shot left in his snipe. Let's see if it pays off. He gets it, picks up the double, gets the killing spree, grabs the pistol. There is a player left in the trenches. I like how he left that player. There's also a grenade that came in from that guy, so nice job by Burton just staying alive. Easily could have just challenged that after getting the double and tried to play too greedy, but that's not the case here. Nice, amazing splinter grenade is going to take Nemesis down to no shields. Everybody caught now on the elbow, and this is looking like SYA getting back in control of this game.
Yeah, and looks like Burton and his crew are doing a really good job actually just flushing through the base and actually fighting at their own pace, because I feel like so many different times when I've watched Burton or Blaze's POV and they start to see somebody get someone weak, they just fly right at them and end up walking right into like a bait and switch trap. They end up like in double team right away, and right there I felt like that was one of the few times where I've actually seen Burton and crew do a really good job where they kind of slow it down, methodically pick off that person who's near the, by the flag platform, and through like that splinter grenade, and just kind of took their time with the kills instead of just blindly just charging out.
Burton didn't realize that he already got that kill, goes over there and shoots 1 little assault rifle bullet, picks up the kill, and then trying to melee a dead body, ends up making sure that he can't get the double afterwards. So either way, Burton does get the spawn in the pistol kill immediately. Now we're moving into this end game, Dave, where it's pretty much anybody's match. And taking a look at the positioning, you'd have to give advantage on over to SYA. They're already up 3-1 in the series. They have a small little 1-kill lead here, but Musa with the rockets. There is a player crouching behind him, so maybe this player just clutched it big time. But however, Musa with that rocket onto lifestyle is big. Now Nemesis was the croucher, which was pretty big. Now Nemesis, let's see what he's doing, because they did kill the rocket guy, but he elects not to go for those and instead puts down cover fire over towards that snipe side.
Yeah, and I can't even see where Sniper was. I think Bocce Hawk had it and died near Blue Maze or something along those lines. But yeah, it's kind of chaotic situation right now where neither team has great positioning when they have weapons. We do see Lifestyle now with rockets over near red DMR, so he's actually in a pretty good spot to hopefully secure the sniper area.
Yeah, he's got 2 rockets now. It's only a 1-kill game, so every single rocket so crucial here. That's going to be 2 kills, 1 Hail Mary, 1 rocket kill, but does miss the second rocket, so could have been a nasty triple kill. And again, Dave, every kill matters here, so let's see what happens with this player, which is Blaze, who's just constantly running around over here in the maze, doing whatever he can to stay alive. Multiple players shooting him here, but as you can see, SYA dropping like flies. That's going to give a big advantage over here to Most Wanted. Now, if I had to put my money on these guys, obviously with that 4-kill lead, got to give them the advantage here, but we've seen numerous comebacks already in this game from SYA.
Yeah, I think the deciding factor is going to be what Nemesis does right here. He was down low near Sniper Grass, had Sniper Rifle, and eventually got high ground. And right there, look at that. Burton just kind of dies bottom scattershot side.
Yeah.
And those are the sort of deaths that we see time and time again from SYA during a standoff situation where SYA always feels obligated to just sort of create the action, try to make some sort of push, make some action happen. And in a lot of cases, it tends to benefit the defensive team if it's only one person doing it. So like in those cases where it's Blaze or Burton just kind of going solo, they're going to walk into, at best, a 1-versus-1 situation.
Interestingly enough, as Destroyed is picking up a couple kills, Blaze elected to give up his position and go for the rockets, and it doesn't pay off. taking a look at the stats, Boom X, we were on board with him to start that one as he went 8-1, and it was only a 7-kill game. So that was the huge difference maker there. And then Blaze with the 5-16, -11. So looking at those two guys as the big individuals to give us that final result there. Now we're moving into game 6, which is CTF on Truth. If we do go to a game 7, it will be Slayer on Regret. Now, I don't know, Dave. We've seen, what was it? Which games did they win? They won CTF, they won Slayer Coliseum, and then they won Strongholds on Empire to bring us to where we're at now. So it was a 3-map run there for SYA, and then it finally gets shot down over there by Most Wanted.
Well, yeah, it's pretty clear what the strategy is for SYA here. They want to close this out and have no regrets for the rest of the series. But whole point being is they've done great job throughout the objective games, and I truly believe if SYA does not close out this game 6, I believe it's going to be a Most Wanted series, because I'm still holding to that thought that SYA is the objective team and Most Wanted is the Slayer team.
Well, this is a big series for both teams. It has to be a bigger series for SYA because of the comfortable position sitting in the 2nd seed that Most Wanted's in. So SYA, they need this game. You know, they had to win that Slayer Coliseum, so they didn't even get to this situation there. But let's see what happens, because that would just be devastating for these guys to get in that position where they can secure these points and move their way towards that losers finals and possibly into the grand finals and just fall short. So we'll see what happens here. Blaze with that rough game previously. I'm ready to start this one off with him, Dave, whenever you're ready.
Still loading up here, so I'll be ready in just a moment. But yeah, we'll see. I feel like of all the objective games that they could be playing against SYA, this one's not so bad, because it's kind of tough to sneak around flags here on Truth CTF. I mean, there's kind of only a few different routes you have, so we'll see if Blaze and the crew punish them. But you can count down, because I'm ready to go.
All right, guys, 3, 2, 1. Let's start this one off with Blaze. Now, I am in the middle of making a tweet that says, come support your upcoming Halo players. Legendary Cup number 5 is underway. Everyone hit me with the retweet. Let's get as many eyes in here as possible to support these guys that are playing. Again, they've been not only grinding for these 5 weeks here, they've been grinding for an entire year. I think it's Thursday when Halo 5 has been out for a year. And to be playing at this high level takes a lot of discipline, and that's what these guys have. So let's give them as much support as we can.
Absolutely, yeah. We saw Blaze eventually get taken down top center here. And one thing I do like about this PGL event and the fact that you get to cast from the Millennial Esports studio is we do get sort of these eyes on these top AMs, and it's going to be no surprise when we see some of these guys later in the HCS Pro League, because we've seen how well they can play throughout these different events and all these Legendary Cups.
Not only that, but we're going to start seeing these guys, we have free-for-all going on, so it's not unlikely to see, players playing in the finals. For example, we saw Monster in the showcase for the HCS a couple days ago, and then we also saw Monster at the Esports Arena tournament do fantastic. So a lot of prize money up for grabs, in terms of the free-for-all for these guys that haven't had an opportunity to win much money here. So I just love the opportunities that are available here, so I wish that we could get a little more viewership in there and get some people sharing the stream. So I'm going to click tweet right now on this, guys. Hit me with the retweet, and let's try to bring this up to at least 1,500, at least 1,000 viewers here on this Sunday. So we are in the losers bracket semifinals, as you can see at the top of your screen. SYA currently in the lead over our number 2 seed, Most Wanted, 3-2, but it looks like Most Wanted has not given up yet, and it's going to be tough for these guys on the side of SYA. And this is what I like to talk about in the actual HCS, Dave, is when you get into these elimination games, I feel like in Halo 5, that's where we've kind of seen teams struggle. And that's where you see teams like Optic Gaming and Envy really take it to that next level. They don't allow teams to get back into the series, and that's necessarily what makes you, an amazing team and a team that's just kind of sitting right outside of relegations.
Yeah, and it's funny because you start to see these teams play different when it gets to those scenarios where they're either do or die moments, and that's where the clutch factor truly does kick in. Some players play the same or play to a higher level when pressure's on the line, and then other players just seem to switch it up and they crumble a bit, and it's very interesting to see which ones rise to the occasion.
Interestingly enough, up 1-0 in this game, and running another flag is SYA. Dave, and you're right, these guys are just ruthless with the objective. Are they going to be able to put this second one in? I mean, this flag It just has to be returned, and then they're good to go. Multiple kills going on over there. That's 3. Last guy alive. Where is he? There goes the return. I think they should be able to put this one in and go up 2-0, and they do. Fuel rod in the hands. Oh, look at Musa just flying in there. No regard for his life. Got to realize that your teammates are still at your base.
The craziest part about that is prior to them putting that second cap, Bocce Hawk did not have a kill. He just secured his first kill right before they got the second cap. So that's got to be an amazing feeling, being like, I don't have a cap. Guys, don't end the game yet. I don't have a kill. I don't want to goose when we win.
Well, here's the thing is, didn't we see, I think it was CTF Fathom, where Most Wanted had the lead, and then SYA came back and won that game 3-2. Now, you got to make sure that you don't get a taste of your own medicine here, because you're 1 cap away. You have such a fantastic opportunity to move into the losers finals here, and these are the type of games that you need to win.
Yeah, and Bocce Hawk getting a nice double kill, getting control of Pink, and this is exactly what SYA needs, because even if SYA doesn't close out the 3rd flag immediately, the longer that they have control of the map, that's going to reduce the amount of attempts that Most Wanted have to actually kind of close this out. It's one of those things where it's kind of your game to lose. I mean, you don't need to force any sort of flags across the map as long as you're getting kills, and then you run the flag that's guaranteed to be.
Whoa, look at Blaze coming in there, getting the flag kill onto Lifestyle. That's 2 dead. Now the last 2 players are on the Carbine side of the map, and if they want it, they're going to have to put this last one in. It is sitting there on the flag. Is Blaze going to be able to do it? Here comes the sprint. Here comes the thrust. He grabs the Storm Rifle by accident. Now the flag is sitting underneath the base. Musa does get that sword kill. Now he's looking for the return. Burton going in for the touch. However, there is a player with the fuel rod. That's Nemesis going in there. Is Nemesis able to get the touch? He does. So he tosses out bottom center, looking for more. That's Bocce Hawk flying in for the touch. Now it looks like we're going to be in a little bit of a standoff here as the flag is out bottom center. Now it is stuck there. So Burton, is he going to go for the return? He's on it already. However, Slay is going on over to these guys for Most Wanted, and I think the return as well. So extremely, extremely unfortunate events for Blaze and this SYA squad. Not sure why they would ever put it in there where the flag wouldn't get prioritized over the Storm Rifle, but it happens.
That was, yeah, incredibly unfortunate. I mean, even disregarding that one part, I mean, there was some great clutch plays from especially Nemesis, who took the time to go grab that fuel rod and bring them to get that stop. Like, I think in most cases, when the flag is 1 inch away from being captured, most people's thoughts isn't, hey, I should quick grab this weapon. It's more like, I'm going to desperately throw these grenades across the map, try to get as many shots as I can, and try to get over there as quick as possible. So props to Nemesis, too, for taking just that little bit of extra time when he was near top center, grabbing that fuel rod, and eventually helping secure that recovery.
Yeah, and again, that's the cap that you need to have. It's pretty much it's a guaranteed cap as long as everybody plays that correctly. Now, I think that the flag runner played that correctly. I think that Blaze played that correctly. However, you did have someone that was sitting over there in the Carbine side of the map that should have rotated and been a little bit more of a meat shield for Blaze, as he could have secured that capture and also watched the window as that was taking place. Yeah. So small misplay by the guy Carbine side, and now you have Most Wanted getting back into this game. Now, what seemed like a 2-0 lead and what was looking really good could disappear very, very quickly, Dave.
Yeah, and we're seeing SYA get shut down immediately every single flagpole they have right now. Whereas the first 3, I think they were 3 for 3 early on in the game, right? Like the very first 3 pulls they had, they pretty much
except for that last one.
They had so 2 for 3, I meant. Yeah, except for the last one. And then now we're seeing their flagpoles get shut down almost instantly. And I'm looking kind of at player outlines on the map, and I see like Nemesis playing defense towards the base, and that's something almost specifically to counter, I'm sure, Blaze.
Yeah, and then they went for a flagpole there with the sword, but they pulled it towards where the players were crouching. It mainly destroyed for Most Wanted. So again, could have pulled that one a different way, tossed it out bottom center, ran it pink side, or just baited it to try to value life a little bit more. And it seems like now Most Wanted feels their opportunity to get back into this series. And it seems like when you look at everybody on the side of SYA, they're not necessarily choking, but they're a little bit, I guess, excited, or just a little bit, not on tilt, but they're just not playing as smoothly as they were before.
No, I mean, it's pretty clear that when they're trying to force flags towards Carbine side when they don't have it cleared out yet, when they're trying to force a flag towards pink, when there's members over there, it just seems like they're just trying to force everything right now, whereas it happened very naturally the first 2 caps they got. They were just kind of getting the slays, and then they would run it at the correct times. And now it just feels like they're forcing everything. They feel like they have to pull the flag first, and you see how Most Wanted are reacting. they're able to just play defensively. They're able to just have a player to walk into easy kills, and then they just go on the offensive after that.
Yeah, it's just such an unfortunate cap that didn't go in. Now we're possibly looking towards going into a game 7 unless a capture does go over towards SYA. And look at Bocce just caught in the bottom of the map here. And there goes a methodical push coming in for Most Wanted. Multiple players in solid positions over here, getting 2 slays on their side. One player trapped over in the bubble for SYA, another one sitting there in the Eli. So Burton doing a nice job getting that kill onto Lifestyle. However, Bohm immediately pulling this one with the sword. Bocce getting a big double. Now let's see what happens with the spawners, because you do have Destroyed making his way in there, and this is maybe the opportunity that SYA needed, maybe a counter cap instead of an actual cap for themselves to try to get back and take this series. So it's an interesting situation because you have multiple people pushing in towards Carbine side. Meanwhile, you have players in your base for Most Wanted. Let's see what Bohm does in this situation. Ends up getting that Fuel Rod, picking up a double. Perfect execution.
And guess who's there to pull the flag? It looks like Destroyed was right in position, and actually in position to potentially stop that. So I thought he was, I thought they're playing a little too defensive, because we notice how Bowman players are able to kind of like roam wherever they want. But it seems like
Oh no!
Most Wanted just getting so many slays, but no transitions to actual captures.
Bohm committing suicide with camo fuel rods, so that's definitely unfortunate for him. As you can see, Burton over here trying to crouch, making his way into a 1v1 with Nemesis, who has the Storm Rifle. A nice help from Blaze. Now, he did buy some time for his rest of his teammates to clear out players in the base, but as you can see, SYA getting some superior map advantage here and some sort of control. Bohm getting that kill onto Blaze will at least stop the push temporarily, but I like how Burton flied in and choked these spawns over here in the bubble. Really good map positioning onto Nemesis, gets that kill. Does have no shields though. Is he able to get that kill on Lifestyle? No. Lifestyle with the battle rifle, so shutting that one down. And it's going to come down to this last 2.5 minutes, guys. Keep in mind that if this one does end at 2-2 at the 0-second mark in the bottom right, it will go into a 3-minute overtime grace period where the next flag cap will win.
Yeah, and either way, anytime there's a cap in these next 5 minutes, 20 seconds, that's going to be absolute game over. So we're going to have to see what happens here. And we actually are seeing Most Wanted for the first time in quite some while be offensive and push towards SYA's base. But it just seems like the rest of this time, I'm just a little concerned with how defensive Most Wanted are, because whenever they have a couple members of their base, sure, you have to counter Blaze and Burton and punish them for being aggressive, but at the same time, you have half your team back of your base just trying to stop one or maybe 2 members at the most, and you just get trapped in the base, and that's exactly what's happened to Most Wanted right now.
Burton sees his opportunity to go for the flag. Multiple players dying left and right. He pulls it car side though, and there was a player sitting in the Eli. So when you pull it car side like that, you can see all 3 of your teammates now have been drawn out towards the bottom of the map, which is going to give a huge opportunity for Most Wanted to get in position to try to pull this and get a counter cap. A couple kills going on over to SYA, but you can see Destroyed made a nice way into that base and snuck it out there. Does get dropped though by the Fuel Rod player, which was Burton. So let's see if SYA values this flag return. It looks like they will because of the fact that it is 2-2. And they also get camo at the same time. So let's see if Bocce able to do anything with this, because he's the most important player on the entire map right now, and everyone on Most Wanted knows it. So they're trying to shut him down. As you can see, they're just all lighting him up. Drops with that camo. So nice job by Most Wanted to shut that down.
When he finally thought he was safe, finally got his full camo back up, he peeks out, but there were still 2 members just poking out from bubble and from window. It's just surprising they didn't get punished more, but it does look like he still got the job done, because it looks like his squad is still run the flag across the map right now.
Nice job by Musa. Musa, oh, he could have went for the Spartan charge onto that player. I thought he was going to do it. However, the flag still is down, so it looks like the flag's going to be split. It looks like it's going to go car side, and you have pink control going on over to SYA. So look at Blaze running across the map over there. I think the flag is down. So is it getting returned is the question. No, it's not. So there goes the spawn. Bocce going to be able to get that touch. 3 players now for the Eli, and it's all going to come down to this last 3 minutes, Dave. We are going to be going into overtime.
And I'm wondering how we're going to see SYA play this, because there's plenty of times where we see SYA just kind of give up on defense and just almost push completely offensively, and that's what 3 members are doing right now. We did just see Bocce turn around, putting shots in his strike. That's a great job though by Bocce, because I think SYA sometimes gets in this mentality where they just have to be aggressive the entire time, And if Bocce did not turn around and help there, that would have left the flag carrier in a one-on-one. And you don't want to put those sort of odds against yourself when it comes to the final cap of the game.
Look at Blaze getting extremely aggressive. He even wanted to charge in with the flag, but realizing that he had to back off here. Destroyed getting a kill onto Bocce Hawk. Make that 2 going over for him. So now last guy alive is Burton with the flag at his base. Fortunately for them, SYA that is, they do have Burton with that sword. Burton needs to win this 1v1. He does so onto Bohm, switching on over to his sword. Not going to do it. Destroyed, had the camo, trying to get that return. It didn't happen, but they do get it somehow. And there you have it, right back into the series. We're going to a game number 7. And that's just so crazy to see. I think it was 5 or 6 minutes, up 2-0. They end up dropping that game. That has to be deflating, going into Slayer Regret now, all tied up 3-3.
I felt like SYA just started playing different after they did not get that third cap, which was almost a guaranteed one. And maybe there's turmoil within the team as far as yelling at each other, saying like, "How did we not finish that off?" Or you could just tell that they started playing different afterwards. Like the flags they started to try to force and try to capture were nowhere near as clean as their first ones.
Yeah, not at all.
They would just try to run it like you said. There was 2 or 3 different times where SYA would run at Carr, and they didn't have Carr under control. And it wasn't just like one person would die for that flag. We would have Blaze bring it out towards Carr's side, die, and then Musa would try to continue rallying it and just give up another kill and give up map control.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem, besides not getting that last cap in when the guy didn't rotate from Car's side to watch the window push coming in, and Nemesis was able to charge in with the fuel rod, was those carbine pulls with the sword. They had the sword and the flag, and they elected to charge when they didn't have the bubble locked under control and didn't choke the spawns over there. So that ends up being the big difference here. But either way, all of the storylines out of the window. We're moving into game number 7 here, Dave, and who are we going to watch?
Well, I also want to announce that I'm going to flip-flop one more time. I'm going with most wanted for this series. So I think, because, I did call that. I think this is like the 3rd or 4th time, something like that. But
pretty much Dave has switched his opinion on the teams after each and every game, which can kind of tell you what kind of a person Dave is as well.
A person who updates his views based on new changing information.
There it is.
But I'm ready to start this one off whenever you are.
All right, 3, 2, 1, let's go. And Nemesis had that clutch play with the fuel rod in the previous game, so I want to see what he's going to do to start this one off. Looks like all 4 players on the side of SYA elect to go for that overshield. Meanwhile, you have Bocce Hawk that rotated. Now, what happened with the overshield, Dave? Did anyone?
It's still up. There was a splinter grenade on it, as I believe it was Lifestyle who jumped into that and got finished off by some headshot from somebody. And I believe we did see someone get away with the first OS, and that's Destroyed, who has OS scattershot.
Oh, Destroyed just got stuck twice with the plasma caster, and he lived with overshield. So. Hello, that needs to be fixed.
Back in the old day, Halo 1, you got stuck. Didn't matter if you had OS or not. You were done for.
Yeah, I mean, I can recall an AGP 4 when we had a 1v1 and I had camo overshield on top of the platform playing you in 1v1, and I dropped down and you stuck me, and then I realized that I will never ever drop from height advantage ever again for the rest of my life, and I never did, solely because of that play. But apparently you can stick people with as many plasma casters as you want, but you still live. So I'm not a big fan of seeing that. But either way, looks like a nice little lead here to start this game for Most Wanted. It's going to be 10-6, and based on the last couple games, you got to be feeling the momentum, especially after that flag capture not going in. Again, you got to be questioning yourself on the side of SYA. Who necessarily messed up? Why weren't we able to win this series and make our way towards the losers finals? And you can't think about that now. You got to just focus on getting this next overshield as it comes up and try to get top center control.
Yeah, and this is, fortunately for SYA, I would consider Regret Slayer a fast-paced mode where they aren't going to get punished as heavily for trying to be aggressive and continually pushing, whereas something like Eden or Coliseum, when pushing the entire time, can backfire completely by giving your team, down in numbers and trying to create action where it's really tough to create action just by yourself. So we're going to have to see how this plays out, but SYA bringing it back when they were down by 6 kills early on, and now it's only a 1-kill game.
They are, and Musa actually picking up the Plasma Caster after dropping the Storm Rifle does kind of pay off for him. He ends up getting the trade, but something to keep in mind, Dave, is obviously huge momentum right now for the side of Most Wanted, but go back to game number 2 where Burton ended up going 22 and 11. So if Burton's able to have an amazing performance like he previously did, or if anyone's able to step it up individually right now for the side of SYA, they should be able to hang right here in this game, but I think they've done a pretty good job so far based on what we've seen, the map positioning, the control for Most Wanted, also the momentum. 20 to 17 isn't the worst case scenario for these guys.
No, I mean, Burton is still putting up big numbers again. I mean, he's 8 and 5 at the moment, but one thing I think that contributed to Burton dropping a 22 bomb was the fact that he had Sniper and he was not missing any shots. He was hitting some ridiculous angles, some ridiculous snapshots that entire Eden Slayer game. So we're going to have to see if he can do it again without the assistance of the Sniper Rifle.
Yeah, and right now I'm seeing what Bohm's trying to do. Bohm over there top center fighting Blaze, who's made his way underneath red base. Nemesis is going to get that kill. Immediately Burton's just going to try to get that Slay on over to Destroy to try to trade kills over here for SYA. Now nothing coming up on the map in the next minute or so, so it's pretty much all individual just skill and teamwork over here. And you can see map positioning heavily on the favor of Most Wanted. Everybody trap on that pink side. So if you're SYA, you have to formulate a better plan to charge out. You can't just all go up the pink street. You have to charge over here towards this grass area, which Bohm is currently locking down. And the fact that he has the scatter shot now is just going to make it so much more difficult for these guys to regain control.
Yeah, and Bohm just always doing a great job when he does have scatter shot. Think back to the Coliseum Slayer, where he decides to go towards bottom center, takes it slow, gets the perfect angles, and that's what he's doing again. Like, his teammates do such a good job during Team Slayer, and I think on one hand, I've been critiquing SY for maybe making too many pushes and being a little too aggressive during Slayers, but maybe I haven't been giving him enough credit to Bohm and Most Wanted for how they play it together, because it's not just Bohm doing a great job flanking. It's his teammates doing a great job staying alive and buying so much opportunity time for Bohm to make his moves.
We're kind of coming into that touchy point of this game, Dave, where the game is getting a little bit out of control for SYA, but that overshield's coming up here. So if they're able to get the slays that they need on SYA as this power-up is coming up, that could prove very, very useful for them. However, they're not able to do so quite yet. I'm not sure when exactly that one is popping, but you can see Bohm is just sitting there waiting for this one now. He's been alive with the scatter shot.
Bohm's been ready for it for like last 45 seconds.
Yeah.
So whenever this overshield comes up, and it's funny because as it's probably coming up like a few seconds ago, he bails from the area.
Blaze picking up a pretty big double kill now. This is only a 5-kill game, and if you're able to just get these guys onto one single respawn, you're right back into it. And as you can see, they pick up 2 kills. So if they can just collapse on these guys over towards blue, they're right back into this game, and it's going to be virtually tied here, Dave. And everybody actually spawned on the blue side of the map, besides one player for Most Wanted. So they all dipsy-doodled out of there as strong as I would say and made their way towards the other side of the map. But Bocce completely aware of that, no longer hunting players in blue, realizing everybody for Most Wanted is on the red side. Now Musa way too out of position for that one, at least weakening a player there for Bocce. Bocce not able to finish that kill. Now everybody a little bit out of position because of the fact that Musa overextended, and that's why you get punished. SYA, pretty big mistake there, especially Musa charging in.
Absolutely, and that seems to be their downfall. They don't seem to know what to do when they have the advantage or when they should kind of slow things down. They have 2 speeds. It's either dead or just go, go, go. And you saw how Musa did not hesitate one bit, charge into a base where there's 3 members there, when he could have just possibly bought some time. Poked into a couple shots, put himself in a more safe position. But like I said, it just seems like they have this on/off switch, and when when the switch is on, they're just charging 100%.
Not over quite yet. A couple slays going on over to SY is going to give them a little bit of hope. Green Gun's going to miss, though. He's going to fight a scatter shot guy. Bocce drops to Bohm. So a fantastic job by Bohm, at least trading kills here, and that's exactly what happened. 2-on-2 situation here. Overshield is up, destroyed, trying to make his way down there with the Plasma Caster. Lands a Splinter Grenade, should buy enough time for his teammates to come down there. And this is pretty much what this game has all come down to, Dave. Now it's a 6-kill lead here. Make that a 7-kill lead, and it's looking a little bit ugly here. Triple kill going on over to Destroyed. That's going to be game, and the comeback did happen after being down 3-1. Most Wanted comes back. Your number 2 seed ends up taking out SYA after they had CTF Truth in their grasp, Dave. They were up 2-0, and then that counter cap happened, and it was over from there.
I mean, just like we both predicted from the beginning of the series, Most Wanted walks away with it.
I guess you could say that, but hats off to both of the teams. I mean, SYA, they're totally in the last week or two making a name for something. Look at that smile, Dave's so excited about that one. But seriously, Dave, SYA, they can't be too upset. Of course, they want to win. They 1,000% need the points. But I think that they've made a strong case for themselves that they should keep their squad together and try to work on some of their problems here. But either way, let's take a look at a little bit of a mini montage coming out for Most Wanted and their epic 3-1 comeback to win that series 4-3. And yeah, Dave, as you said, your predictions always spot on. But I think we're looking at the guy right now who was the MVP in this series for his team, which was Bomax. I mean, fantastic starts to the game and just very calm, cool, and collected the entire time that he was playing. Great job controlling the weapons for these guys. And, looking at both of these teams, I think that they both have a lot that they can take away from this series to make improvements going into the next week. So that's what one of the things is by moving up in this bracket even more, you're gaining that much more practice. So a team like Threes Up that's sitting there and watching, by not making it that far in the bracket, not only are they sacrificing points, but they're sacrificing some very important practice time. But there that is that flagpole and capture that didn't go in their favor. And that pretty much was the story of this series, the CTF Truth game, where they were up 2-0, putting that last flag cap in. One guy alive ends up stopping that flag cap and completely changing Legendary Cup history, Dave.
Changed the course of history with that one grab. Absolutely. Yeah, in general, I'm curious to see how Contagious are going to do against this Most Wanted squad, because Contagious has been sitting around for a while. I mean, they got barely handled in the first series when we saw them actually taking on Daddy's Daycare.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna have to see if the break maybe helped them, maybe regroup, maybe they've actually listened to some of the casting and maybe picked a few things that they could work on better as a team. Or yeah, we're gonna have to see how well they do against Most Wanted.
All right, guys. Well, we will find out. We're going to take a quick little break here, and we'll be back from the Millennial Esports Studio in Las Vegas, Nevada. Welcome back to the Legendary Cup week number 5. T Squared and Walshy bringing you the entertainment from the Millennial Esports Studio in Las Vegas, Nevada. Dave, you're not with me. Wish you were.
I wish I was too, man. I've had a lot of fun flying out there past month when I was out there a couple weekends in a row. But I'll be out there in what is it, 3 weeks, something
Yes.
like that for for the biggest open land at the Millennial Esports Arena.
Yeah, make sure everyone comes checks it out. Also, guys, make sure that you share the stream. I know that you guys have friends that are interested in Halo. We're currently sitting at, I think, 450 viewers. We all know that's not good enough for Halo, and especially for all these players that are putting on an absolute show. We went to Game 7 previously. It was Most Wanted going up against SYA, and now we're moving into Most Wanted going up against Contagious. And you gotta wonder, Dave, who has the advantage here? You'd have to think it has to be Most Wanted because of the fact that they're coming off a huge momentum boost now. Everyone's tweeting about the whole storm rifle thing that happened. Obviously, Blaze going in there trying to capture the last flag, picks up the storm rifle instead. Everyone's saying how that's going to be haunting him for a week now. Even clipped it and uploaded already to Twitter. But one of the main things is on the other side is something as small as that can give so much life to his team like Most Wanted that it's easily going to carry on over to this Contagious series. So it's unfortunate for these guys on Contagious that they're going to be going up against a team that's so hot. And as you were saying, Dave, that they've been sitting there for a while. So the big question is how do you prepare for this? Do you go and find another team to scrim? Do you play Arena? Do you play the flag warm-up, which we know everybody currently plays in Halo 5? And Dave, we were thinking that I personally believe in scrimming all the way up until the time that you have to play.
I would say scrimming, definitely not flag warm up. The 2v2 flag warm up, I'm not a big believer in that game type as far as being great warm up. Let me think. Besides that, I think they just have to, just scrim a bit and keep in mind that Contagious actually beat Most Wanted earlier in the bracket, so they
That's
beat them in
true.
like
I
winner
forgot about that.
semifinals. So it's going to be interesting to see which team can adapt better because obviously they know how each other plays. They're going to probably have a few repeat game types at least, and it's just going to be more so seeing if Contagious can either stay on fire because who knows if they were on fire the first series. I would have to assume so because I feel like when I was watching Contagious earlier against Daddy's Daycare Squad or Daddy in the Daycare, it just seemed like they made a few too many mistakes for my liking. Like in general, their shot was always on fire. They seemed to be in position for the most part. But whole point being is it just felt like they made a few basic mistakes that shouldn't be happening at this high level of Halo.
That's right, and we're going to be jumping on board with these two squads, Contagious and Most Wanted. They're going to be battling on CTF Coliseum, Slayer Eden, Strongholds Rig, CTF Truth, Slayer Plaza, Strongholds Eden, and Slayer Truth. So a lot of Truth, a lot of Eden on this one. And I guess whoever's going to be the better team on those two maps probably going to have a huge advantage here. They're 4 out of the 7 game types here, Dave. No Stasis. Doesn't look like there's any Empire in here as well. So who do we want to watch here to start this one off?
I'm still loading it up and gonna join it up. But one thing, I think I would like to start off with like Scariotic because he's a player I've heard a lot about. I've seen play from time to time, but I just want to see if he's if he's consistently playing well, like always in good position, or if he kind of tilts, or if he's just always relying on a shot and being able to outshoot
He likes
people.
to
Like,
hold a lot of power positions, so I think that that's something in CTF Coliseum that can
so
go
he plays
really
it
well
very
for you.
safe.
Yeah, but at the same time, you got to be very ruthless with the objective and get in there and do something that we saw Blaze's team do, even though they didn't win the series, just creating chaos and things like that. Because if you can do that, you're gonna make the team of Most Wanted be a little bit stressed out on where they want to go with the objective. So I'm ready when you are, Dave. Ready to start this one?
Still loading up, man. I'm a little slow. This
You need a
internet out
new
here in
Xbox One,
Washington.
man. No, I'm just
All
kidding.
right, I actually am finally good to go now. So whenever you want to count down.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Scariotic, what do you got for us, man? Where are you going to go to start this one? Looks like he's electing to go towards the pyramid side, grabs that splint grenade, chucks it over there to where an opposing player possibly may be waking his way, but it looks like Lifestyle ends up fighting 2 players over here and has to back off towards the cave, ends up dropping eventually, and then a lot of pressure going out from that grass area. So I'm assuming that they made that same play as before where Bone
Yeah,
went down
boom.
towards that scatter shot and then made his way towards that grass area. So could have been an opportunity for the side of Contagious to watch the previous series and pick up a little intel on what these guys like to do. But however, only 1 player are alive right now for Most Wanted, and that's Nemesis, who ends up dropping to Trippy, who traded with the Rockets. So Tire Iron running this flag very quickly towards the elbow. No plasma, no storm rifle there on the flag to stop that flag from going in. Tire Iron puts in and gets the stealth cap.
Yeah, was not spotted at all during the entire run, but that's kind of not too tough when 3 members of the opposing team are all dead, so no surprise there from Tire Iron being able to get that stealth cap.
Yeah, and I'm taking a look at what Lifestyle's doing, jumping up, getting that double kill, and the Guardian Angel looks like a possible counter cap here for Most Wanted. Players spotting underneath their base and towards the runway. That's going to be easy pickings for Lifestyle, looking for another kill. That doesn't connect. However, he does take that player to no shields, runs past the rockets, so he has to double back, and look at that, 2 rockets still left. So kind of a dream scenario for Lifestyle until all of his teammates died, and Trippy even falling off the map. So he's going to immediately be called out. Multiple players going to try to collapse, and Saiyan ends that little spree.
Yeah, I mean, seemed like Most Wanted had the weapons, they had good positioning, but I would kind of disagree with the time when Lifestyle pushed towards his main bridge. I mean, we've seen, especially Optic, do it perfectly where they consistently push towards the opposing team's snipe cave and just get sniping angles from there to escort the flag carrier. So I'm not sure, maybe Lifestyle could have been in a better spot to guard this flag carrier because obviously their flag run died at the fountain and no one was there to rally it back.
Not at all. So the map's kind of been reset here. However, rockets are up. So let's see what happens. Looks like Scariotic's trying to go for those. And you also have Lifestyle making his way over towards this side of the map too. So Lifestyle able to grab the rockets again. We saw that he did have the rockets previously and not able to do as much work as he wanted to because of his teammates dying all around him. But look, Lifestyle ends up going right back to the same exact spot that he did before, whiffing on one, switching on over to his pistol for some reason. Ends up kind of getting punished for that because he's taken to no shields. That could have been pretty ugly. Not sure if I agree with that play.
Yeah, it's a little greedy. I mean, he was ahead in the fight. He did a little bit of splash damage to the rocket, so I could see where his head was at, where he just felt that he could just finish off the pistol, save a rocket for a much tougher kill later. But in the end, he risked so much right there by almost getting killed by the splinter grenade.
Fantastic discipline from Contagious. Not something that you would expect to see from a team that's so newly formed. They all sat back in the back of the base waiting for Lifestyle to push in towards that window. And one of the big things is when you have the weapons, Dave, you know this best, that you can't be the first person to push in there. You have to wait for more teammates to push in and distract so you can come up and play cleanup and try to make things a little bit easier for yourself. So I'm kind of shocked to see Lifestyle just immediately fly into the window with those rockets and not value his life so much.
Yeah, I think he was trying to be a little too helpful, trying to get over the enemy flag as fast as possible and hoping to catch some people off in bad position. But like you said, I think a lot of props also goes to Contagious there for just staying in great position. They knew that the opposing team had rockets, weren't exactly sure where they were coming from, so they stayed in one of the safest spots they could. They just created some space. Anytime you're far away from the rocket launcher carrier, it's so much easier to dodge those shots.
Now just taking a look as Saiyan got a trade over there towards the catwalk side of the map. And he's the big slayer right now for his squad, sitting at 12 and also destroyed the big slayer for the Most Wanted team. Now, I've got to say, I've been extremely impressed with both Saiyan and Destroyed, not just in this game, but just in general over the last couple weeks of watching these guys played. To me, I'd probably say these are the 2 players that are, you can't really say most improved because I haven't had an opportunity to watch them play much, but the most surprising players for me in terms of their skill level and coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, they're just absolutely dominating. I mean, I'm sure they've been on the scene for quite some time, but to see them not only being here in the losers bracket finals of Legendary Cup number 5, but actually throwing up huge numbers too. I mean, that's no joke when you have 13 kills, 2 flag returns here on Coliseum CTF.
Against a team that you would assume we're giving them the advantage going into this series based on the series that they just had, the momentum, the fact that they're a little bit more warmed up. Is you know, Contagious a little bit, I was going to say SYA, but is Contagious a little bit cold from sitting there and watching that SYA Most Wanted series? But it doesn't seem like that's the case. They're up 2-0 in this game.
No, yeah, and I'm actually very curious to hear what the score was prior in their previous series in the winners bracket semis, because obviously Contagious came ahead, beating Most Wanted in the winners semis, but I was not sure how close it was. Like, was it a game 7 nail biter, or was it just business as usual for Contagious?
Yeah, I can't remember what that series was either. We'll have to take a look at the bracket after this series and find out. But either way, a couple slays going on over to Most Wanted, and we know from the previous series, can't count them out even when they're down in the series or down in the CTF game here. So we're getting word that the series was 4-3, Dave. So it was a nail biter all the way towards the end, making their way towards Game 7. So with that being said, the fact that it was Game 7 and that this game has been pretty one-sided in terms of the score right now is a very, very good sign for Contagious.
Yeah, but you got to give it to Most Wanted too, where they can maybe eventually slow this down, correct some of their mistakes. I mean, this 6-minute mark is the most important time in these games because you have rockets and sniper coming up simultaneously.
You do, and sometimes one of the best things that you can possibly do is run the flag while those weapons are coming up, because everyone's so concerned about setting up that they're not focusing on the flag that's being ran. But at the same time, on the other end, if you're not able to get the slays, that's going to give the weapons on over to the other team, and a nice little counterpull coming out from Trippy as well. So the fact that they got numerous slays and they're in a 3-on-2 situation should mean that they're able to get this return. However, Destroyed crouching around the corner, getting that backpack onto Scariotic is definitely going to slow things down a lot. And was that the rocket guy? Because it looks like Destroyed ended up getting a couple rocket kills after that. So I'd have to assume that Scariotic got assassinated with the rockets.
I think that might have been the case, which is rough because when you're trying to push in, get that flag recovery, the last thing you want to do is give up that huge advantage because that rocket actually came back to bite and kill Saiyan. So I'm not 100% certain if Scariotic did lose rockets there, but if that was the case, he not only lost rockets and lost his own life, but he also got Saiyan killed, who had sniper near the red sniper cave.
Here comes some sort of push there. Tire Iron picking up a triple kill all by himself, pushing into the base. Now Scariotic has to charge in here to try to get the return. I don't think they're in position to get it quite yet. There it is. He's sitting on it. There goes the touch, and it's in. Nice 3-0 and 23 kills from Destroyed. Are you kidding me? Just not enough. Every time I was looking at the kill feed, his name was popping up. And then on the other end, Saiyan for this Contagious team with 19, the most on his team. So
Yeah,
fantastic
Destroyed has
game.
many kills as the rest of his teammates combined. So his team had 46 kills. Destroyed had 23 of them.
Yeah, that's an amazing stat line there. Now we're moving into Slayer on Eden, which, again, in the previous series, I had to say Most Wanted had the advantage of this game. However, Burton said otherwise with that 22-11 performance. So we'll find
I
out
would
who's
still
going to be going
consider,
big on Contagious.
yeah, I was gonna say I'd still consider Most Wanted heavily favored here on Eden Slayer, just from the fact that in order for them to even lose that Eden Slayer before, which was a close game, Burton dropped a 22-11 bomb. Like when someone drops a bomb that huge, you'd assume they're gonna win by a much larger margin. But the fact is, they only won by like 2 or 3 kills
Right.
when Burton was going that hot. So I still think Most Wanted has a good game type come up here to possibly tie up the series.
I just want to reiterate and touch base again on that triple kill that Tire Iron got in there, pushing with the pistol at the very end of the game, and even kind of weakening that fourth player, really opened up the map for that final return. So even though we didn't get a chance to talk about his overall performance or necessarily see his screen very much, he was a big difference maker in that very last push. So I want to start this game off with him. Dave, let me know whenever you're ready.
Yep, joining up the game right now, so just be a little bit, but yeah, that's a good point. Is at some points it can get tough, and we overlook certain players because when you see obviously like someone like Destroyed dropping 23 kills, you start to forget about the other heroes in the game. Because biggest point about that is Destroyed was on the losing team, even though he's dropping huge numbers like that. It wasn't just like a slight loss; they got 3-0'd, and they almost had one cap just at the end there during that time when Tyron just decided to step it up and get a triple kill. But I'm now fully loading the game, so you can start up and I can continue talking about that afterwards.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Taking a look at Tire Iron's point of view, a little bit of a, what do we want to call that, an ogre twitch there?
Yep, the calibration. It was
Calibrating
funny
his
because
reticle.
I remember when first seeing that and being like, "Oh, this is the stupidest thing ever. I'm never gonna do that." And then what did I start doing? Like probably Chairman 2 later. Like I just started doing it too. I was like, "Well, everyone else is doing it.
It
I might
just
as well."
feels good on your thumbs, really. You just get, the controller in your hand, you start getting a feel for it, start warming up a little bit. It's just, it's a nice little thing to do. I don't think that the Ogres invented it though. So when I look at all the other
I
games,
mean, I didn't
especially
invent
PC
coin. I don't
games,
think. I popularized it.
yeah,
So
it's like when I look at all of the other PC games, I see people doing that all the time. So I'm beginning to wonder. But it's okay. The word jumping is Gandhi hopping, so we can just coin whatever we want in this day and age. But either way, look at this game. Most Wanted taking huge advantage of getting setups. I'm surprised how slow Tire Iron's been playing this one. All that camping and only one kill the entire time. So now full setup going on over to Most Wanted. They're going to have blue control. They have shotgun over there. Everyone being trapped over insecurity for Contagious here. So they're just going to formulate a plan here. Just slow it down. Don't give up any dumb deaths. I would just probably wait for these next rockets to come out. Probably try to rotate outside. The problem is, as you can see, they're already flying in towards security with this old set of rockets. So you can't get the new rockets when they have the old rockets.
Ooh, and I'm not sure how that panned out for Nemesis. I was watching from Lifestyle's POV there, where it seemed like they were in a great position to collapse in on security and get all these kills. But at the same time, I mean, does Most Wanted really want to go get all these kills in security? 4 spawns outside when rockets are coming up in 15 seconds?
I think Lifestyle could be the one person to afford to do so on the side of Most Wanted, because you do want to have some player that's laying down that crossfire. You also want to cut down the angle so no one just charges in towards that blue alley and gets that free reign on the people that are already sitting out towards that blue fan for some sort of flank. But here it is, Dave. The rockets just dropped here, and one sleigh did go on over to the side of Contagious. So let's see if they're able to do anything with it. However, Teammate did come in from Trippy onto his teammate there, so that's going to take him down and then force the rockets over into the hands of Most Wanted. And it's not a good start here. Now it looked like a possible, promising game with Tire Iron with that shotgun crouching, waiting for players to come in towards blue, is now just complete control for Most Wanted.
Yeah, and I like this play by Destroyed. He didn't execute very well with the first rockets and ended up rocketing himself with his very last one. But his goal was to get control of blue base because Sniper's coming up in 20 seconds. So he turns that advantage of them getting rockets not into just one weapon, but into a potential second weapon by getting control of blue.
Yeah, that's a good point, is rotating the weapons in the correct spot, mainly the rockets, because a lot of times we see the players with the rockets just kind of in no man's land, sometimes shooting, crazy pucket rockets over there towards the red side of the map. But the best thing to do if you do have the rockets is bring it over towards security or bring it towards blue so you can lock down that side of the map with your sniper player. And when you have a sniper like Lifestyle, that's all you want to do is make him comfortable so he can just focus on hitting his shots. Now, I think that the perfect setup would probably be, having the rocket guy covering, the security side or at least the flag side. And then all you need is some crouchers, either with the SMG or the shotgun, just playing the radar the entire time, or maybe one person that's pushed up and kind of distracting, so Lifestyle has these players that get pulled out there for Contagious. But either way, again, there's no reason to actually charge here. Just sit back, wait for the team to come to you. You have the lead. You can even just play the time here.
Yeah, and that's what Most Wanted is doing right now, is they're doing a really good job of just pulling down areas, letting Lifestyle get these picks. And I mean, he's gotten 2 or 3 fairly easy kills, and we see Nemesis, as you talked about, taking it slow, getting a nice shotgun kill on Tire Iron. This is a 13 kill lead for Most Wanted, and what a no scope to get the killing spree and the Top Gun medal. Lifestyle putting on a show for all of us here today.
Yeah, also hits that other no-scope. Now, wondering where the spawners are. He's looking over there towards that blue platform. Chucking a couple grenades over there, but the players did spawn over towards the blue security side, making their way towards blue alley. Now, looks like Lifestyle's fully aware of this, so he's rotated out towards the red fan, which I definitely agree with. Again, you don't want to be the first person or the farthest person that's pushed up on your team towards enemy lines. So, especially with that sniper rifle, try to get people to back out and get the baits in. Now that they've picked up a couple kills, they could elect to actually get security control, so I'd like to see them at least make their way towards that side of the map or try to make their way back towards blue, and it looks like that's what they're going to try to do.
Yeah, this next minute and 20 seconds is kind of a bit of a blur. It depends how teams want to play it. In general, there's really no weapons coming up. Obviously, it's going to be significant at the 6-minute mark when both sniper and rockets come up. But until then, it's kind of like, all right, which team makes more mistakes or which team feels more comfortable kind of pushing around. And it looks like Lifestyle is kind of listening to your advice, and going over and getting control of security, which is such a strong position.
Look at that, 11-2 for Lifestyle, 10-1 for Nemesis. So together they are positive 18, which is exactly the difference in this game so far. It's an 18 kill lead and growing for the side of Most Wanted, your number 2 seed here coming out from this Legendary Cup. Now they are down 1-0 in the series, but again, can't count these guys out. Lifestyle joking at the Esports Arena tournament, talking about how they always lose game number 1. And that's a weird thing to say, but hey, if it works, it works. Now, you can see in game number 2, it's a completely different team. I mean, 3-0 in that CTF Coliseum, and to have twice the amount of kills in the following game is just absurd.
Yeah, it seems like when someone on the other squad is not absolutely on fire, this is Most Wanted's game type. I mean, absolute domination right now. It's just their game to lose. This next 5 seconds, if we don't see Contagious getting control of both weapons and getting some sort of lead, this game's over.
Yeah, interestingly enough, when you look at the players from the side of Contagious, it's not like I'm disagreeing with any of the moves that they're making, just that they're giving up so many free deaths when they had the weapons on the side of Most Wanted, and they just got punished way harder when they had the weapons compared to when they do. So you can finally see Scariotic grabs this set of rockets now, looking for a triple kill. He did get 2, so now it's only a 12-kill game with the setup over here at Blue Base. It's definitely doable, Dave. Plenty of time left on the clock here. And again, this is where we were talking about it. Just slow it down if you're the side of Most Wanted. Maybe even play the clock, because with 5 minutes left, you'd have to assume, are these guys going to possibly be able to rack up that many kills in enough time?
Yeah, and I think if you're in Contagious shoes, I wouldn't be too worried as much about the clock time at this moment. It's more so about like not giving up deaths and finding the right spots to get picks, because at the moment they do have rockets, they do have sniper. Just great situations where Trippy can actually get picks, and that's what he's trying to do over at security.
I like this positioning coming in from Scariotic. Now, if you aren't over in security or on the blue base, this is probably your next best option in terms of where your positioning is and just locking down one side of the map. But unfortunately for him, nobody pushing out, and then Lifestyle did spot him during that time. Now, he did get the hit marker, which took Lifestyle to no shields, but not really worth it there, just kind of firing that rocket so he could try to keep his shields and keep his life there. Now everybody on Most Wanted realizing where he's positioned. I'd like to see him maybe push up with his SMG a little bit more and try to crouch over there towards that red fan area. However, there is a player that rotated out towards where the overshield spawns in strongholds, and that was a nice bait and switch move coming out from Most Wanted. They now have position outside and also are flooding over there towards the blue alley.
Well, during that bait and switch as well, Trippy got a little overly aggressive, pushed out towards the middle of the top catwalk with Sniper, got picked off by Destroyed. So it just goes to show how patient Most Wanted plays these team players and how it goes to pay off. There's so many times when we see Most Wanted has a sniper or rockets in their hands and players come to them over and over again. They're able to make full use of that power weapon, whereas it seems like when power weapon's in the opposing hand, Most Wanted just slows it down and actually allows that player to make mistakes.
Here's a big point in time in the game. Based on the player outlines, I'd have to assume that rockets right now are going to be going on over to Contagious, but however, you have Lifestyle with 1 bullet in the sniper rifle, so we'll find out what happens here. Obviously, you'd want to be in the shoes of Most Wanted based on this. Yeah, down 1-0 in the series, but looks like they're in prime position to win this game. And again, Dave, 9 kill difference, 3.5 minutes left to go. Now, I think you're about a minute away from starting to panic over here, so at this point in time, you'd probably have to start charging out and getting a couple more kills.
Yeah, and Tyron's creating that opportunity right now because he took over security, has rocket, and is now flanking towards blue, and that's where Sniper's coming up. So he did enough damage to the player near Sniper, who was Nemesis. However, Nemesis almost got away, Saiyan getting that pick, and now it's only a 6-kill game. They have Sniper in the hands of Saiyan.
It's crazy turn of events there. However, Scariotic was very out of position and gave a free kill over to Bohm. So it could be a 7-kill game. It could be a 6-kill game there. But just a very, very useless death over there to die in front of red SMG when all of your team's over at blue. Now, they didn't watch the spawns and allowed these guys from Most Wanted to immediately just push right back right when they came off of the respawn. And I think that's going to be it.
Yeah, I mean, we have Sniper in the hands of Destroyed over at Blue Bend. I mean, there's not too much more they can really do at this point. I mean, he almost got that pick on Joey, who was over at security, but this game is pretty much over. I mean, even if they're able to get the Sniper in their hands, 10 kills is pretty tough to come back from and have unanswered.
And there you have it. Lifestyle flying in with the SMG is going to shut that one down 50-39. And taking a look at the stats, Lifestyle was your MVP for the side of Most Wanted. 18-6, going positive 12 and only an 11 kill game. So huge difference maker there. And now we're moving on to Strongholds the Rig. And Strongholds the Rig, we saw before Trippy do some really good work with that railgun. So I want to see if Most Wanted maybe got a little bit of intel on that and watched what he did in the beginning of that one. Or if they're going to try to shut that down, depending on which side that they're going to be spawning on. But they're right back in this series, all tied up 1-1, Dave.
Yeah, based on the little that I have seen of Contagious here, this is the only game that they took off Daddy in the Daycare. I mean, and they took it off handily. I mean, absolutely destroyed this one. So I feel like Rig Strongholds has to be in favor of Contagious.
Yeah, definitely. And I want to see who's going to step it up on the objective side for Most Wanted. Again, they are solid in the Slayers. They've proved that no matter what, but they seem to falter on the Strongholds game types today recently. So I want to see who's going to be the big difference maker in that. And again, it's not Empire, so I feel like Empire is Most Wanted's best game type in terms of the Strongholds. And the two Strongholds game types that we're going to be seeing are Strongholds Eden and then Rig Strongholds, which is going to be the next game. But if they play Eden Strongholds any way that they played Eden Slayer, I think they'll be fine on that one. And then the game 4 and 5 is going to be CTF Truth and Slayer Plaza. So I'm going to have to, after the first game, I could have pulled a Dave Walsh and said that Contagious was going to win this one. But either way, just looking at everything, Dave, I think that Most Wanted, they're a big favorite to win this series.
Interesting. Yeah, I think I'm just going to still stick with Contagious just for the fact that they won the previous series. They've shown that there's still a strong squad. It just seems like obviously I think Daddy and the Daycare are either that far ahead or maybe we just caught them on one really good series in the winners bracket finals. So I'll make it interesting and I'll stick with Contagious for now.
There we go. That's what I like to hear.
Also, I'll probably switch soon though.
Yeah, no worries. It happens. Also, I'm looking at the friends list right now that I have, and I'm seeing that Randa is currently warming up in a custom game, and that's a good sign because they're sitting in the grand finals and they're either scrimming or doing a flag warm-up, whatever it is. Maybe it's just discussing strategy. It's good to see that these guys aren't just sitting around just waiting for things to come to them, that they're attacking and aggressively warming up, getting prepared for this next series, which is actually moving on to game number 3, and we are getting this one underway very shortly, guys. I'm just joining into the spectator mode now. It's going to be Rig Strongholds, and if you guys aren't familiar, this is the Legendary Cup week number 5. T-Squared and Walshy bringing the action. I'm in the Millennium Esports studio here in Las Vegas. Dave is in Seattle, and
I'm in my own living room right now at home.
We are going to be getting all together though in a couple of weeks here in Las Vegas, so really looking forward to that. And if you guys haven't gotten your tickets for that, you can do so. But also, if you have an opportunity, make sure that you share the stream on Twitter or just let your friends know, whether that's Facebook or any social media site, that these top amateur players are getting it on right now in the losers bracket finals. And Dave, I'm loaded up into this game whenever you are.
Count it down.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's go with a little bit of destroyed action because we were talking about how he's been impressing us. But look at that. He immediately walks into 2 amazing grenades from Tire Iron and crew. And Tire Iron, they're playing from the blue side, so they elect to go for that basement. They capture that, and they get the nest with multiple slays. So I want to scroll through and find out if anyone was able to lock down the camo, and it was. Saiyan Dave has camo and shotgun sitting over here towards the Promethean nades and making his way towards the trench. So I actually really like this route to go down towards the trench because he could have easily made his way towards basement window. Now he does misplay this, and Lifestyle goes in there and gives him the business when he had camo shoddy, and that's going to open up the map for these guys on Most Wanted. Big misplay.
Yeah, what turned out to be one of the best possible starts you could ask for, getting control of nest, getting control of basement, getting control of camo, and they kind of just blew it. Like, for example, a player poked out of Snipe Hall, gave an easy railgun kill to Destroyed. And then, as you talked about, Saiyan dying with camo, I mean, he had his head in the right place by trying to flank and press advantage even more. But I think one of the best things you can do when you have nest and you have basement is keeping good position. Yeah, staying alive and keeping good position. And I don't think flanking near engine 1 is a great position.
No, it's not. I mean, I agree with the play that he made to go towards trenches instead of open field, but Really, all he should have been doing is just sitting there, waiting for his camo in shotgun, and waiting for a player to go into his strongholds, particularly the basement stronghold. Then you just go and shotgun someone over there. It's not your job to go over there and lock down the nest side of the map. It just really grinds my gears when I see people go over towards bottom SMG when they have that basement and nest setup, because literally all you have to do is sit back onto the carbine area or where the battle rifle currently spawns, where the players are just fighting on your player outlines, and just wait for them to go nest bridge and just lay down shots and then chuck a couple frag grenades off the back wall. Boom. I've covered nest and I've covered basement all at the same time. So that did cost them 20 points when it's all said and done. At least they were able to retake that basement, and now they're going for the nest. They could easily, though, be up right now 40 or 50 points to 0.
I agree. Yeah, I think you said it very well, saying how that SMG or like that bottom engine flank is one of the worst flanks in the game. Just because it can catch someone off guard doesn't mean it's great, because it takes so long to eventually pull off that flank. And as we saw right there, Camo guy got punished because there really isn't many ways to go. Like you're running through a narrow little hallway, and you have camo, someone's gonna spot you.
Yeah, no escape routes. Also, just the way that the radar is, you're putting yourself in a position where even if you are to use the radar, you're easily being spotted, because the radar is just going to give away any of your position that you're being called out on. And then you don't have any escape routes like you were saying, Dave. So, again, I think that that's the big difference right now in this game, and maybe in this series, was just that small play that I think it was saying had onto Lifestyle. So it did look like the grenade was going to hit. I mean, eventually it just went right by Lifestyle, though. And then Lifestyle did a nice job hitting his actual shots to punish. So here we have a nice little setup again for Most Wanted. And let's see how they play this one, because all you have to do is just sit back, and then you could get aggressive, you know, like Nemesis is doing right now, and try to force the BR base and get these guys spawned in the bunker. The problem is, Dave, is once you get these kills, you have to immediately rotate back over there and watch the carbine side of the map. So is it worth to trade those 2 kills for 2 kills? I'm not really sure. Because now you see a couple players have infiltrated the basement corner side and towards the barrels. So I don't think that they would have been able to get that positioning unless they weren't so aggressive. However, they do get a triple cap, so we'll see. They trade BR for what looks like eventually basement.
Yeah, and yeah, I wonder if that's the right trade. I mean, they did end up losing basement there for BR base, and I think it's pretty safe to say that basement is the better stronghold. But looks like Most Wanted is just taking it back immediately. So maybe it did work out in the long run. Maybe when you have all the slays, you can kind of do whatever you want. But I do overall like the pressure that Most Wanted is putting when they have control of the map. They
Yeah.
might be going a little too overboard, like you said, maybe pushing a little too far towards bunker and blocking those spawns. But I agree 100% pushing towards Whitehall, pushing towards railgun spawn, and just holding those areas and
Yeah.
making them have to fight out of bunker and
Yeah.
out of BR base.
And getting overpass and stuff like that. It just
Yep.
doesn't allow you to communicate that much when you're on spawn and you're immediately getting pegged, and it's just the amount of time that you have to relay information just gets cut in half because of the amount of pressure that's being added to you. So I definitely agree. It's just that there's a fine line between overextending and playing it perfectly. So I think that they've done a nice job on Most Wanted side of kind of smelling the blood in the water and just kind of slowly strangling these guys out. However, I am totally sold on the fact that that camo play with the shotgun completely changed the momentum for this team. I mean, it goes and reminds me of that storm rifle play that Blaze had trying to put that last flag in, where immediately they just collapse after that because it's just such an unfortunate play. It's totally different where this was an actual misplay and the other one was just very unfortunate. But once you go and you give momentum to this team, it just seems like they completely ride it.
It lasts for so long. I mean, we joke about like that butterfly effect, but it's one of those things where you go down a number, and you know, for the next 60 or 70 seconds, your team could be down a member because of like that cascading effect. I mean, you start to lose 4v3 battles, and that happens over and over again. In a fast-paced game mode like Strongholds, like this one's over now with that trip cap, you don't have too much time to regroup and get all 4 members alive and make a push together. I mean, that's always the dream and always the goal. But when you're getting pressured right off your spawn and the other team has numbers on you, there's sometimes not much you can do about it.
Yeah, and that's going to be Most Wanted going up in this series 2-1, moving into CTF Truth. And Contagious, they really let some opportunities slip away, especially in the beginning of that last game. I feel like they could have got out to a really big lead, and just that very, very, you know, small turn. I guess it was a big play, but just a small change of not to throw the grenade and not give up your positioning is really all it came down to. I mean, he could have just been sitting there, and at the same time, that area, it's just a poor area to be in because it's, again, you're sitting right in front of the trench there. He could have been sitting up on the nerdy spot or even above there, Dave. We've seen a lot in the Pro League where even Boo Boo Doo with camo shotgun sits top engine. Now, that's a lot
Yeah.
better than bottom engine because now your escape routes have doubled.
Yep, and you're able to fight head on, and like you said, escape from so many different ways. The one thing that I'm just sort of noticing about Contagious, this new Contagious squad that I'm not as familiar with, is seems like they are absolutely fine when they have control. They do a great job punishing teams, capping the objective efficiently, like whether it's the flag in Coliseum or getting strongholds when they're playing rig strongholds against Daddy in the Daycare. However, when they're on the back foot, when they're on the receiving end, they seem to struggle. I mean, we saw right there, like even though we could talk about that mistake with camo and shotgun multiple times, even without that, they still lost that game handily. I mean,
Mhm.
that mistake did have an effect for quite some time, but it's not a game changer. It's
Right.
not the one that decided the game. They could have still brought that back had they played very well and executed perfectly.
Y-
But yeah, the whole point being is they just got absolutely slaughtered there on a game type which I thought they would for sure take, especially seeing how well they executed against Daddy in the Daycare.
Yep. All right. So CTF Truth, Dave, whenever you're ready.
Count it down.
All right, 3, 2, 1, and let's see what's going on with Trippy making his way over towards pink side now. That's going to be a 2-on-2, but you also have another player in Most Wanted laying down some shots through the window. As you can see, a fight going in towards bottom car side. It looks like the sword guy has made his way all the way around already. However, multiple slays going over to Most Wanted. That's going to be Saiyan as the last guy alive. Doesn't win that 1v1 either. Destroyed has the perfect shots. Here goes the momentum and the charge here for the side of Most Wanted. They have the fuel rod. They have these guys on their spawn at their base. Let's see what happens. A couple kills going in, make that 2 kills. However, nice nade from Saiyan. It's going to slow down the push just a little.
Yeah, and I thought that was a great play by BoMX. Like, did a great job laying down shots at the beginning of the game, getting towards top center, getting fuel rod, and pushing in the base immediately. So huge props to Saiyan for placing that grenade and taking out BoMX. But in general, BoMX just was staying in great position, and that's it shows great versatility from BoMX's perspective, because a lot of times when you see a player who consistently is near the bottom of the map, flanking, doing those sort of things, they tend to do that the entire match. But BoMX shows that he's versatile. On Coliseum, he likes to go towards bomb center, get up scare shot, and do flanks. Whereas on Truth, he stays up high, stayed up towards level 2 his base, went towards top center, went towards the opposing attic, and just the entire time has the height advantage and laying down shots for his teammates. So just great all-around play from BoMX.
Yeah, and here we have a flag that's being pulled, but Most Wanted completely on top of this. I'd be shocked if anybody from Contagious was able to get towards that, and it doesn't happen. So there goes the return coming in for these guys. Also, pink control is going to go over to Most Wanted. You have the sword in Saiyan's hand, so I want to see if Saiyan's able to do anything with this one. As we all know, running a flag with the sword is key in this game type. Nice little slice and dice over towards P2, but that gets shut down before it even started. Only 1 kill with that sword, and look at this. There goes the flood. Everybody from Most Wanted getting so aggressive. I'm surprised with the way this one's been planning out so far, Dave. They don't have a cap, so nice job by Contagious playing a little bit of defense.
Yeah, doing a great job playing defense, getting the crucial kills they need. However, this is another tough situation because they have 2 members on their flag right now, and surely if these members of Contagious die, that flag will be pulled and almost certainly capped.
Yeah, fortunately for Contagious, they picked up 2 kills, and that's going to be all 4 players that were charging for Most Wanted get taken down. So now we're on board with the spawners, which is destroyed, trying to make his way towards P2. Scariotic shuts that down from top center. Now, top center is a nice little area to be, but it's very vulnerable. Fortunately for Scariotic, he does have teammates in nice positions, but as you can see, Tyron gets dropped by the players that are underneath the base. And once that happens, you can assume they're immediately going to charge out towards P2. So now Scariotic, what looked to be like a good position, should drop here any time. However, able to jump up and clean up that kill at the same time. So that should have been Bohm's kill over there towards top car. However, he's not on top of it, and Scariotic's still alive somehow.
Yeah, and I don't understand how he's staying alive so long here. I mean, on one hand, when you have the opposing team back at their base, it makes a lot of sense. Top center is one of the best positions you can be in. You have so much cover from shields, you can poke out and dictate the pace of the fight. However, once the opposing team pushes out and they have any sort of position at pink or car, that top center person is usually dead in the water.
Yeah, and the map's kind of been reset for both teams here. Looks like Lifestyle trying to get some sort of car position, but doesn't realize he's flying into just a slaughter of players for Contagious, waiting for him to charge in there. Trippy gets a double kill with the Storm Rifle, looking for even more. That player is going to jump out in front of the base. Boom. Kind of questionable to fly out like that, but ends up just
So
thrusting back.
aggressive.
Yeah, thrusting back under the base. Kind of a unorthodox play that you normally don't see coming out from players, but ended up paying off for him. And I like this positioning going out by P3 over here, just forcing Tire Iron back in his base. Now, Tire Iron doing the right play, using his grenades to try to get out of the base, ends up picking up 1 kill, make that 2 kills. So nice job by him, because if he just got pinched by that flag guy and didn't get that kill into pink, they probably should have been able to run that one and get the first cap of the game.
Yeah, one thing that surprised me too about that Bohm X play where he just flew out the front of the bases, he did that intentionally. Obviously, his goal was to go out there, do as much damage, and kill that flanker who was nearest base. And sometimes I do like that aggression. There's a fine line between charging blindly towards a weak player and trying to go for that kill, and also making sure you secure kills and not let those people get away. Because there's something that, there's nothing more frustrating than getting someone super weak in front of your base and there's nothing you can do about it. And Bomax seems to have found his answer for that, which is fly out the front of the base and then thrust back under.
Speaking of Bohm, he has the camo now. We saw Tire Iron make a little bit of a questionable play where he had pink control and flies out towards top center to go towards top car, but looks like Bohm's just playing the map perfectly. That's going to be the first cap going on for Most Wanted. They're up 2-1 in this series and looking really solid so far. I mean, just perfect map positioning coming in from Bohm. And one of the things that really impresses me from Bohm's screen is he looks very, very calm, very similar to how when we watch Boo Boo Doo Boo screen, Dave, when, very rarely does he miss shots or grenade placement just based on the fact that he's not necessarily, stressed out or worried when he's playing.
Wow, and great play by Bohm, realizing that he had a good flank, going with camo under the
running
base.
That still? Oh my
and
goodness.
Yeah, he's got this one all the way back. However, he's been sprinting a bit and has 0 shield or 0 health the entire time. Like, if you look at his health bar, I've never seen someone that low in my...
Well, here's the thing is, when he got down towards bottom car, I thought he was going to put that in. Or not put that in, I thought that he was going to get taken out because he's no shield, still running it, and there's multiple players that had the angle on him. Just maybe they weren't expecting him to continue to run it or something like that. I was shocked, or maybe just they had good support.
Yeah, no angles on it, I guess. That had to be it. No one's going to just stop looking away from the flag unless they're getting attacked from some other angle, especially when you have someone that weak at bottom car.
Taking a look at the slays, Dave, you can see why this game currently sitting at 2-0. It's not looking good in the kill department right now for Contagious, but this flag has been pulled pretty far here. However, you do have Bohm just waiting to get that counter pull. Let's see if Lifestyle is able to go in here and get a couple slays to try to get this return. It doesn't happen, so there goes a cap, actually. As we're talking about how badly they're getting outslayed, the objective we're coming in to work for Contagious, they pulled that one while getting slays, which is, if you're getting outslayed, the way that you do it.
Yeah, and Lifestyle is trying to make what he could out of that situation, do as much damage, get a kill. But I think Contagious did a really good job there just backing each other up. I mean, he got Trippy to 1 shot, tried to chase the kill under the base, and Lifestyle was eventually taken out. But Lifestyle off his respawn, got the new camo at the 530 mark. Is he going to be able to win this fight against Trippy? This is so huge if he can, and that is Trippy down. Lifestyle getting away with camo, and I want to see if he goes on the offensive with this, which he should. I'm always a huge proponent of using camo offensively.
Yeah, for sure, being in the enemy base, but making sure you're not overextending your welcome too long because you already do have 2 caps. So I think one of the biggest things is people don't realize the situation and try to just continue to slay when really all you got to do is come back and secure that one. So we'll see if this flag is going to be secured right now for Contagious because it's already past the halfway point. And you have Saiyan over here trying to put in work at the red base. He does get shut down eventually by Destroyed, but is that enough work for these guys to get the touch? It looks like it's not. Just a little bit of a distraction either way. Now Bo making his way over towards P2. Going to spot out Trippy. Should be a fairly easy kill for him, and it is. That's 2 kills now. 1v1 versus Saiyan. Saiyan has to back down. Here comes the thrust from both players. Here comes the help, though, from Nemesis. 2 players end up spawning in the window. Lifestyle and Bohm should have crossfire on these guys, but Trippy immediately pushing out of his base as he should.
Yeah, it seemed like Bohm got kind of caught up in that 2 versus 1 where his teammate Nemesis was taking a little bit too long to flank. In some cases, Yeah, it's great to have a flank and attack from different angles, but at the same time, if you have two
Oh,
teammates there
overkill.
pink side,
Oh,
where from? I was on the wrong
destroyed.
screen.
Destroyed ends up getting the overkill exterm and tosses the flag out at the same time. I think this one's being pulled. Let's see how far they're able to get it. It's already sitting there on the Eli. Here comes the ground pound. No one able to get the touch. That's going to be game 3-1 in favor of Most Wanted.
They could say thank you, Destroyed, for that capture, as he gets that nice overkill, which I missed, unfortunately. But it's great to know that we've seen playing times in these legendary cups where players get like a triple kill or overkill, and no one capitalized on it. So it's great to see how uh, they were able to just like run that flag immediately. So knowing when you do have those kills that they're going to be taken advantage of.
Yeah, for sure. So now we go into Slayer on Plaza. So it's a little bit iffy here for Contagious. I mean, they started off strong, 1-0 in the series, had an opportunity even to go up 2-1 if things on Rig played a little bit differently. But I think that we're starting to see now Most Wanted really start to turn it up and prove why they're sitting at that second seed right now, Dave. And Contagious kind of looking like a team on the ropes here.
Yeah, I don't have too much hope for them to be able to bounce back. I mean, I picked them early on. I mean, it's tough not to. They won the series prior to this when they played against Most Wanted.
Yep.
They came out so hot that first game, like 3-0, just absolutely destroyed. But it's a complete different game now. I mean, it's just seems like once Most Wanted turns up or when they start to play their baseline level, I don't know what Contagious can do.
So now we move into Slayer on Plaza as we were discussing before, and I look at this very similar to the result that we're going to have from that Eden game, where if you let Lifestyle get the weapons, if you give these guys any room to run around, they're really going to punish you, and we all know how strong they are in the actual Slayer performances. So I want to start this one off with Lifestyle. Dave, let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, count it down.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's see what's going on from Lifestyle's point of view. Actually making his way down towards the bottom of the map, which it's okay, but you got to be very careful because there's multiple people that are going to try to light you up, and that's what happens. Typically, when you go that way, you're expecting people to be charging out to go towards the overshield, so I think Lifestyle wasn't expecting that. However, I think he'll trade his life for 3 any day of the week. That's a 3-1 lead now for Most Wanted. Make it 4-2.
Yeah, seems like Most Wanted's plan right there was having Lifestyle deal some damage to players going near snipe, so anyone who did go up posters or towards snipe side is going to have that little extra help, just that extra shot up on another player. Not only gives you the advantage, but just gives you the confidence going into the fight, knowing that you can charge around the corner, maybe not get first shot, and still be ahead in the fight.
Just so difficult, Dave, when you're down 3-1 in the series and you're going up against a team that already has twice the amount of kills as you. Granted, it's only 8-4. It's only a 4-kill difference, but you have Snipe in the hands of Destroyed, who's just a complete monster in this position. And if you allow these guys to get any more picks as they're doing right now, getting one onto Trippy, they're just going to be feeling themselves. I mean, they're one game away from the grand finals. You know how bad they want this one. At this point, you really have to just slow it down, wait for the next overshield, try to get a pick. Don't charge out like these players are doing right now. Even though they do get 2 kills, you are lighting up a possible snipe for Destroyed. While I'm saying that, though, it looks like they got aggressive and took Destroyed down to no shields. No one able to help clean up, though, and there it is. They drop down and get the kill. So, as I was saying, they should slow it down. They do the exact opposite, and it really pays off for them, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on each different team's playstyle. Obviously, like if we're talking about ambiguous team that, you know, we don't know how they play most of the time, like it seems like the general strategy, I agree with you, is you just want to slow it down, wait for a time to push where you can actually get more of an advantage rather than just getting like a half-empty sniper rifle. But it seems like they got the picks and pressed that advantage, so good for them.
Yeah, Lifestyle over here looking for Scariodic Sniper that got dropped in the hotel, but there is no more ammo in that one, so he's going to have to rotate towards somewhere else. And is there any ammo? No, there isn't. So he just grabs that battle rifle instead. Has 2 long-range weapons in the light rifle and the battle rifle, so I think that this is a prime position for him to be in as the overshield at that 947 marks goes over to Most Wanted. Now, one of the things is, Dave, that they need to be careful of is not giving up any deaths. Like you can see Nemesis just over there running around like a chicken with his head cut off. Wingman Metal going on over to Lifestyle. But if you have snipe control, Dave, you don't want to try to, force the issue here. Again, you can just play the scenario there. You're up 3-1 in the series. You have the lead. You know they're just going to try to fly up towards that loop or come towards the dip. You can just sit back and just peg these guys. So a little bit overzealous there. Now they're right back in this game.
Yeah, especially with how aggressive we've seen both these squads, or namely Contagious be. They don't seem content with hiding and making you fight with weird, ridiculous snipe angles to fight them. You can pretty much sit in the same exact position, sit over near snipe, and get peeks over near hotel through glass or through light rifle. So there's just so many different good angles that a sniper can hit without having to relocate and not have to force anything.
It's actually a really good sign for Contagious that they're in this game, down 2 kills, but they haven't got any overshields or really any snipe control besides you saw Tire Iron die with that one, and then Scariotic died with it earlier on your screen over towards Hotel. So I would definitely take it. I mean, you don't want to be down 3-1 in the series, and you don't want to be down, 2 kills, but based on this game, I think that they have a chance, and I think that Most Wanted's made a couple of misexecutions and a little bit of error here. So this is your opportunity to get back into it. I think it starts with someone like Scariotic going on a little bit of a run here with the snipe, so he has to hit his shots in order for these guys to stand any sort of a chance.
No, yeah, you make a great point saying how Most Wanted have had pretty much weapon control the entire game. Weapon and, I would argue, positioning
And
the better half of the
overshield.
game. And they've kept the game pretty much tied at this point. Or look at, now they are ahead now that they actually have power weapons. So
Yeah.
the fact that Contagious, when they get control, they can pull ahead, and they seem to mitigate their losses when they didn't have control. So not looking too bad for them at the moment.
Yeah, not at all, but Overshield is up, and they do get destroyed to burn that one, so nice job by Tire Iron to get that kill. They can't afford to give any more over to these guys. Now, Scariotic does miss that shot on Nemesis. The Nemesis does stay alive towards bottom center, but I do like how Scariotic not just too aggressive and ends up backing off from this position. He has to value his life here. Maybe even rotate this sniper rifle over to glass. Again, we have the luxury of being able to see the player outlines here. Handful of different things that he can do, but eventually the main goal here would be try to get back towards snipe control, because that's what this is all about. Even though Scariotic in a decent position now, he ends up dropping to lifestyle. So again, I think that these guys need to, again, we have that player outlines, we can see where everybody is, but they need to immediately rotate over there towards that loop and start pushing up towards the posters to try to regain control, especially with multiple players over there in the flowers and that cafe area. Now, Overshield not coming up for a while because it was burned last minute, so pretty much it's a huge advantage here for Saiyan. So Saiyan needs to do some work with the sniper rifle, and the rest of his teammates need to make sure they're not giving up any deaths on that right side.
Yeah, right now is the moment where Contagious kind of needs to keep it a little slow, just get a pick or two, and then collapse and take over the center of the map. Because right now, if they just wait and they don't get any sort of pick, Overshield / Sniper are going to go in the hands of Most Wanted. And they don't want to blow that positioning, that lead that they got just by sitting passive. So right here is a good opportunity. There's 2 down by Tire Iron. I would expect Contagious all to go flying towards snipe side.
Well, look at this player that's crouching over there. It's Nemesis with an SMG being extremely annoying, but Saiyan's slow play ends up paying off for him. Is he going to be able to get that kill onto Bohm? No, it's just a body shot, but Tire Iron is there to get the cleanup. So what looked like a definite series win going on over to Most Wanted is Contagious fighting back with everything that they're made of. And this is kind of what we saw earlier in that that winners finals there, Dave, where they looked like they were just going to fall to Daddy's daycare and then fought back right in tooth and nail. So fantastic resilience coming from these guys and possibly pushing this one into game 6.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if they can do it. But, I mean, Saiyan used his last sniper bullet. Now we do have Sniper in the hands of Most Wanted, which generally is scary. But the whole point is they've had that before. They've had plenty of snipers before and weren't able to make work of it. Nemesis now has a full overshield collapsing in on yard. Going to see if they can close this gap up where they had a 5-kill deficit right now and see if they can make it that a little lower.
Nemesis worrying about getting Ninja instead of actually just finishing the kill there, and that's 2 no shields players that completely got away, and Scariotic actually got a double kill with the snipe to help push this lead to 6 now for Contagious. So unfortunate for Nemesis, but either way, a really nice play by Contagious to make sure that they're getting away from those kills, because they realize that any deaths would be even closer towards ending this series.
Yeah, this is insanely surprising to me because Most Wanted have always done, on most other maps, a really good job of protecting their sniper and taking advantage of when they have a power-up or when they have a power weapon. Whereas it felt like here in Plaza this entire game, every time they've had a sniper, it hasn't been that effective. Either their positioning or they haven't covered it very well. And even when they had overshield, like you said, it felt like Nemesis was maybe more concerned about like having some flashy play happen against them rather than just playing it straight and simple. Just go for that kill.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to take a couple risks. Like ninjas will happen every once in a while. If you play a little too safe, you're just going to get burned in this game.
Yeah, and that's what happened to his overshield. He got burned. So it looks like this game probably going to be going on over to Contagious now. Most Wanted, it's not over for them, obviously, up 3-1 in this series, and this game not even over quite yet. But a couple kills are going to bring it right back over here. So there goes a snipe into Bohm's hands. Overshield coming up here pretty shortly now. They could get right back into this one. Just imagine if they were to get all 4 dead here, plus the overshield, it's going to be a 47-45 game. And I would probably trade a 47-45 game with power-ups and power weapons and superior position compared to being up in the lead. So we'll find out what
Yeah.
happens here. But you got to be a little bit worried that Bohm's going for no scopes instead of actually finishing that player off. And Trippy doesn't care. He doesn't need weapons. He's going to chuck 2 grenades and get the kills. And now we're going into game number 6.
Yeah, and right when Most Wanted needed to slow it down, not give up deaths, because I mean Nemesis was about to get that new overshield, had the time on it previously, but like you said, very aggressive, contagious. Good job for them closing out.
Yep, and we are moving into another Strongholds game, Dave. It's going to be Strongholds on Eden, and we saw what happened to Strongholds earlier in this series. It was Most Wanted really dominating there. But based on that game, I think that we saw something that you were right about, Dave. How when you get setups for Contagious, they do a fantastic job. It's just a matter of their retake strategies. And finally, they had a semi decent retake strategy in that game where I was talking how they should slow it down. They did the exact opposite. They got aggressive, and that really opened up the rest of the game for them.
Yeah, it just seemed so odd seeing Most Wanted like kind of not on the same page there on a pretty straightforward game type and setup. Like it's pretty clear when you have Sniper on Plaza over at Snipe side, just create some space, get control of like hotel, get control of like posters, maybe near loop, and just let your sniper do some work. But multiple times their sniper would just get flanked, just get taken down, or they would just give up easy deaths when they could just be pulling people out for their sniper. So pretty unorthodox play from Most Wanted compared to how they usually set up with power weapons.
For sure. So now we're moving in, Dave. What's the deal here? Are you still sticking with Contagious?
Oh,
It's a 3-2 series.
internally I've already flip flopped a few times, but I I think Most Wanted they're just gonna close this out. I mean, I'm hoping that Contagious can bring this back, bring it to like a great Game 7 series, like the one that we potentially missed earlier in the winter semis. But at the same time, I mean, a 3-2 lead, they have 2 chances just to close it out, and Most Wanted, like I felt like they've been losing some of these games and they've been fairly close, and I felt like Most Wanted's been making a significant amount of mistakes, like especially this Plaza Slayer. So as soon as they either A, get on fire, or B, just trim a few of those mistakes out, I feel like they're gonna be able to close the series out. So I think you're right, but I'll stop flip flopping. I'll stay with my original prediction, even though I think that you're gonna win this one.
All right, so I think the game is going to be starting here shortly, guys. It hasn't actually begun, so we're probably about 2 minutes away from joining this one. But I want to take this opportunity to make sure that everybody tweets the stream. Make sure that you send it out. You already know the link. It's sitting at the top of your browser, so just copy paste it into Twitter or on Facebook. Make sure you share it. Try to get as many eyes in here as possible. Again, Dave, these guys, it hasn't been just a 5-week grind for them. They've been playing Halo 5 since the beginning for this opportunity, constantly trying to make their way not in just into the pros, into the Halo World Championships originally before the actual HCS was formed. So we saw players like Ty Iron actually, I believe, was at the X Games event. So he's been playing at a really high level for quite a while now, and just trying to find his opportunity to break his way into the pros.
Yeah, I mean he's had a lot of good opportunities. He's made a name for himself, teamed with some great players. I know he's been teaming like Aries and stuff in the past, and he's made his way into pro teams, and obviously still grinding, still doing a very good job.
All right, so let's take a look at the schedule. If you guys are wondering how the format and all that type of stuff is panning out, it's Saturday and Sunday, guys, to participate in this. Everyone plays on Saturday to try to make their way into the Sunday Legendary Cup. It's the online cup on Saturdays, Legendary Cup on Sundays, all leading up to Friday, November 18th. And all the way through November 20th here in Las Vegas at the Millennial Esports Arena here in Las Vegas, Nevada. And Dave, let's take some more of Nick's $2 bills when we get a chance.
Oh, with ease, with ease. I mean, he thought he was gonna beat me in Top Golf, but that didn't happen. Especially when we took him on 2-on-2, it was just over. But
It was, I didn't have to do anything personally. It could have been 3v1 and Dave still would have won, but it's, just sitting back and just, having a couple laughs as, you know, just while she goes legendary mode on everybody. When did you start playing golf, Dave? You seem like you came out of the womb
Actually,
playing
I
golf.
I kind of got big into it when I retired from competing. Like I took a year off, kind of figuring out what I wanted to do next. Like I wasn't sure if I was gonna try to do like some sort of like casting or YouTube full time, or if I wanted to go back to school and learn programming, or what I wanted to do next. And I ended up golfing probably like 4 days a week for 4 months straight, something like that. Just doing it nonstop with
So
family and
it
stuff like
beats
that.
my like 10 times that I've ever been in my
Yes, yes,
entire
I've put
life.
in way more hours in golf than you have.
All right. Well, these guys have put in a lot of Halos, so let's watch them play this game. And who do we want to start off with, Dave? Let's go with someone from the blue side, which is Contagious. So,
Um, let's see. I guess let's kick it off with saying.
all right, 3, 2, 1. Saiyan, what do you got for us, man? It looks like 3 people pushing up towards top catwalk area. They're putting a big emphasis on this overshield. Typically, the red team has a little bit of an advantage in getting it. They do so, and they burn it at the same time. So now we're in a 2-on-2 situation. Nobody captures strongholds quite yet. Looks like Tyron making his way towards that blue bend, while multiple people are making their way towards that catwalk. I think that is the blue team. That is the blue team that did capture that. So Contagious looking like they're trying to gain a little bit of a lead to start this one. However, Tyron challenges the Rockets, and blue bend ends up getting reset. All he had to do was crouch around the corner there on the outskirts of the stronghold, and they could be capping points right now, Dave.
Yeah, he could have capped that one a bit earlier. However, Blue Bend is one of those that kind of changes hands the most. It's one of the easier strongholds if you actually try to force and take control of it. Just grab, like a person can single-handedly grab it, or a team, if they just send 2 or 3 members outside, can grab it. So yes, his team could have gotten another like 4 or 5 points, and he already committed that long to Blue Bend, so yes, he should have finished it off. But same time, I don't know if those few points are going to be the decider in this match. We'll find out.
It was probably about 40 seconds worth of points, so I'm going to probably say around, so? 40 seconds, yeah, which is probably about like 15 to 20 points, I believe.
Okay.
I
yeah,
forgot
that's
the exact
more significant
math.
than I was giving it credit for.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's not like going to make or break the game there. It's just something where now they know that they have to overextend and try to retake that one. And like you said, it changes hands constantly. And the reason that it changes hands is because the team on the back foot typically has to capture that blue bend because they're spawning over there in that blue platform area, and they can't charge the catwalk because teams have red nest and that catwalk on lockdown. So we'll see what happens as Contagious has that ideal setup here. And I'm on board with Tyron and trying to make his way in towards that turbine area and see what's going on. It looks like he's going around for a red fan flank with the plasma rifle out, but runs into 2 players there and wasn't expecting it. So they're going to be able to try to retake that red nest. And now with that overshield rockets and camo coming up, this is the most important time to stay alive.
Yeah, and I liked how Tyron earlier was trying to go towards that fan, get control of the area instead of just standing right on the rocket spawn, but it was a little questionable. Overextended a little bit with that brute plasma, and I think that's overshield in the hands of Bomex, and Bomex is not just going to only have overshield. He now has rockets, and he's going to take over Blue Bend. I don't think there's any way they can stop him.
Yeah, and there's also camo over there, and I think that's Trippy. So Trippy has camo looking for the rocket guy. Is he going to be able to get it? He does. So taking the back whack onto Bohm. Got a good opportunity to see what happened there. And now Trippy trying to shoot some crazy rockets across the map onto Destroyed. He needs to just get his footing and realize that there's players above him. He does so, does waste that rocket, but it gets the kill. Nemesis taken down. Reset coming in for Trippy. And Trippy in a very powerful position here, Dave. He can just sit there and wait over here towards this turbine area, and that's exactly what he needs to do. However, his camo wearing out any second.
I like this, though. He's constantly repositioning, getting behind the opponents, and I like this. Not only does he get the kill, but he's putting pressure on Blue Bend. Now he puts Most Wanted in a position where they have to make a tough decision. Do they go back and guard Blue Bend, or do they commit to the catwalk like they were? Luckily, they were able to take out Trippy in that case with a grenade and a finish, but same point being is that Trippy he forced them into a tough decision, and Trippy is one of the sneakiest players ever. So once again, he got right behind Destroyed on top catwalk if you were looking at a screen.
No, I wasn't. Sorry, Dave, but we
No
will
worries.
give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm sure he played that extremely sneaky. I'm on board with Scariotic right now, who we haven't actually had a chance to watch his point of view very much, but I think that he's put out a pretty solid day overall. I mean, sitting in the losers finals has to be doing something right. and he has a decent lead here, but not as much as they would like. Over here trying to capture this catwalk with his battle rifle out. Has a player to his left that doesn't realize it, and then Nemesis over here in the very tip top of blue ends up charging over there, but a little too late for Nemesis as the catwalk does go back over, assuming that he's going to try to retake that immediately, though. As you can see, he's there with Destroyed, so not that big of a deal for Nemesis and the Most Wanted squad. They're going to get right back into this one. Camo overshield coming up here shortly, Dave. And it looks like the positions are security for the side of Most Wanted and then outside for Contagious. So it's going to be a big battle here for this overshield. And I'm not sure who ended up getting that one. Oh, it's
Trippy
Trippy.
has it.
Oh, no, but Destroyed. That's
God!
twice. That's twice where the camo guy has backbacked the overshield rocket guy. So I'm not sure if that was the right move for Trippy to bring it towards where the
Trippy
camo
is
guys
not
would
having
be.
a good day with those power weapons and stuff. I mean, like, I would love to hear the comms, because at some point it's like, all right, I got rockets to overshield. These guys are about to get wrecked. And then 2 times in a row, he either has a pure silent comms, because there's 2 different kinds of players out there. There's people that just go purely silent and don't let their teammates know what happened to them when they got destroyed. Or there's the people that just scream out in frustration about how somebody shouldn't have been hiding in that corner.
So was that a pun? Because you said he got destroyed.
That was an unintentional pun. I'm not that smart, man.
Well, indeed he did. So that's twice now again where the camo guy getting the better of the overshield rocket guy. And if you had to tell me what would I rather take, I would take the overshield rockets 9 times out of 10 for sure. So we'll see what's going to happen. This game's been fairly even though for the amount of change of power weapons and power ups coming in for both teams. And speaking of a power weapon, look at Saiyan with this assault rifle making it do some serious work over here, getting nest control, and that's a triple cap actually for the side of Contagious. And if you didn't think they were in the series, well, think again, because these guys refuse to give up.
I mean, I don't like to spread around like Halo drama or anything like that, but did Big Sauce have a kid back in the day? Because it might be sane after watching that AR skills right there.
For sure. I mean, it could be Danford. Who knows? But I know that he was one to crouch around with dual wields over there when Halo 2 got launched, especially in Zanzibar. But either way, Satan is going to drop over there towards that red fan. And it looks like Trippy now trying to take his place over here on this side of the map, laying down some shots on a Nemesis. Ends up backing off to Lifestyle, which is the smart play here. Ends up jumping, though, after that. So curious to see why he was playing that smart and then elects to jump out there. Yeah, rockets were coming up and you want to try to hold these guys off, but again, right when the power-ups are coming up, you can't afford to be just dying. So nice job by Scariotic, however. Ends up going into Destroyed as Destroyed picked up the camo and making sure that that was burned. So not going to be seeing any assassinations on rocket overshield guys by any camouflage people, but I can't guarantee
No, but
that people that are visible.
Overshield got burned as well during that exact same time. So right around the 5:45 mark, there was just a melee battle going on at Overshield, and that was also burned. So no power weapons for either squad, and we're going to see who actually does better in that sort of situation, because there's certain teams that almost rely on having some sort of power weapon or power up in order to actually make something happen. Other teams are perfectly content just sitting around with pistols and ARs and outskilling people.
Saiyan actually does have 2 rockets right now, and he's at red flag. So he's the only person on the map right now currently with any type of advantage over another person, and he does get that rocket kill onto Destroyed. Now, multiple players are capturing the catwalk right now. Make that one player who was Lifestyle ended up dropping to Tire Iron. So as that's happening, Tire Iron's going to go try to get the reset on catwalk while you have Red Nest being captured by Saiyan. Saiyan needs to win that battle, but fortunately for him, he has another player on his team that was capturing that red nest. Now the rockets are just sitting on the stairs, so I'm curious to see if
That's
anyone.
concerning. Yeah, like Joey, his teammate Nemesis or whatever, did not. Or not. Sorry,
Trippy.
it wasn't Nemesis. It was Trippy. He did not go back and grab those rockets. So either Sane did not do a good enough job telling his teammates that
Tire
the power
got him.
was down here, or he had something else in mind. So.
Well, that's going to be game, and I think we're going to be going, yeah, we are going to game number 7, so wasn't expecting this, and this is what happened in the previous series. Contagious ended up getting the better of Most Wanted in a best of 7. Now, running through this entire series, guys, and also taking a look at the kills from the previous game, uncharacteristic to see Bohm and Destroyed, only with 7 and 8 kills respectively. Lifestyle with as many of those guys combined sitting at 18, and then pretty solid performance from everybody, but mainly Scariotic with 7 captures and 17 kills, shining for that Contagious squad. So nice job by him, and now we're moving into Slayer Truth, Dave. And are you still with Contagious?
I think I gotta be now. Now the fact that they're actually performing very well and destroying. So yes, I think Contagious can actually pull this off, but I've been wrong pretty much most of the day, so we'll see what happens.
All right, so I'm loading this one up. The players did start game number 7. The winner of this, guys, will be going on to the grand finals to face Randa and Squad Daddy and the Daycare. And they're going to be very tough competition. Based on what we're seeing from these two teams, Dave, do you think that they're going to be able to stand a chance against Daddy's Daycare?
I mean, it was. I don't think so. I mean, the fact that Day and Daycare made literally like really quick work of Contagious. Most of the games weren't that close. They had one game where they got kind of dominated, obviously on Rig Strongholds, but besides that, it was a one-sided match. Whereas every other match we've seen, pretty much outside of that, has been pretty close, pretty neck and neck. So I think Daddy and the Daycare are just a level above every other squad, at least this week during the Legendary Cup.
All right, well, let's get this one underway. Dave, you ready?
Yeah, count
All
it down.
right, 3, 2, 1. Let's go, and let's see what Trippy's doing now. Trippy, a little bit on the unfortunate end of the stick when it comes to what happened with the power weapons, but it looks like he is able to secure the camo to start this game. Now, if he can live, that'd be big. Nemesis shuts it down. Scariotic picking up a kill. Make that 2 kills going on over to Contagious, so nice little start for them. Let's see if they're able to continue with that momentum.
Yeah, Trippy not having a great day with power weapons and power up, that's for sure. Was not able to get away with that camo, but yeah, last game, I can't believe. I can understand maybe once getting backjacked with overshield, but twice he got backjacked with overshield and rockets. So it wasn't just one of them. It was a bad. He almost had like the trifecta going on there.
Taking a look at what Tire Irons has going on because all of his teammates just dropped all around him. Now he's stuck P1. Scariotic does get a kill onto Bohm, at least to bring this one tied up. Now Lifestyle in a weird position, sitting underneath the base over on red side. Curious why he's sitting in that position. Now he needs to try to get up top as soon as possible. You can see over here towards this car side isn't really doing much. I mean, you can lay down some decent crossfire, but you can't afford to send more than one person over here. So I want to see him try to get another weapon in his hand. He does so with the carbine. However, Destroy drops around him. He has a player on his radar, and they should be able to pinch Lifestyle now. So I do like this play to drop, but Dave, he's not really doing much.
Yeah, I agree. That previous 20 seconds or so, where he was just roaming towards the bottom of red and going towards bottom center, and then went over towards carbine side, it just felt like a lot of wasted movement.
Yeah, that was like 3v4.
It felt like he never
like 40
committed
seconds.
to any single spot. Yeah, I would have been okay if he went from like bottom of the base to bottom middle and then jumped up towards top center. That was a factor across the map, but it just seemed like he was absolutely indecisive.
Look at this, Scariotic sitting at 5 and 2, so I want to see what he's going to be able to do. Splinter grenades himself right when I switch over there. That could have been a huge opportunity because it was a 3-on-2 on top of that base. And if he was able to land those splinter grenades, we're looking at a possible, 18-9 lead here. So instead, it's only a 6-kill lead. It looks like Bohm over here in P2 laying down some serious shots with that battle rifle now. Tire Iron picking up a kill, and out of nowhere, here comes a fuel rod into his face, but somehow able to get a kill. I like how Scariotic is on top of things, though, on top of the callouts across the map with the carbine. And that's something that I wish Lifestyle would have been able to do, just sit up here the entire time and lock this down. But the thing is his teammates were dropping all around him, so that was just unfortunate for him that he wasn't able to really do much with the position that he was given in. But look at those silky, crispy, smooth shots from Scariotic across the map.
Yeah, and just doing a great job realizing the positioning of the opponents right now and his teammates, realizing that he could just back over towards car 3, did not have to worry about getting crossfired from top pink or top center or anything like that, so he was able to stay alive so long and all that damage at bottom car. Scariotic did his part. Now it's time for his teammates to clean up the kills.
Oh, Saiyan with a nasty stick on Destroyed and thrusts away at the same time. And look at this, they're putting the belly on him, 24-12 right now. Looking really good for Contagious. Out of nowhere, too. Down 3-1 in the series. Fighting back with some serious willpower here. On board with Saiyan, trying to live with this sword. Sitting top car. Multiple grenades coming in. Multiple people in the window looking for him, but he's able to keep his life the entire time. Can he get a kill? He does. So what a job by Saiyan staying alive.
So slippery, and that is probably the #1 spot that I've seen both these teams use very well is that front carbine side. Both Lifestyle and Sane have used it so well where they just take some damage from car 3, drop out front, and stay alive.
saying with the wingman medal. What an amazing way to play this mid game for him. He's looking for more, gets the kill. He's on a killing spree and a wingman. That's amazing, Dave. That's 10 kills for his team in a row without dying. Can't really ask for more from your players as Scariotic picks up a double kill. Wow, most wanted. They're on the ropes.
And I don't really know what Most Wanted can do to change this up. I mean, I think it's very telling, even seen from the very beginning of the game when we saw someone like Lifestyle, and we're both kind of raising our eyebrows in question, saying, what is he doing right now? Like, kind of saying bad positioning. And that sort of stuff adds up when you don't have players who are in good position, laying damage across the map, and creating opportunities for teammates. Not much work is going to get done. It's not a one-person game. So now we do finally see some members of Most Wanted in great position. We see Lifestyle over at Pink 3. We saw a member over towards, I believe, his top car previous to that. But whole point being is, it might be too late. I mean, they're down 21 kills.
This is extremely ugly. Everybody just collapsing for Contagious. Most Wanted. They don't know what to do in this situation. Just like you said, Dave, you don't know what they could do. I'm sure they don't either. Just so much pressure across the map. A lot of it having to do with Scariotic with that carbine, but everyone, to me, just seems like is on top of the comms. Everywhere that's being called out is being looked. Everyone's doing a fantastic job staying alive, valuing their lives the entire time. And they're in a position now where all they have to do is just make sure they don't get on some sort of spawn cycle and just slow play pushing into pink, and they'll be completely fine. I mean, 20 to 38 here, 18 kill lead. This would be a crazy comeback if it happened.
Yeah, I don't foresee that happening, but, you know, we've seen crazier things happen. One part that I do like that Most Wanted's doing at the moment is they're getting a couple kills and they're pressing their advantage. They're staying in good position. They aren't just sitting back playing defensive. The only way they have a chance of winning this game is to get a few slays and be insanely aggressive and press that advantage. There's no way that they're going to play defensive and somehow catch Contagious making 30-some mistakes where they're just like dying one by one. It's going to be a aggressive push by Most Wanted that's going to be able to possibly win this game. But even with that being said, they would have to execute near perfect in order to somehow bring this game back.
I like what Tyron's doing here and just completely slowing down the game where he's the only person on this side of the map for his team. So when everyone's spawning over there, whether that's Car or, you know, Red 2, which isn't the case because you can see him over there on your player outlines. Look at this. If you can even get a kill, that's huge. So there it is. Gets at least one for his team. Now that should open up some of the map for these guys. That looks like Bohm underneath the base. Is he one shot is the question. And he has the sword, I think, as well in his back pocket. That's going to be a team nade taking out Bohm. So unfortunate turn of events for him. And a couple body disrespects coming in from Contagious members onto Lifestyle in the squad of Most Wanted. Lifestyle is going to shut that down eventually, but Trippy over here grabbing that fuel rod. Camo was up, Dave, so I'm going to scroll through and see if anyone was able to pick that one up. It's actually still sitting there.
Yeah, and I guess at this point, it doesn't even matter if Most Wanted gets it. I mean, it's not going to be that much of a swing. It's just pretty much over. At this point, it's a question of whether they're going to eat steak tonight before the winners bracket finals, or I should say the grand finals.
Yeah, you know, maybe steak a little too heavy for them. They could be going for just like a steak salad, which it seems like they are, with some balsamic vinaigrette or something like that. So I wonder if there's like cherry tomatoes and blue cheese, because that sounds pretty good as well. But either way, 50 to 32, and there it is. What a comeback for Contagious. They're going to win that series 4-3, just like they did previously in the winners bracket. They're going to be in the grand finals going up against Daddy and the Daycare. So hats off to both teams. Fantastic series.
Yeah, we can see a rematch of the winners bracket finals. Obviously, the same team that made it out there, making it all the way back through. So obviously, Contagious is clearly top 2 at the moment, but I'd find it hard to believe that they're going to be able to take Day and the Daycare down in one series, let alone 2.
Yeah, and taking a look at your top stat goers, if you're interested in that, it was Trippy sitting at 15 and 7. You also had Scariotic with a pretty solid game, 12, 11, and 8. On the other hand, Lifestyle and Nemesis, 5 and 14 for Nemesis, and then 7 and 12 for Lifestyle, and an 18 kill game there at the end. Not what we were expecting to see in such a close series, Dave. I was expecting something like 50-40, 50-45 along those lines.
Yeah, Truth is one of those maps too where I feel like it's so much tougher to have landslide victories like this compared to some other maps where you can obviously get control of more power weapons on something like Coliseum or Eden. But yeah, obviously just goes to show when a team's playing not their same style, when they're playing low defensive, and when Contagious gets on fire, they're just absolutely dominant.
Let's take a look at some of the replays for Contagious. Do a little bit of a montage from this previous series. Started with Tire Iron in CTF Coliseum, putting this very first cap in, as you see. And that was only 50 seconds in, Dave. And it was a fantastic game one for them. They were up 3-0. They won that game 3-0. However, it was Eden Slayer, Strongholds Rig, and CTF Truth. The next 3 games went back over to Most Wanted, and then Slayer Plaza, Strongholds, Eden Slayer, Truth going back on over to Contagious. So both teams making a 3-map run there, and that's why I love these best of 7, Daves, because if it was just a 3-map run, we would have been looking at a 3-1 series there, Most Wanted over Contagious. But because of the format, since it is double elimination, since it is best of 7, teams able to continue on the fight and bring the series back.
Yeah, from week to week, there's no question about which team was the better one. I don't think there's really any. If there is any teams out there that are making excuses saying they didn't get the right game types and stuff, they need to expand their map pool because they're playing best of 7s here, and they need to have a solid core of games to be able to win and be the better team. So, yeah, at this point, we're definitely finding out who the better squads are, and we're going to see the top 2 in Legendary Cup number 5 duke it out here in just a little bit.
All right, guys, we're moving on to the grand finals. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back here bringing you the action from the Millennial Esports Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Survivors win.
Reinforcements are inbound. Detecting a massive Covenant force heading our way. Enemies are assaulting our core. Defend it, Spartan. You're the last boots on the ground. Stop them at all costs.
Welcome back, everybody, from the break. It's grand finals time of the legendary Cup number 5. T-Squared and Walshy bringing you the entertainment from the Millennial Esports Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. And our two teams, it's going to be Daddy and the Daycare going up against Contagious. And Dave, how you feeling? Predictions?
Daddy and Daycare. I mean,
All right.
they dominated every series so far that we've seen. I guess that was just the winners bracket finals, but in short, they won 4-1 against the same squad we saw earlier. So
Well, I know
think
that we've been liking to agree to disagree here and stuff like that, but I think it's time for us to come together, Dave, as one and
I
agree
agree.
on one thing: that Daddy and the Daycare, they're a huge favorite right now. Keep in mind, guys, if you're watching at home and you didn't realize that how the bracket set up, it's Daddy and the Daycare sitting in the grand finals, coming from the winners bracket, coming from the losers bracket is Contagious, so Contagious has to beat these guys in 2 best of 7s. But I'm ready to get this one underway, Dave. I know the guys at home are ready to watch this as well. The question is who are we going to watch?
I think we have to start off with some of the members from Contagious to see what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong. So let's start off with Scariotic.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Scariotic. Let's get it going, man, and see what he's bringing to the table. Scariotic going to rotate over here towards outside, making his way towards the pyramid, laying down a couple of grenades, but has to back up from a grenade of his own. That was Randa tossing that one across the map. Here comes the flood from Saiyan. Now they are able to secure this snipe side of the map. However, they're all multiple people pushing in from the elbow side at the same time. So Daddy and the Daycare trying to flip the map, and we don't typically see this in the beginning of the game where teams immediately push towards the elbow and get that pull, Dave.
Yeah, especially when the opposing team has sniper. I mean, unless you run it towards scatter shot like they are at the moment, there's very few spots where you can safely get that flag away from. And yeah, that's exactly what it seems like Dan and Daycare are doing, and somehow are still bringing this flag all the way back, even though Sane and Scariotic got control of snipe.
Yeah, and that was the world's longest, furthest ground pound, in case you were wondering. It doesn't matter, though, because it doesn't connect, and Brainstorm going to put that flag in. He also has the scatter shot in a pretty powerful position here, considering his radar. There goes one player on it. There it is. Saiyan is going to drop to Brainstorm, switching on over to his pistol, looking for Tire Iron, who's made his way towards the window. He could elect to bounce that off the wall, but doesn't. Tire Iron comes in with the grenade. Is it going to be enough? It doesn't kill him. Takes him to no shield instead. More players flying in for the window to try to get their flag return or a pull. It doesn't happen, and look at Randa, 0 kills, but yet 2 caps for his team.
Goose alert! Yeah, we gotta be on Goose watch right here. But either way, I would actually be incredibly impressed if we ever saw a Goose where the team's winning. I've seen that one
Karma.
time in my entire life.
Wizard.
And it was just a matchmaking game against Tots.
Oh,
Tots
okay.
got 0 kill on a Heretic Team Slayer, and he did it purposefully though, because towards the end his team was they were up by so much
That they just
and
did
he just started just putting body shots at people and staying alive, and gotta give respect.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a very hard thing to do. Definitely more difficult getting a Goose in a win than it is in a loss. But look at this. A flag is being pulled, I think. Again, no, it's not. Okay, I thought they were in position for that one. Looks like they did not elect to charge in from that top rocket side. Looks like they're going to slow play that a little bit more. Now, taking a look at the rosters, guys. Brainstorm, VTech, Renegade, Daddy, HCS, which is Randa. Then you have Scariotic, Saiyan, Trippy, and Tire Iron. So those are your rosters, and weapons are dropping here shortly. So going to be a big battle for those. And keep in mind, guys, coming from that winner's bracket is Daddy in the Daycare, so they're definitely feeling good about their chances for this one. Contagious just had an epic Game 7 win over Most Wanted, and look at this. That's going to be 2 dead with the rockets in Renegade's hands, and I like how Brainstorm didn't show where he was running that flag until the very end here. Let's see if they're able to put this one in. VTech picked up a couple kills. I'm going to go third-person mode to see if anyone's in position over here. It looks like no one is, and I think that should be the flag going in, which it is. Now 3-0, game number 1. Daddy in the Daycare. Impressive.
I don't know if you saw that at the end, but Brainstorm, I believe it was, he had, he ran the flag back. He was full shield, and he tossed the flag down so Rand could grab it and put the flag in. I think
Nice
just
guy.
to make the stats not look so bad. Yeah, that's a great teammate right there.
Nice guy.
But yeah, so I guess if we wanted to lie and say the stat screen that Randa was doing a lot of OBJ, we can say Randa ran that last flag in, but we all know the truth, Randa. We all know.
Yeah, making Quick work of those guys. I'm trying to think of a little. I guess you can say Daddy in the daycare. It was like taking candy from a baby in that game, as my man would like to say over in Seattle. But now we're moving into game number 2, guys, and this one's already underway. It's going to be Slayer on Eden now. We started off with Scariotic beforehand. Let's give a little bit of Tech 9 POV this time, Dave. Whenever you're ready, I'm going to start this one up. I am currently loading.
I'm still loading up, but yeah, I mean, I'm glad we got in this game quick enough because who knows how fast this one's going to be over based on that last game. I mean, that was what, a 3 to 4 minute game.
Yeah.
Everyone I think
well,
still
look
had
at these game types, Dave.
Single-digit kills.
Yeah, look at these game types. CTF Coliseum can be a very fast one, and then the other CTF, which is game number 4, is CTF Truth. So then Strongholds on Empire. So all of those games could end very, very quickly. I'd say the slowest paced game would be this Eden Slayer game, which we're ready to jump in whenever you got loaded up.
Yeah, count it down.
All right, we said that we were going to go VTech's point of view, so let's see what's going on with him in 3, 2, 1. And it looks like they're electing to go over towards Blue 3 again and charging out and throwing some grenades like it was Strongholds, but there is no overshield down there, obviously, guys. But Renegade able to grab that sniper rifle, getting a kill. Here comes the epic battle towards that rocket side. VTech's going to win it, getting that kill onto Trippy, as Trippy already had a kill. So that was fantastic job by VTech shutting Trippy down, because that could have been a big, big momentum swing, able to get those rockets and those kills.
I did like that starting strat from VTech, though. Like, he put himself in that position by Blue Window where, yes, he was vulnerable to taking damage and opponents could spot where he's at, but he was able to probably drop down there if he started getting pelted too hard, and he could see any flankers right off the bat. So VTech, in most cases, is either A, going to be able to do damage and get that overshield like in a game type like Strongholds, but the other part was he was able to spot any flankers going towards rockets. So that's one of the reasons his team was able to get rockets, because he knocked out any flankers going towards it, and then he was the flanker.
He's also doing a fantastic job staying alive. Now, if he was able to land those rockets just a little bit better, he could have picked up 3 kills, at least wasting all of the rockets, so the side of Contagious not able to grab them. But it's a little bit worrisome because they had sniper, they had rockets, they had setup, and Scariotic ended up shutting that down with a shotgun and a pistol kill. Then Tire Iron coming up there as well, which left VTech by himself over there. So fantastic job by Contagious, able to break that setup.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, we've all been in those situations before where what should be pretty easy power weapon kills sometimes turn into very difficult ones or misses. But yeah, it's crazy seeing him go from a position where he does so much work just pistoling people and hitting great shots across the map, and then has the absolute advantage you can ask for and fails there.
And here we have Randa using his Hydra launcher a little bit like a rocket would be. Takes a player down in that SMG area. I believe that's Saiyan to no shield. Saiyan just trying to crouch over there. Curious to see where Randa's help came from, because it looked like he had a player that was going to collapse, but eventually that player ran away. So now Randa kind of in no man's land under here, bottom center, and that's not where you want to be. However, he's making it work somehow, at least able to get 1 kill for his team. Now looking for another, but Scariotic with the shotgun says no.
And that's 3 down for Most Wanted. So that's actually the entire team down at this point. So if you're obviously in Contagious shoes, you get to choose wherever you want to go on the map, set up, and basically do a pinch on wherever Most Wanted spawns. So I want to see how they react to Most Wanted spawning in security.
And Scariotic doing some serious work with this shotgun. I'm curious to see if they know that he's there. They're chucking grenades like they have a feeling he's located in that area, but no hit markers are going to definitely throw off the blue team over here, which is Zaddy in the daycare. So a lot of shotgun kills already for Scariotic, and he's looking for more. Only 1 more bullet, as you can see, but he does get spotted by Renegade over there in that SMG area. So nice job by Renegade taking down Scariotic, who was playing extremely sneaky.
Yeah, he obviously sniffed that one out. Prior to that, Scariotic had been hiding that position, got a flank before, and they must have figured, hey, if he did it once, he's going to try it again. Renegade just perfectly predicted that, and obviously took out Scariotic without any problem.
Here we have Brainstorm actually crouched all the way towards bottom SMG looking for people, but nobody to be found. Everybody has rotated over towards the blue side now for Contagious, as they should. Definitely the spot of the map that you want to try to control, but here they go. There's some intel that Renegade has given on over to Trippy, whose Trippy is on the blue stairs, but however...
Go to Scariotic screen right now.
Okay.
He is sniping from that nerdy spot that we've seen a few times before, and he just hit a shot through this towards the opponent on rockets.
Yeah,
but
so
yeah, he's now over towards the top of...
Scariotic has been really a big difference maker, I think, in the series that Contagious has win. And you got to give him, a lot of credit on how he's played today. So let's see if he's able to continue to do some fantastic work with this. Goes back in that spot that you were talking about, David. Look, gets a kill immediately.
Yeah, and that's a crucial kill too, because it's not just getting a single kill. And wow, Brainstorm, Renegade, both going down to that sniper rifle. That's going to secure rockets for Contagious and add even more to their 13 kill lead.
And Scariotic, here's the thing, is he doesn't have any support over here, so if anyone was to charge him, he wouldn't be in a very good position, so he needs to rotate, and that's exactly what he does. So I like the heads-up play coming out from him, realizing that security side is a little bit weak, so instead he's going to rotate back on over to red. The question is he rotating a little bit too far? So they have to clear out this guy, Renegade, over there, ends up dropping to Saiyan with the rockets. So nice job getting these guys cleared out. Now it looks like Scariotic's going to elect to snipe from this red side, but we all know he wants to eventually get back over to blue. So let's find out what the plan's going to be for Contagious to retake control.
Yeah, this next minute and 20 seconds are going to be a time where they can just kind of rain, just get a few kills. It really doesn't matter. It's more about positioning in a minute and 20 from now, because that's when obviously new snipe and new rockets are going to come up. And as you said, red is not the ideal spot to be. It's okay when you're rotating away, and I truly agree with Scariotic for pushing over towards red, because he was alone at blue. You can't be a one-man wrecking crew with sniper over at blue if people start to put pressure on you. And so I do like this rotation, but he has to figure out some sort of way, whether it's a pick or two, or maybe rotating through security, some sort of way to get back control of blue.
Yeah, you said it, Dave. I think rotating through security would be the best thing to do here. Obviously, taking a look at the player outlines and the time on the clock, it's 6:30, so that means rockets are coming up in 30 seconds. But look, he has a player over there in security.
He's listening to us. There we go.
He is, man. He's got the stream open or something going on, but we're in his ear actually giving him advice. No, I'm just kidding. But it's been a fantastic rotation coming out from Scariotic, but the thing is his teammates died all around him. So I love how both teams played that, actually. I think that was very well executed from both of these squads.
Yeah, that's exactly what Day and Daycare are going to need to do if they want to somehow show life in this game. But once again, I just feel like it's maybe too late. I mean, that's kind of bad to say halfway through the game, but a 13 kill lead, that's no joke in a team player.
No, it's not, but if you can get blue control and the other team starts to just give up dumb deaths and charges out, then it's fully possible. However, you would assume in the grand finals that none of these teams are going to be making those type of mistakes here. However, it looks like Brainstorm wasn't able to find any more snipe ammo, which is pretty unfortunate for him because he had an old sniper that didn't have any more ammo, and then he killed another sniper. So you'd have to assume that there had to be some amount of bullets into that one. But while that's all being said, Dave, they're doing a good job picking up killing sprees and kills without even weapons in their hands.
Yeah, I mean, I would have hunted for that sniper a little bit longer than that. I wouldn't have given up that.
Oh, I would have died looking for it for sure. I would definitely died looking for that sniper rifle.
I'd be like passing around that treasure map to my teammates. I swear it was bottom middle right here, right where the X is. Look at my X and go there and hunt for it.
Yeah.
But
look at my route that I took, guys. I did 7 circles and I couldn't find it, but you may be able to.
Yes, I believe in you, Traveler. But yeah, as well as things that I also agree where at some points you do have to give up on that hunt and start to look, start to go do damage across the map. But he gave up on it way too quick. I mean, if I kill a sniper somewhere bomb mill, I'm gonna run around until I get that ammo. I mean, there's only a few different spots it could have been. So, I mean, I'm not sure. I have to think that was a big mistake, but I guess they're up by enough already. And at this point, I'm always a big proponent, and when there's a huge point swing, like let's say in this case where obviously we have Contagious up by 15 points, the only way they're going to lose is because of power weapons. So at this point, if nobody has the power weapons, they should be okay with that.
Yeah, especially with only 10 more kills to go here.
Yep.
4 minutes left. Now, VTech over here with the Hydra, is he going to be able to get any kills is the question. We've seen Randa in this position before. It's very hard to get picks because of the fact that players are just going to thrust away from the wall, but if you use it up close like that, can take down some shields pretty quickly. However, Scariotic has been doing serious work with the shotgun in this game. Let's see what he's doing and how many kills he's currently rocking, because I've seen him on the kill feed very often. Ends up getting that power play medal. And look at that, 15 and 7, and then also saying 14 and 6 or 8.
Yeah, this is their game to lose. I mean, that's a decent start for it though if he wants to rocket himself. But yeah, I mean, there's really not much more that Day and Daycare can do in this situation. I mean, every single time a new weapon comes up, we saw so many members of Contagious, especially Scariotic right there, pushing it with shotgun and securing those new weapons. I mean, they're just on top of every power weapon. They have the better positioning, and they have a 14 kill lead to kind of pad that advantage already.
Yeah, it's going to be virtually impossible for Daddy in the Daycare to come back into this one. I believe this series is going to be all tied up 1-1, just waiting for that final kill to come through. And there it is, Tire Iron shutting down his former teammate there in Randa. So that one's going to be 50-35. And again, your top stat getters. Oh, look at that. 16 and 8 for Scariotic. Meanwhile, Randa 2-0-11. So just an abysmal performance from him. I mean, everybody else on his team, -2, -5, +1, but 2-11 with 0 assists. Makes me wonder what he was doing that game.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because I always try to be a big proponent of saying how stats don't tell the full story. I did not get to watch any Randa POV that last game, but at the same time, 2 kills and 0 assists. There's something going wrong there. I find it hard to believe that he was playing perfect Halo and just got,
Unfortunate
circumstances. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that just goes to just a couple bad decisions here and there, just snowballing out of control. So I think what happens in that type of scenario is you can't get anything going. It's hard to get your comms. It's hard to relay information because you don't have much information. A lot of the information that you probably have is you just flying out and dying to someone, and whether you got that guy weak or not is pretty much what your call out is. So they're definitely going to have to reset there. Moving into Empire Strongholds, I think that is a good opportunity for Randa to continue to just work on his shot and just try to get re-warmed up. We've seen him have a couple bad games before, but he always tends to bounce right back. I'd be pretty shocked if he ends up having 2 bad games.
Yeah, we saw that in the winners bracket finals. I forget, he had a game where he dropped like 3 or 4 kills, and then the following game he was the top Slayer in the game with like 14 or 18 kills. So
yeah,
I mean, I have no doubt in him being able to bounce back, but it's tough. I mean, if any of these teams like Day and Daycare are a squad where if they keep practicing and doing well, I could see them fighting for the relegation spot. And you can't have those inconsistent games, especially when you're trying to fight to get in the HCS Pro League. I mean, just dropping that one different game, having your teammates lose a little bit of faith in you, or you don't have that room for error against there. Like, sure, they might be able to still pull off this Legendary Cup number 5 and win it with having a few bad performances, but this is 2 games in a row. I mean, he had 1 kill the first game, 2 kills the second game.
That's true. He only had 1 kill in the first game?
Yep, and he had, remember, his teammate gave him the cap.
Oh,
as well,
wow.
the last cap. So that was
jeez. So 3 kills in what? How many minutes has that been? It's been at least 15 minutes. That's not a very good ratio.
No.
So I wish we could actually see the amount of damage that was being done. Unfortunately, we can't see the full
That'd be a great stat.
The full carnage report. That'd be able to tell us how many shots are being fired, or maybe assists should be going over to him, but he's not getting credit for the assists type of thing. But very rarely do you see in any game, Dave, 0 assists. I mean, we've seen 0 kills happen a handful of times before, but I would say 0 assists is probably even more rare.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it just goes to show that maybe Randa was a bit too much on his own. Obviously, like fighting opponents where he didn't even have a teammate nearby that could finish off the kill. Just run into a lot of traps there. So Randa will just have to reset here and hopefully bounce back, because if not, I could see Contagious taking out this first series, and that's not what Daddy Daycare wants. They want to close this out. They want to end it early.
Well, definitely. I think that Randa, when you have 0 assists and you only have 3 kills from 2 games, that to me, it doesn't necessarily. What did you say, Dave? What was the result of that, you think?
I feel like Randa is just kind of doing too much on his own. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like when that happens, though, not as much as on his own as compared to just not playing aggressive enough, really. So let's see what he's going to do. I want us to jump on board with Randa to start this game, Dave, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, countdown.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Randa, string some kills together. Get a double kill. Double the amount of kills that you've got so far in this series. Let's see what's going on. Capturing the side base. I like this play. There's also another player, which is Trippy, going for the pit. So I'd like to see Randa get a little bit aggressive. And that's one of the things, Dave, already. He's responding to a call out outside. Now he's not contesting the pit, and he's going for a ground pound instead. Yeah, doesn't even get the melee off on that player either. So pit's going to go on over to Trippy and squad. He captured that one all by himself. However, it looks like the rest of Daddy and the Daycare retake that immediately. And I wish I could be in a position where I did absolutely nothing to start the game here. My team got the pit, but unfortunately I'm over here casting.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like there's a lot of questionable play right there, just back to back. I mean, sure, someone can stay back, capture the base. Nothing wrong with that play. But just seems like he got outplayed across the board. Like he didn't contest pit fast enough. He got hit by the green gun. He missed a ground pound. There was just like 3 back-to-back mistakes. So I would actually like to jump back on with Randa and see if this is a continuing trend, or maybe we just caught him at a bad time, because if Randa's not playing well and is being a hindrance to his team, I could see them possibly losing the series. And Randa's usually one of those players who brings up his team, is one of the better players on a squad.
Yeah, and he's doing some really nice job of what I'm seeing. Just amazing splitter grenade followed up by a couple great shots. Now he needs to back off from this situation here because everyone is sitting over there from that red base. But look, perfection in terms of grenade placement, also some really good shots. However, not perfect enough as Trippy lays down the business out here towards this red fan area. However, Renegade with some fantastic DMR shots. And Dave, I think that a lot of times players say, oh, just leave this area of the map wide open, try to force people into that. However, if you can control that and control outside at the same time, you're more or less trapping people on top of the platforms, which is even a smaller circumference an area to lock people down in. So you don't have to worry nearly as much if they're going to go left or right. They're just stuck there.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because I think most teams would prefer just a fully spawned security. But I mean, at some point, if Renegade's up there doing that much damage, hitting that many shots, and they're happy with just the double cap instead of the trip cap, they can continue to do that. I mean, they're up by 32 right now. One thing to note is that Randa obviously had like 4 or 5 kills early on, much more compared to the previous games, and no surprise, it reflects in the team score.
Definitely, if he steps it up, it's going to be very, very scary. So I guess that's actually a good sign for Daddy in the daycare because of the fact that if as soon as he starts to pick it up, you can assume that these guys are going to be putting up an amazing fight. So I want to continue to stay on board with Randa and see what he's going to do as he does capture red base, making his way in towards the pit to get that contention. And they are continuing to rack up these points and the slays. They're definitely, in my opinion, working the rotations a lot better, Dave, in terms of where they want to go. They know exactly what the plan is, and it's really reflecting in the score. As you can see, triple cap, the bleeding is going to stop there temporarily as red base does go over to Contagious, but they're really working as a group now on the side of Daddy in the daycare.
Yeah, and we didn't look too much from their POV last game, really side didn't, and you can tell they're a different team right now. They're actually playing together, and the score shows. Now, one thing that we have been harping is how many kills Randa had in the last 2 games. He had 1 kill the first game, and 2 kills the second game. But one thing to note is that the game where he only had 1 kill, they won 3-0 in convincing fashion on Coliseum CTF. So at some point, obviously, something must be going right, and it just shows that when Randa is putting up numbers, the score is just a one-sided show. I mean, 57-4. This is domination.
Yeah, one of the things that I noticed to start the game was responding to too many callouts, which is definitely a thing. You got to be careful in making sure that you're not overextending and trying to help, because when you saw that the player was capturing the pit to start the game, his priority should have been that one-on-one with the player that was right in front of him. He ended up looking outside. It's not even physically possible for players to make it outside to your fan that quickly in the first place, so I was wondering why he was even looking there. But either way, it just goes back to that thing that we were talking about where you can just try to help a little bit too much, and you need to just sometimes just play for yourself and just try to reset, because you can be a hindrance to your team if you end up just charging out there and giving up dumb deaths. So we'll see what happens. They do have the pit here though, and they are looking extremely solid, and I've been very, very impressed with Randa's screen in this game.
That's one skill that we haven't talked too much about that top pros do a really good job of having, is having that filter of knowing what callouts to listen to and which ones to ignore. You have, whenever you go to a listen-in, these top teams, there is just a million different bits of information coming through every single minute. And these players have to realize, all right, yeah, that's across the map, not relevant to me. Oh, wait, there's a one shot that I might have an angle on outside. Okay, I can quick peek over there and see if I can finish it off. So it's really interesting to see how some players are able to filter that information, realize what's relevant to them, and other ones who aren't cognizant and just try to push toward every single piece of information. And, you know, their goal is to help their team, but sometimes, like I said, there's no angle that some people have in certain situations, so you just need to ignore that information almost completely.
VTech clutching it up here with the saw, but I do agree with everything that you're saying, Dave, and I just want to see what's going on with this pit, because it's a constant battle over here, and I don't think if Contagious is able to capture the pit here, they ever will, but they do, so they're going to keep their hopes alive. Only 18 more points for Daddy in the daycare to go up 2-1 in this series. but now it's a triple cap here for Contagious, and there's nothing really on the map to bring these guys back into it. They don't have any saw or any overshield that they can potentially use to regain control. Just their assault rifles and their pistols, whatever else they find on the map. And look at that, 3 players are going to drop for Daddy in the Daycare. Contagious going to restart this triple cap here, and it looks like they're very confident in their setup. They have another player that's choking the spawns over there on the platform, realizing that everyone's going to be spawning outside. However, the player that was supposed to lock down that side of the map, Sane, ended up dying, so need a little bit more help over here, and Tyra needs to make sure that he wins this 1v1.
Yeah, Contagious have never had trouble when they've had control of the map. I mean, that seems pretty obvious. Obviously, you have control of the map, you're probably alive, kills are going your way, but the thing is they're able to string together multiple rounds of slays when they have control of the map. I mean, it was shown last time when they played Rig Strongholds against Daddy in the Daycare.
Ooh, Dave, hold on. Both side bases are now captured, but go on.
The poor man setup here, where it's tough. I mean, it's tough to hold for extended periods of time. The whole point being is
but you don't need an extended period of time. You only need 13 points.
Yep, and that's a really good job by Daddy in the Daycare, realizing that they don't need to dive and hit and give a bunch of deaths. They just need to milk a little bit of time. And look at this. As they have the 2 side bases, they somehow muster up and almost get pit as the contested fight eventually taken down, I think. Or no, these pit fights go forever. I don't know what I'm thinking. Looks like it was finally a reset. But during this entire time, Daddy in the Daycare are still racking up points. They're only 5 away from victory.
And they were able to get the reset on the side base, Dave. So now 2 people capturing red base over there for Contagious. Are they able to get it? They do. So at 99 points, is the pit going to go on over to Daddy in the Daycare is the big question. Everybody going to flood on out here. Kills going over to Renegade, but it's not going to be enough. There goes the reset. So, wow, Dave, what you thought was going to be the end of the game and 2-1 there for Daddy in the Daycare is Contagious continuing to fight on.
Yeah, I mean, Contagious has to play pure perfect Halo here. We always talk about Strongholds being a game type where anyone can win at any time, but it's so tough. I mean, at any point when Daddy in the Daycare get one of these captured, whether it's Pit or I assume they're going to go for Red Base, it's just going to be over as soon as they cap it for just that tiny little bit. So we're going to have to see what Daddy in the Daycare do here because they have plenty of pushes to go here, especially since it's not trip cap.
Has to be an outside push. I mean, all they need to do is get 1 single point here. So as long as they can keep that blue base and capture red base, they're going to be able to win the game. So they just have to make sure at the same time while they do capture the side base that they're not getting capped up on their own. So that looks like that's going to be the case here as blue base is going to be being captured. Looks like they're going to trade red. It's not going to be enough time for them to record 1 second here. So, oh no, possible ninja coming in on your screen. I don't think that it came in, but either way, nice job staying alive a little bit longer. And what looked like a fantastic lead, Dave, starting to slowly dwindle.
Yeah, but Daddy in the Daycare are doing a good job of not allowing a trip cap to happen. Obviously, they want to get that second capture, close out the game, and end it. But same point being, as long as they don't allow a trip cap to happen, they have so many different times where they can push. At one of these times, someone's going to clutch it up, just get a double kill, and then they can actually push in and close out the game. But until then, they can just kind of make multiple pushes. They have more attempts to do this because they're not allowing a trip cap.
That's all 4 dead, though, Dave, and it's looking a little scary here for these guys. I don't know. Brainstorm sitting at 22 kills. Trippy sitting at 21. Also, Overshield was in play, and there goes the triple cap, Dave. It's coming in slowly from the red side of the map, and now they're trying to capture blue base and stop the bleeding. That's 2 kills going on over to Tire Iron and Scariotic. They haven't gotten in there yet. Now it's a one-on-one over there on blue base. I don't think that they're going to be able to win this.
This is ridiculous. I don't know how Daddy in the Daycare are going to pull this one back. I mean, at this point, they have to fully commit to 1, get the capture, stop the bleeding, and then they only have temp for 1 more push. So I kept praising them and saying, look, they have plenty of time. They can make plenty of pushes. They're not allowing a trip cap. And now that time has dwindled. It is go time. Last push coming up right here for Daddy in the Daycare.
Yeah, I mean, it's too little too late. Look at this. The comeback is real. 97 and counting. I think that's going to be it. It's not going to be enough time for these guys to get into the pit, especially when you have Saiyan contesting, and it's going to be 100-99 comeback. 2-1 now in favor of Contagious. Let me catch my breath.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've seen some big comebacks in my day, and I haven't seen a big misexecution like that in my time, in a recent time that I can think of. That was bad. I mean, they were up, what, like 99 to around the 30 or 40 point mark which is why I pretty much considered, or no, it was something like 83 to like the 30 or 40 mark when
Yeah.
they had the poor man set up both bases, got up to 99, and they still had about like a 50 or 60 point lead. So I just assumed that they're gonna be able to close that out, and
Yeah, they
not
had
once
like
were they
an
able to get like a double
85%
kill.
chance. Yeah, I mean,
hmm
well, they did get a double kill at a certain point. I don't know if you remember, there was a time where Randa was over there towards Blue Fan, and he was waiting to push in towards Blue, and then 2 kills went over, and he's like, oh man, I need to rotate over here towards where all the action is. Next thing you know, he's the last guy alive and shooting one single shot of his pistol towards a guy in security and gave up his positioning. So I was not expecting that to happen, that crazy turn of events there. And there was some big missed opportunities because of the fact that they had both of the side bases, Dave, and they had overshield. So you would assume with 95 points and counting, both side bases and overshield, all they have to do is not even try to capture the pit, just keep both of their side bases, and they would have won that, and that didn't end up happening. So just extremely clutch from Contagious, really.
Yeah, I think Daddy and Daycare got in this desperate situation where it's easy to fall into this trap when you're up by so much, where it's just like, oh, just push over, just end the game real quick, go grab that stronghold. All right, well that push didn't work. I'm just gonna run over and try to be the hero again. And before you know it, you've done that for 30 to 60 seconds, and then you're like, wait, now this game's starting to actually be a game. What I thought was a guaranteed win when we were kind of lollygagging around and just running around trying to close it out starts to inch closer and closer, and then the panic started to set in. As you could tell, they got that trip cap, and they only had their time for the one push, and they didn't even commit to pit as fast as they could have. That was their only opportunity. So they seemed to. I felt like they played it decent early on, and towards the end, they just kind of gave up.
They slow played that way too much.
Yeah.
But I'm ready to get into CTF Truth, Dave, whenever you are.
Yeah, count it down.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's see what Tire Iron's gonna do. We all know he likes to push out towards that pink side, but actually doesn't go up towards P2 this time. Instead, trying to lay down some shots from pink 1. Immediately backed up under his base, and look at the aggression coming out from Daddy and the Daycare. That's exactly what you want to do after a loss like that. Pushing in with this camo, VTech, nice job by him. He's just waiting for these guys to spawn underneath the base. This flag's being pulled bottom center, though. They need to get it towards pink side ASAP. Now they're all stuck, and Tire Iron immediately just punishing them and coming around with the flank. So poor execution with the flag.
I was just going to say, I thought Renegade was doing a good job at first, going through the front window, taking it as fast as possible towards pink side. He kind of blundered the flag run, though. Like, he dropped in front of that little, whatever you'd call that little structure out in front. Yeah, that thing in front of the base. Got stuck there, and just seemed like Renegade just kind of froze, did not know what to do after he messed up that run. He didn't commit to running again. He sat in front of the base with fuel rod, let his opponents get in better positioning, and yeah, that's just a huge, huge error.
Should have been a flag cap for Daddy and the Daycare, but they did choke away the previous game and choked away that flag cap here, and letting Contagious get right back into this one. Pulling this flag P1 is Tire Iron. 2 kills going on over to Contagious. And look at this momentum, Dave. After that flag return, they put it right back in. Counter cap of their own. Stealth capture going over to Tire Iron, up 1-0.
I don't know what is going wrong with Daddy and Daycare, because they started off the series very strong. They looked like they were playing themselves. It looked like it was going to be quick work again, similar to the Winners Bracket Finals. And now they look like a completely different team. I'm wondering if they were warming up, playing enough before this, or maybe someone's just having some off games, because I find it hard to believe. Like, I've seen some members of Contagious playing very well. I mean, we see 7 kills out of Trippy right now. We've seen some amazing shots out of Scariotic. But I don't feel like they're playing on this whole new level where Daddy and Daycare can't keep up. In fact, I feel like Daddy and Daycare are playing kind of subpar at the moment.
They're definitely having some communication errors. When I look at something like this, and Dave playing at the highest level, that probably the biggest difference, besides all of these, actual internal things that happen in the game, are the things that you can control, especially your communication. So wish we had the comms right now for these guys, but it seems to me there has to be some sort of miscommunication on what's going on, because there's no excuse for them to pull that flag bottom center and let that one get returned and then allow another flag capture going back on over to the side of Contagious. But we'll find out what's going to happen. Still anyone's series so far, only 2-1 in a best of 7. So even if Daddy and the Daycare ends up losing this game, not the end of the world, but that's going to give a lot of momentum to these guys for the rest of the series.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, a lot of times when a team comes back from the loser's bracket, if they're able to somehow take off that first series, I mean, you could argue that it's kind of even footing because it is that they're going into a second series. But the fact that one team's able to grind and bring it back to that second series, they're looking really primed to take it for that event. So I'm trying to think if there's any time where I've had a bracket reset and not lost the tournament. Like, it's happened to me once where Carbon beat us in, like, I want to say it was New York '06. They did the bracket reset and won the tournament. So I could see that very well happening for Contagious if they're able to pull these next couple games out and bring it to a new best of 7.
Totally, and I think we've actually seen in previous Legendary Cups where the teams come back and done that as well. I can't recall where they've
I'm
won
pretty
that
sure it's
first.
Elite Four,
Yeah.
and Elite Four ended up like losing the first series, but then winning the second series. So
Yeah.
it was a really interesting scenario where it's kind of opposite of what I was describing before, but same point being is that it's tough to tell because a lot of times when one team's on fire and they're doing well, you kind of think they're going to carry that the entire way through, but you can tell how streaky some of these amateur teams are. The fact that is like the previous series we saw 2 back-to-back 3-game in a row victories for both the squads. So that's exactly what.
Wow. Scariotic
happened to
just
Contagious.
clutched it with a huge kill onto Renegade. That's going to be the flag return for Scariotic and the Contagious squad. They're up 2-0 in this game and 2-1 in the series, Dave. And our predictions, they're pretty much going right out the window right now as Tire Iron pushing in towards Pink 1 gets a headshot onto Tech 9. That camo's still sitting up though, so that's going to go over to, let's see who that is. That's going to be Randa. Now Randa has the fuel rod and the camo, ends up getting a kill onto Saiyan, but everybody collapsing for Contagious. Nice teamwork.
Just goes to show how much better that Contagious is communicating at the moment. The fact is they found a camo fuel rod person, and anyone who was anywhere near the area or near red base just flew straight out and made sure that Randa was finished off. Whereas I'm noticing when I watch some of the POVs of Day in the Daycare, like Randa's POV, there was a time where he's top pink and there was call outs bottom car and he runs across top center and tries to fight people bottom car, and it just goes to show that maybe not a great filtering of information or trying to help a little too much across the map.
You have a flag being pulled by both teams, but the sleigh's heavily in the favor of Daddy in the Daycare right now on this specific flag run. Tire Iron, though, really good position, ends up taking one player down, the no shields, make that 2 players now, has to get this kill, does so. That's all 4 dead. Are they going to be able to get this touch? They do. Also the flag sitting down P1, so a possible return. And look at all these players shooting just one guy on the side of Contagious, and they're not able to kill him, and that's going to be the game, Dave. 3-0, extremely quick. And taking a look at the stats, Brainstorm sitting there only with 5. Randa stepping up with the most kills in the game, but that's just not going to work right now for Daddy in the Daycare. They're down 3-1.
Yeah, Slay's there was only an 8 kill difference. It was like 39-47, and it was a quick 3-0. But you could just tell how much faster that Contagious moved the flag when they had to and when they needed to. Whereas I can only recall pretty much one significant time when Daddy in the Daycare started to run the flag. They had a huge blunder in front of the base, died, and gave up control. So it just goes to show that Contagious, they're getting the slays, they're taking advantage and actually moving the objective across the map. Day in the Daycare, they're getting some slays on defense, maybe getting some control of the map, but they weren't taking any great flag routes. They never were in control of that match.
Not at all. I mean, it's just fantastic aggression coming out from Contagious. And I guess you can say that they were in control of the map in the beginning, Dave, where they had that first flag cap going in. But we've
That's true.
seen so
Yeah.
many times with these, Legendary Cup teams where one mistake and then they're immediately punished by the opposing team. And it makes me wonder, is it because the other team's riding that wave and punishing them, or are they punishing themselves and kind of imploding after one major mistake, which is completely possible?
Yeah, I'm seeing more of an implosion. First off, props to Contagious for doing so well. Like anytime that Day in the Daycare make a mistake, they capitalize on it, and that's a sign of a really good team where you allow the opposing team to make mistakes, you take advantage of it, and you push forward. But one thing is, I just see so many different flag routes they take, or just times they get in control, and I just feel like Day in the Daycare aren't in the positions they need to be. Seems like they're just trying to go find fights across the map instead of playing their own game.
Agreed. So now we're moving into Slayer Regret. And well, let's look through all three of these game types just in case there is some sort of magnificent comeback from Daddy and the Daycare. It's going to be Slayer Regret, Eden Strongholds, and Slayer on the Truth. Dave, it's definitely doable. We saw Contagious do the same thing to Most Wanted after that 3-1 lead for Most Wanted. So it's even something we've seen happen just a couple hours ago. So I think that these game types, they're solid game types for Daddy and the Daycare to possibly pull it off. Obviously, if they just lose one game, we are going to another best of 7, though.
Yeah, and I can't really foresee Daddy and the Daycare winning this game after how they played the last one. I mean, Truth and Regret are both arena-style maps, kind of like the smaller area where obviously getting up top towards paint car and top center are going to be key. But I just felt like Daddy and the Daycare were responding to call-outs way across the map, trying to do their own things, whereas when I saw Contagious, they would just fly out as a group. Like, the time that sticks out most in my mind is when Randa had Camel Fuel Rod, got a nice kill on a player of pink side, and 2 members of Contagious worked together, pushed over towards red pink, finished off Randa, took over pink tower. But yeah. I'm ready to go whenever you want to count down.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's do it. And we are on board with Trippy, who is tossing a couple grenades towards bottom center, immediately getting that pick onto Tech 9 with that headshot, and grabs the overshield at 1150, Dave. So these guys going to try to be as aggressive as possible, obviously. I mean, 3-1, you have to win 2 best of 7s. Can't afford to really even let these guys come back and win even more games, because that's going to continue to give them more confidence. So if you're Contagious, you got to come out strong here.
One thing I'm pointing out is that overshield just got absolutely melted by Trippy. He took a little too long getting up top center, but one point, I guess I would say maybe only a second or two long. But either way, I liked how Trippy immediately tried to get towards top center after he got the overshield. Just goes to show that Contagious are just playing their game. He wasn't reacting and looking for some weak member towards bottom middle or looking for where the opponent was at blue or red base. He says, I'm going to get the best position possible, get up high, and do damage across the map.
3 out of 4 players dropping for the side of Daddy and the Daycare. Contagious looking extremely strong to push this to another best of 7. Trippy over there, as you can see in the kill feed. And then you can see Tire Iron here with the scatter shot, so complete control of all of the weapons on the map. However, sloppy shots coming up for Tire Iron means Renegade's able to get that kill and potentially get these guys back off of the respawn. Let's see if they're able to get top center control. That's exactly what VTech's trying to do here. And then everybody pushing out immediately, especially Tire Iron. I really like this play from him, trying to get towards that car side. However, he can't do that by himself, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, and I think the key to just this right now is just staying in good position, like you said. They did a really good job, like you said, VTech pushing towards top center, and I think we saw, was it Renegade who was top carbine side, just being in good position in general. Doesn't matter if the opposing team is at blue or red. Either way, if you're up top like that, you're going to be able to transition and help on either side, and that's what I really like about how we've seen Daddy and Daycare, you know, when they took control, they got towards top center, and same with Contagious. Both teams have the same general idea. It's just who's executing better once they're actually in those positions.
The big question now is who's going to be able to lock down this overshield, as it was grabbed at 950 before. Looks like Tire Iron's going to get Brainstorm, as Brainstorm does burn it. So that one was grabbed, I think it was around 9:45-ish, so we'll keep an eye on that one for the next time it does pop. But pretty even game here so far, Dave. I'm on board with Tech 9, who's sitting over here on top mid, making his way over towards blue, hunting down a couple kills. Sees another player on his radar, switches over to his splinter grenades and his assault rifle, gets a big kill onto Trippy and the reversal. Finally, some sort of strong individual performance coming out from Daddy and the Daycare. We've been waiting for something like that, Dave, some sort of outplay or some sort of momentum boost. We haven't seen that. It's just been all Contagious this series.
Yeah, sometimes that can be the spark your team needs, like hearing a teammate just get fired up after doing a reversal or outskilling somebody. And that could be the spark that, like I said, that Daddy and Daycare need to turn this game around. Nothing gets me more hyped than hearing a teammate go berserk after destroying somebody.
Yeah, and look at this. They're definitely riding that wave. Looks like a new team, the way that they're just kind of rotating and starting to baiting and switch here. So it's nice to see, finally, Daddy and the Daycare playing at their highest level. Or not their highest level, but at least playing up to, you know, like a B+ or something like that. Because based on what we've seen, Dave, I mean, what would you, if we were school teachers, I'd give these guys C's.
I mean, whew. They would be getting C's and D's. I think that couple of those games. I mean, it's still passing. It's still passing.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, but it's not the grades you want to be getting.
No, not at all. And we're just basing this on the first series that we saw. I mean, it was a completely different team. Daddy in the Daycare. What was the series, Dave? I think 4-1 or something.
It was a
like
4-1, and they only lost that Rig Strongholds game. That was a pretty bad loss, but besides that, the rest of the games were convincing victories, similar to like the Coliseum
and that was
CTF
game
we saw.
4. Yeah, so they were up 3-0 in that series, and ended up losing game 4 and then winning game number 5. So it's pretty insane to see what has happened and transpired over the last couple of games here, and it looks like a pretty even trade in bottom center.
Yeah, and I think I saw Overshield go in the hands of one of the members of Contagious. Didn't see who it was. It's actually Saiyan. And right there, we saw Daddy trying to do a ninja on him. Saiyan actually ended up getting the triple kill, almost the overkill, but he's now just on a killing spree. Either way, Saiyan is doing some absolute work with this Overshield. I'd love to see him get up high again, but maybe he's just going to try to go for a flank with a scare shot.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to get on top of the base, but it's not quite working for him. However, they are picking up kills all around him, so flying into a splinter grenade, that was Randa's, and that was a pretty well-placed grenade from Randa. I mean, he predicted that, obviously, so nice job eventually taking down the Overshield player, which was Saiyan. So I like to see what Renegade's going to do here because he is pushing up towards top car, and we haven't seen much teamwork coming out from the car side of the map. Obviously, top center and car are the places that you need to lock down. So would like to see Renegade get at least some support coming from behind him.
Yeah, I think he has a good idea that all the opposing teams in this side base at the moment. But one thing that Renegade did really good was just lay down shots to that person top center. And he didn't panic. He didn't just try to charge and finish off the kill himself. He just killed that person with his teammate. And that just goes to show the trust that these players have in each other. So that could be what they were missing before, because I felt like when we were watching Daddy in the Daycare, it seems like everyone was trying to just start and finish their own kills. It wasn't just laying damage across the map and having faith that your teammate will finish it off.
Big mistake by Contagious there. Tire Iron ended up following his teammates into death because he saw 2 people walk up the P Street. So when you combine Tire Iron going up there, that's 3 unnecessary deaths just charging up the red street towards the plasma casters. So if they would have just went towards the other side of the map, towards the car, and maybe went towards bridge, it would have paid off a lot better for them. And that's just, it's not necessarily being lazy, it's just a matter of it looks like that side of the map's open and you spawn there, so you immediately make your way up there, and then all of a sudden people from top center collapse on you. But however, they are picking up a couple kills right when this Overshield's coming up, so let's see if Saiyan's able to grab it, and he is.
This could be what he needs to turn this back around. I mean, they had the lead early on. Now it's just a 4-kill difference, and Overshield could possibly be that swing factor, but he has to be in a better position than down low. This is the second time we've seen Saiyan with Overshield, and he just kind of roams down low, which it's okay when you're the last person.
Yeah, he could thrust slide up the car and make his way up towards top car right now. Looks like he's going for a flank instead, but I'd like to see more players utilize that jump over there towards top car. But either way, look at this, 46-49 now. Make that 47-49 here, Dave. This is pretty much anyone's game. I would rather be in the position of Contagious right now with that 3-1 lead, but they only need 3 more kills here, and they're going to play a huge upset going into another best-of-7 series, and they have superior map advantage.
Yeah, Contagious is definitely in a better position. Right now, the story is more so about Brainstorm. He is the only one that has a flank around, and nobody knows it, so Brainstorm just needs to keep moving away. He needs to push over towards blue side or something and get some sort of flank, because right now, every single member of Contagious thinks that everyone is at red base.
Yeah, he doesn't realize that, but he should be rotating. He actually likes to go bottom center.
Such a long flank route. I mean, he could have gotten somewhere else way quicker.
There it is.
But there it pays off. I mean, we called the right person to watch at the end. Brainstorm did a great job staying alive. First off, getting in that position, getting towards bomb pink without anyone spotting him.
Yeah.
And then just crouch walked all the way over, got that pick off in top middle.
Big play from Brainstorm, and now this series has been pretty much reset now. So it's a 3-2 moving into Strongholds Eden. If it goes to game number 7, it will be TS Truth. So now is the opportunity for players to step it up because it's moving into that time. I mean, Strongholds Eden, is there been anything earlier? Did that get played in the previous series, Dave? Do you remember? I don't think it was.
Strongholds Eden. I don't remember if it was this previous series though. Yeah, it was the one where Trippy got backsmacked twice with Overshield rockets.
Was that series? Are you sure?
I thought it was last
I
series,
think that
not
was last
not the
series,
time that
yeah.
they played in winners bracket. Sorry, I
Yeah.
was just saying in general. Yeah, I don't think we've seen
So it
these
was
two
losers
teams square off
finals.
on this. But
Yeah, so interesting to see how these two teams are going to play against each other. Now, if it is like Slayer on Eden, you'd have to give the advantage over to Contagious. But I don't know. Based on what we saw just now, we finally saw some baiting and switching coming out. And maybe it was from that pumped up kill that I think it was VTech got underneath the base to try to get everybody fired up. Because once we saw that happening, there was amazing aggression coming in. They started to collapse on the spawns, which means their communication started to flow. So interesting turn of events here. I thought that was going to definitely go on over to Contagious and we'd see a second best of 7, but it looks like we could be going to a game 7 instead.
I'd love to see both if possible. One thing that I also even noticed too, where you brought up how it seemed like the flow of the game changed. It seemed like their confidence in the way they push changed. One thing I noticed about Randa Squad was they actually just started backing down and staying alive. They'd do damage and not fight to the death, whereas every other time when things were not going their way, we just see Daddy and Daycare Squad pushing out, fighting to the death, and whatever way the fight went, like generally that member still died, even if they got that original kill, because they'd be one shot out in the open somewhere where Contagious can just finish them off.
Yeah, I mean, your baiting and switching is so much more successful when you're actually alive because you can bait and then you can switch. If one of you dies, then there is neither of the two. So that all comes down to, like you said, just doing as much damage as you can and receiving as much damage as you can possibly take without dying. And that's one of the hardest parts about this game. So now, again, we are moving into the next match. And I am ready to jump into the spectator mode, Dave, so I can load this up. And who are we going to watch here? I say that we give a little bit of love over to either Saiyan or Brainstorm.
Yeah, let's kick things off with Saiyan. See if he and the squad, or the Contagious squad, are able to close this one out, bring it to a second best of 7, or see what kind of way he's playing. Because one thing I criticized last game was that Saiyan was down low, bomb center, too often. Sure, it's okay to go down there and grab overshield, and then I would prefer that player gets up immediately, whether it's going towards the opposing base where players are at, or just getting up towards top center and then collapsing afterwards. But it seemed like Saiyan wasted a lot of time down low on the map, and I want to see if he does that again here on Eden.
All right, Dave, give me a couple seconds to load this one up, and we will get it going. And we're going to start with Saiyan. So here we go, 3, 2, 1. And Saiyan's going to actually go for Overshield, looks like, to start this one. So making his way towards bottom SMG, going in there with the thrust. Is he going to be able to get it? He does. So, wow. Able to secure this first one right around that 1150 mark. And possibly a couple kills as you see multiple people in that pit area. And also you have a player crouching around, which is Brainstorm. So no more Overshield for Saiyan, but either way, picking up a couple kills is going to be just as good here. And I was expecting him to try to stay in and go towards Blue Bend, but turns his back and then gets punished for it.
That was absolutely confusing because he knew a player was near Blue Bend. He was fighting him just previously. I would at least, if I was pushing towards Red Bend, I wouldn't turn my back towards Blue Bend.
He could have backed up and looked at that spot still.
Either way, I was very happy with how Saiyan started this match off because he went towards bomb center. Yes, he got that overshield, and his first move was to get higher ground, go up towards rocket spawn or something along those lines. Sure, he doubled back after a player was weak and killed that person bomb center, but the whole point was he reacted instead of just staying in bomb center. So, much better position from Saiyan. If he plays like this the rest of the game, I can see them closing out this first series.
So many kills just constantly going over to Contagious. Taking a look at that, only 4 kills compared to the 11 right now for Contagious, and that's definitely worrisome. Yeah, at least they're not playing Slayer and they can get back into the strongholds at any point, but they need to formulate a plan ASAP, and it doesn't look like it's happening. Tire Iron with the fantastic shots out towards that red fan area, and look at this, they have another bait and switch going on with Trippy and Tire Iron, just waiting for these players to push out towards the rockets.
And it looks like players of Randa Squad were just left out to dry. I mean, Daddy and Daycare Squad, they both pushed towards Red Bend, and you could tell, I saw Brainstorm push out there after one of his teammates did, and that bait and switch happened, but the player from Daddy and the Daycare Squad left, and Brainstorm just got 2-on-1, and you could just tell they're not on the exact same page. It seems like these players are just trying to do their own individual flanks. They run into a wall, and they just say, all right, I'll just walk around it, and hopefully one of my other teammates will deal with it. And that's been what they're hoping for, and it's not working.
Well, here's the time that everybody was waiting for on Daddy in the Daycare, that moment where rockets are coming up and then the camo and overshield. So here comes a big moment here as Randa's trying to push in with the rockets, shoots a pre-fire rocket on the players that are pushing in, sees that player on his radar, switches to his pistol, could have probably just ran away there, but
I
either
would have
way.
reloaded for sure. Just even if you stayed there, just sit there, reloading with the camo rockets, get that finish. Someone's likely to
traded
choke
kills.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you could tell it was definitely indecisive. He had many other better options, whether that's sprinting away and hiding and staying alive with that camo rockets, or just trying to commit to the reload with rockets. I mean, you're probably not going to outshoot somebody and hit 5 pistol shots before they get that one headshot on you.
Definitely not. So a little bit of a scared play coming out from Daddy and the Daycare. And I don't blame them. They're on the verge of getting triple capped, and that is a triple cap, plus a 3-2 lead for Contagious. Now, keep in mind, guys, we mentioned it before, but this is the grand finals, and Contagious is coming from the losers bracket. So Daddy and the Daycare, if they lose this best of 7, they are not out of it. We will see another best of 7 after this, and this is looking like what it's going to be.
Yeah, I can't imagine Daddy and the Daycare squad bringing this one back, especially seeing how many individual pushes they're doing. They're just doing their own thing. They aren't working together. Sometimes, the only times I've really seen them work together is right off the spawn when they don't really have any other options to go. Like, for example, they spawn towards blue base and they push towards blue bend together because there's one of their few options. But it doesn't seem like they have any teamwork or any sort of consistency about where they're pushing outside of the very beginning.
Yeah, and they're not even getting easy kills on the players that are sitting in the red nest when there are no shields. So that's another capture going back over to Contagious, and we'll take that trade for red nest and blue bend for just catwalk any day of the week here. Nice job by VTech getting an assault rifle kill onto Scariotic, but a little bit worried here because we're now in the 3rd rotations of the weapons here. The 2nd time they're actually dropping on the map. I mean, the power-ups, and it's just not looking good. They're not securing anything. They're not going on any type of run. To me, it just looks like a team on the side of Contagious that wants it a little bit more.
Yeah, and it just seems like they're actually organized. It seems like one squad is a team that's been playing together. The other one just seems like they're 4 skilled players running around trying to hope something happens.
That's a good
right now
point.
we have Tyron actually grabbing camo, so the lead that they already have at the moment, being up by 72 points, is probably going to get furthered because we see Tyron with camo in a great position at top catwalk. Now we have to see if he can actually stay alive and get away here, which he does.
And
now I'd love to see him relocate.
This is that situation that happened in the rig strongholds where I can't remember the player that had the shotgun over there towards the bottom of SMG. Now, all he has to do if you're Tyron is just sit up there and just constantly be a nuisance and contest catwalk. So I'm glad to see that that's what he's doing and ends up picking up 2 kills in the process. Now, they do get red nest over there, but it looks like blue bend being capped at the same time, trying to help his boy Scariotic capture this one. If they capture that, it's going to pretty much be over. I don't see any chance unless something happens right now in terms of the catwalk and blue bend at the same time for Daddy in the Daycare. They're sending one guy towards catwalk, doesn't end up being enough. That's the triple cap still, and we are going to go into a second best of 7. It's going to be Contagious winning the first best of 7 in this grand finals.
Yeah, and that was a beating for that last game, 100-9. That was just a one-side show. I mean, I think we only saw 25 kills out of Daddy in the Daycare squad.
Yeah, only 2 on Renegade.
Yeah, so, and Renegade should be one of their star players. I mean, we keep talking, all the players are good, but I mean, Renegade, he was brought up to the HCS Pro League for a bit for a reason. They won their 2 HCS Pro League matches for a reason. So
I'd just like to point out, Dave, when we look at how all this panned out, it was CTF Coliseum and Slayer Regret that were won by Daddy in the Daycare, and maybe that's just because their shots could be a little bit better. Who knows? But when you talk about everything else in terms of like a Slayer Eden, a Strongholds Empire, CTF Truth, Strongholds Eden, anything having to deal with communication, power weapon control, retaking setups, all the other things besides your actual shot, Contagious won.
Yeah, that's a very good point because maps something like Eden, as you showed there, you have to cognizantly push together with your teammates. It just doesn't happen naturally. Whereas, like you pointed out on Regret or on Coliseum, like I could be top sniper bridge on Coliseum, and I'm gonna be able to help anyone across the map. Basically, I'm there for like 75% of the map. I have so many different angles and different lines of sight where I can help people out, and teamwork happens pretty naturally in that case because you're you have these strong power positions where you can just shoot across the map. And yeah, we're gonna have to see what Daddy and the Daycare Squad do to turn this around, because if they play like this the next series, I mean, it's gonna be contagious getting a reverse sweep and bringing back and taking Legendary Cup number 5.
Looks like that's going to be the case. I don't think that anybody could have predicted that one, but we did see in the bottom of our screen what these upcoming game types are going to be. It's going to be Strongholds Empire, Slayer Coliseum, CTF Fathom, Strongholds Rig, Slayer Empire, CTF Truth, and then Slayer on Plaza. This is going to be the third best of 3 between these two teams. And, I mean, the first one, very handily going on over to Daddy in the Daycare. The second one, a little bit closer, but Contagious, I feel like they kind of manhandled in that series. So now, Dave, the big question is predictions. Who do you take?
I'm trying to think how many times I've been wrong today, because we both, in this case, we both took Daddy and the Daycare Squad, like, without hesitation. We're like, yep, that's guaranteed. They're going to win. They were too strong in the Winners Bracket Finals. But based on the momentum and how well Contagious is playing and how I felt that Daddy and the Daycare Squad are pretty disorganized, I have to take Contagious.
Oh, I'm going to have to go with Daddy in the Daycare then, just so, we can have our differences here. But when I look at the game types, Empire Strongholds now, this was played in the previous one, which was the 100-99. And to me, that was the series. That game right there was just a huge, huge momentum boost for Contagious. So we're going to find out a lot from this Empire Strongholds game, where Daddy in the Daycare is mentally. I feel like if they lose this game, you got to give a huge advantage over to Contagious. However, if they're able to win this first one on Daddy in the Daycare, that means that they've reset and they've kind of gotten back focused here. And we've seen numerous individual performances, Renegade in that last game, a lot of Randa in the first 2 games. Very underwhelming individual performances, too.
Yeah, and you bring up a good point about how that Empire Strongholds games might have been like the straw that broke the camel's back. I mean, there's just so many times there where they could have closed out the game, and sometimes losing a game 199 is more frustrating than losing the other Strongholds game 100 to 9 points. Yeah, because it's like you had that game in your grasp and you lose it. It's just like this emotional roller coaster.
It's a lot harder to bounce back, yeah.
Yes, it's so much tougher, because you start to point fingers like, who didn't grab that last Stronghold, or what did we do wrong there? When you get absolutely dominated in games, it's just like, well, time to move on to the next one, guys. Not sure what to say about 109.
Yeah, let's just block that one out.
Wrong. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Dave, Empire Strongholds. We're getting into the second best of 7 guys into the grand finals. Dave, who are we going to watch to start this off?
I want to kick things off with Saiyan.
All right, let's do it. 3, 2, 1. Saiyan's point of view, and he's making his way outside, chucking a couple grenades over there. That first grenade not going to land quite yet, but look at this. All 4 players, they're allocating so many resources towards getting this overshield. Nobody's grabbed it quite yet.
I like that play, though.
Yeah,
I really like that play. Think about this. From Contagious POV, instead of capping their own base, they say, guess what? If we push all 4 members towards outside and get overshield, they have the freedom to roam around and grab any strongholds that they want, and they're going to take the most difficult one to get, which is the pit. So I really like that play off the bat from Contagious.
And they eventually captured their own base in red, almost captured blue as well. So you're right, Dave, that was a really good beginning strat for these guys, very aggressive. Typically you see, teams, it's been that big discussion. Do you capture your own base or do you not? And if everyone's on the same page in an instance like that, then you can really punish another team, because a lot of this comes down to unexpected plays at the same time. So we'll find out what's going to happen. But either way, I'm on board with Trippy over here, who's doing his best to defend the pit. Now he has the saw. He also sees Randa over there to his right, so he shuts that down. Doesn't have enough ammo in the saw to pick up another kill, so expecting probably just pistol work here. Ends up switching on over there. You can see that CLG skin that he's rocking. RIP to those guys.
But yeah, just in general, you can see how much better Contagious are playing together, how they're in better position, how they're actually helping each other out. It just set the pace of the game from that very initial push, where we saw all members of Contagious, all 4 of them outside, relying on working together. There was almost no way that they could have lost that outside battle, because they had numbers. They were working as an actual unit. They weren't just hoping that somebody goes outside, gets a perfect kill, and grabs the overshield. It was a concerted effort, and it's showing in the score.
Just switching through not only is the teamwork on the next level right now for these guys on the side of Contagious, but they're individually winning battles that they shouldn't be at the same time. And to me, that just goes to say, remember, Dave, we were talking about the beginning of this game, it'll say a lot. Now, the beginning strategy was fantastic. You can't really take that away from Contagious, but I'm wondering mentally where Daddy in the Daycare is. Are they mentally drained from this? It's been a really long day. I mean, on the East Coast, we're pushing past midnight already. I mean, it's 11:36 over there. So I know these guys, they do stay up late in game. There aren't any excuses for this, but I'm just wondering, mentally, where are they at? Because this isn't the same team that we saw earlier today.
Well, I don't know if you looked at the news lately, but there is a goose alert going on. I just saw that. I just got it fed in from the producer, and if you look over at Rand at the moment, 0 kills. I mean, we've talked about him
He got
having
it. Every
tough
time we
games
have
earlier.
a goose alert, man, we root it.
I mean, yeah, it's one of those things like we just report the news, folks. Don't get mad at us. The producer tells us there's a goose alert out there, and we inform the people. But yeah, I'm happy to, you hate to see it happen, but sort of like watching a train wreck, you can't take your eyes off it. You're like, all right, gotta see how this person is in this exact situation right now. Like, are they actually, getting unfortunate circumstances where they're getting killed over and over, or are they making some bad plays? So I actually want to jump on with Rando whenever you get a chance and see
Oh,
kind
I'm
of
already there, Dave.
You're already there?
I'm already watching the grenade to his teammate and then walking right into a spinner grenade. Yeah, I saw it.
So you can tell, like, a little unfortunate where that player had a splinter grenade, but the fact is if we broke that down into exactly what happened, Randon hit his teammate, and then he got killed by a splinter grenade. Plain and simple.
All right, so now we are seeing that it's going to be Game 5, also Slayer on Eden if we end up pushing to that certain point. So multiple game types that have been replayed, and when you look at it, a lot of it has to do with wins that Contagious got. So I think that they are favored not only in this game right now after winning that previous best of 7 series, but this next round of game types actually favors them as well.
Yeah, so I mean that's a tough situation to be in if you are Daddy in the Daycare squad. You want to come out. They obviously walked in that first series, especially after that Coliseum flag game, just assuming this was going to be a rollover series, similar to winners bracket. So they have to somehow muster up adrenaline and get back in this match, because at the moment, like, Contagious is just walking away with this slowly.
Surprisingly, Contagious didn't contest bottom center there, and the pit went over.
That was odd because they had numbers too. There was 3 people alive, so I figured at least one person could jump in, start the delay, and start to slow down, and then I just see Saiyan run in there and give him a death. So it seems pretty uncharacteristic of Contagious to play that way.
They also gave up the side base, which was red. However, Renegade coming in there with the saw, shutting that push down. So he has to immediately rotate towards the pit after this, because everyone's going to be pushing towards that. And let's see what happens here. A lot's going to be said with this current setup, Dave, because if the setup's just immediately broken, that's going to be another one of those straws that broke the Daddy's back. And it's going to be very unfortunate for these guys. It's just so tough after you won, or after you lost a best of 7 series, to mentally bounce back from that one. It's very, very rare. I think we said we only saw it once or twice before. So these guys trying to make history here, but it's not going to be easy.
No, they're definitely going to fight back. They're going to do everything they can, but at some point it just seems like, I'm not sure if Contagious have this kind of game figured out. Like, because when we first started seeing Contagious play, I thought them as like this streaky team where they were relying all on individual play, winning their fights, and that was the main reason that they were winning games. But it seems like, based on a lot of times we're seeing these pushes, I see multiple members of Contagious always pushing the same way, baiting and switching and doing a lot of things. They're doing a lot better than I've been giving them credit for. So a lot of props to Contagious for actually working as a unit and not just relying on their amazing shots.
Scary moment here as the side bases aren't going in their favor, and also pit is possibly being captured for Daddy or for Contagious. So we're talking about Daddy and the Daycare need to hold this setup, and they don't. And now that's a triple cap going on over to Contagious. Overshield dropping in the next 15 to 20 seconds. And this is a scary moment in this game, Dave. This could be a huge momentum boost for Contagious. They've already won a handful of games in a row. They've won 4 out of the last 6, so looking extremely strong here, especially on Empire strongholds. I'm wondering if that 199 loss could be sitting in the back of these guys' head.
One thing that's pretty crazy about the stat right now is obviously we see Contagious winning this game right now, but they are actually getting outslayed by 2 kills at the moment. So that's a little mind-blowing, just showing how much more objective efficient they are and how they're pushing the right areas together. So to me, that tells me that maybe Day and Daycare Squad are getting kills and not capping the correct spots. Maybe, yeah, it's just really tough to say because generally it goes hand in hand with outslaying and the team doing more objective work. But we usually don't see a deficit of 40 points when you only are basically even in slays or down by a couple slays.
It's going to be so difficult. You can see Saw and Overshield for Contagious. The momentum on their side, Pit on their side. Only 1 or 2 more pushes. Probably only 1 solid push here for Daddy in the Daycare. Looks like they're going to all elect to go outside, which is what they should have did in the previous series, but that gets immediately shut down. And it looks like a triple cap going to eventually be coming out for Saiyan if he wants it. We'll see where the spawns are. They're over at blue. So, yeah, this one pretty much going to be over, Dave. I think game 1 going to be going on over to Contagious. Moving on to game number 2, which is going to be Coliseum Slayer.
And I'm trying to think last time we've seen either of these squads play Coliseum Slayer. I mean, I kept talking about how, I don't know, Daddy and Daycare Squad are really good when they have control, but yeah, it's just really tough. Like, I feel like Contagious right now is just like a one-man show. These guys are absolutely just running around doing whatever they want, and I feel like they've met little resistance because over these last like 5 games, I think I've been able to count like 2 or 3 times where I've seen an amazing play from whether it was like VTAC or Renegade or someone who gets an amazing out BR or out pistol, and it just seems like they're just getting outclassed in every single way, whether it's teamwork, whether it's individual fights, whether it's actually clutching it up and not losing the game when you have 99 points to 50 or 60.
Yeah, and going back to your previous point, Dave, I tallied up the kills, and eventually it was a 5 kill difference in favor of Contagious. They turned it up towards the end of that one, but 100 to 44? I mean,
With a 5 kill difference, that's
difference. That's insane.
Massive.
Yeah, that's insane. So something's not going right there. To me, I felt like that one setup where I can't remember specifically what the exact time was on the game clock, but mentioned they have to hold this setup for Daddy in the Daycare. A lot's going to be said about this, and they weren't able to do it. I think they only rallied maybe 10, 20 points there. Not going to be enough in that type of instance. Against these type of teams, this type of scenario, you have to be locking down an Empire Stronghold setup for at least 30 to 45 points if you want to stand a chance. So now moving into Slayer Coliseum, I'm going to be having my eyes out for Scariotic, honestly. I think that Scariotic for the side of Contagious could potentially, get the sniper rifle and be extremely, extremely annoying on the elbow. He knows how to play that very well. I don't know who on the Daddy Daycare side is going to be able to step up individually and try to get the momentum back, because we need something to come through for these guys, whether it's a big play or just a big game to give them their confidence and momentum back, because at this point, they're just getting, out-energized by Contagious, out-rotated on every way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I think we've seen it from BTEC once during that Regret Slayer, and they were able to actually close out and win that game. So I'm hoping to rely on BTEC. I mean, I've been waiting for Randa to step it up and wake up this series, but it doesn't seem like he's going to be the one to possibly do it. So I'm thinking BTEC from the Daddy and the Daycare squad,
Well,
but I'm ready to start this off.
When you're
Whenever
running
you're
a
good to go.
daycare, it gets tiring on you, being a dad. It's just, maybe he has to should change his name back to Randa, and good things will happen from there. But I'm loading this one up, Dave, and you say VTech, I say Scariotic. So
Let's start with Scariotic and then jump over to VTech after that,
sounds-
because I feel like he should be the sparking factor for Daddy and the Daycare squad. But right now, it's not too fun to watch from their POV. So let's kick it off with Scariotic.
All right, sounds like a plan. Let's see Scariotic 3, 2, 1. And what's he going to do to start? We've seen him go Pyramid a handful of times, and it looks like that's going to be the case here again. Grabs that splinter grenade, chucks it up against that same spot that he's currently locking down. Now, we've seen help coming from behind in the past, but that's not going to be the case here. He ends up getting that sniper rifle, immediately trying to look for his outlet. Trippy has the rockets, as you can see in your kill feed down below. And look at that, starting off with the no-scope onto Daddy, looking for some more. Another player going to be down towards the scatter shot. Everybody on Daddy Daycare is sitting at the bottom of the map, though, as you can see.
That's not a good sign. You want people who are confident in getting a higher position where you can lay shots across the map because you have confidence that your teammates are going to finish it off. To me, when I see all these flanks from Daddy's Daycare squad, is I think that they don't have faith that damage is being done across the map. So like, oh, I'm just going to flank and I'm going to isolate either a 1 versus 1 or I'm going to get behind the opponent. They aren't working together as a moving force. Whereas when I'm looking at Contagious, they were controlling top snipe side. They were doing a lot better job staying up high. But now looks like Day and Daycare Squad have better positioning. I mean, we see one at Pyramid, we see one at Snipe Bridge, and they're actually able to take out Scariotic, who had a sniper near Blue Cave.
I think Scariotic actually tossed the sniper rifle off the map, and I'm not sure if it was on purpose or accident. I think he was trying to stay alive and go for the clamor out there and make his way over towards the pyramid, but fortunately for his team, the weapon ended up getting dropped, so nobody on the side of Daddy and the Daycare able to secure that weapon. However, finally some slays going over, and I think this is the first time in a long time we've actually seen some sort of numbers advantage for Daddy and the Daycare, and it's just so hard when you're fighting on your heels the entire time. So let's see if they're able to finally catch their footing and at least put some sort of run together.
Yeah, that's a good point, because we have seen, obviously, in the previous game, Day and Daycare Squad had gone nearly even in slays, only outslayed by 5 kills that last game, but never felt like they were stringing together kills and staying alive. It always felt like they were trading. So this is one of the first times that we're actually seeing 2 or 3 members of Daddy and the Daycare Squad get kills and actually stay alive, and it makes a big difference, having those numbers advantage that carry over for minute after minute.
Yeah, and one of the things that you've been kind of catching on, Dave, is that Contagious, they're a very, very good team when they have control, but when they don't have control, that's kind of when they start to fault. So we'll find out what happens now that they kind of are on respawn and a little bit, I just discombobulated in terms of where they want to go on the map because of the amount of pressure that's being added by Renegade and this Daddy and the Daycare Squad. So finally good opportunity to go on a little bit of run, maybe get their communication back, get their confidence going again, because the way this one's been going, I can understand if they felt a little deflated and demoralized.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no other way to feel. You can't be like fake and be, oh yeah, we got this, we're all pumped and we're good to go. Like when you started getting dominated in the Halo series, like it starts getting frustrated. You can tell in people's cadence of their voice, the way they're calling out, the way they're reacting to certain things, the way that they're actually just charging and fighting fights. Like Halo's a very emotional game, and you can see how it reflects in people's playstyles.
Ooh, Tire Iron. Let's see what he's doing. Just ripped someone's face off across the map, sniping over here towards the blue elbow. And very powerful position to be in. However, again, we've talked about this a handful of times, Dave, that you have to have players that are going to push up for you. And that was a nice job landing that quick scope onto the player that's running away now. I can't see who that was. Looks like that was Brainstorm. So Brainstorm going to double back here, looking for a stick on a Tire Iron, flies right by his ear. And good thing Tire Iron doesn't have big ears like I do, because that would have stuck him.
And B-Tech somehow accidentally grenades Renegade, kills his teammate. So that's just goes to show some bad luck happening towards the side of Daddy and Daycare Squad, or people could really start getting mad at each other. So we'll find out what's happening right now. I actually do want to jump on with Renegade in a second, just to see if that affected him at all. See if he's going to like challenge or charge a bit too much, because sometimes it does put players on tilt. Like you start to charge, you just want to get right back in the action, and look at that, Renegade in a bad position, almost getting picked off over at Blue Rocket Corner, but able to stay alive, so it doesn't seem like it affected him too much.
Yeah, if he can get these rockets, that'd be pretty big. It's a 3-kill lead. It could continue to grow. There is a player on his radar, so he's just going to try to get out of there as fast as possible. Made his way over towards Red Base, but special delivery free as well. The rockets over to the side of Contagious.
That's going to be Sane grabbing the rockets, running towards bottom center, which I guess I'm okay with, actually. It's not too bad a position here, but you have to eventually have a ultimate plan where you're going to take these rockets. Unless you're just going to hope that Daddy and Daycare Squad keep charging towards you near scatter shot and giving you free kills. But Sane taking down, rockets down, snipe grass.
I'm just curious why he would like turn his back towards the player that was obviously shooting him, and then maybe just responding to a call out or something like that, but could have easily stayed alive and slow played that one. However, Renegade doing a nice job staying alive with these at the pyramid area. 3 rockets, so should result in at least 2 kills. That's going to be 1 wasted, and oh my goodness, wow, he could have just clambered right back onto the map, but instead he ground pounds to his death. And that could be the death of Daddy and the Daycare. That was a huge, huge momentum boost. Reversal going from Trippy onto Tech 9, and that's definitely worrisome. I mean, you were wondering if it had affected him at all, and that was huge, huge misplay with the weapons.
Yeah, it's a absolute big difference. And one thing I'm even noticing is that I believe it was Trippy. I think I saw him shooting B-Tech's body over at Pyramid. So these guys are comfortable enough to the point where they're getting a kill and they're wasting a couple extra seconds just shooting a member of Daddy and Daycare's body. So it
Yeah.
goes to show what kind of mindset they're in and how confident they are at this moment.
Well, maybe someone was shooting Trippy's body because he's currently got 11 deaths. But either way, let's see what he's going to be doing. And he ends up picking up a kill. Now, 10 and 11, not the worst stat line ever. Decent amount of kills for that amount of deaths. But definitely try to keep those deaths down a little bit. 6 kill lead here. And sniper rifle in your hands. Got to be feeling pretty good, especially when the series is 1-0 in your favor.
Yeah, and it just seems like back to usual for compared to like last series with Day and Daycare Squad. They aren't going on these killing sprees. Like for example, we saw Renegade get a kill. However, he trades. It's one of those things where anytime I see a member of Day and Daycare Squad in the kill feed, I generally see their name right afterwards. That means that they are exposing themselves too much and just obviously trading kills, putting themselves in too vulnerable positions. They aren't just doing damage across the map and staying alive. So
look at Trippy running across the map with the sniper rifle, showing up on everybody's radar, but he doesn't care. Now he's made his way right back towards the grass area. He needs to get that kill onto Brainstorm and switch over to his sniper rifle. Going for the no-scope onto Renegade. Renegade gets a haircut, though, and he's going to try to back off over here towards the cave, and he's challenging that all the way to the death, and he could have easily died there, so I'm surprised to see him not try to back off from that type of scenario. And Scariotic charges in there with the rockets, gets the trade. And you can afford to get trades here in this 39 to 45 scenario, but you want to try to make sure that you're not at least giving up the weapons. So we'll find out if they're able to get those rockets back in their hands and put it to work. Only 4 more kills, and they're going to go up 2-0 in the series.
yeah, I don't really foresee Day and Daycare Squad coming back in this one. One thing that was very telling is you even talked about how Renegade challenged that fight from Cave. He didn't die in that situation, but just goes to show the opportunities that they're creating to let themselves possibly die. There's no wonder that anytime they get a kill or anytime they've challenged, like you see them die shortly after. Because even if that one player who he challenged at Pyramid didn't finish him off, more than likely a second member of Contagious is going to be nearby to finish that kill.
Yeah, and taking a look at the stats, Scariotic going to put that one in, 14 and 8. And Dave, we mentioned how he needs to be the guy to watch. Played against him a lot in this game type. He's extremely annoying in terms of how long he likes to stay alive. And look at that, keeping the deaths down. Only player in the game to continue to have single-digit deaths, and that's going to be 2-0 now in this series. That was 144 in the Empire Strongholds game, and then I think that was what, Dave, towards the end of that one.
I think it was 50-46, 50-45. I didn't catch the very ending score.
All right, so now we're moving into CTF Fathom. Wow, I mean, not... if you asked me, you know, if I had to put my money on any team and you even gave me amazing odds on Contagious, I wouldn't have taken them, I got to be honest. So I got to say, hats off to all these guys, and especially, well, let's call them out all individually. Trippy, Tire Iron, Say, and Scariotic. I mean, all 4 of these guys, you guys have been putting on a fantastic show today. Very happy for all of you to be playing this high of a level. And I got a feel for Daddy and the Daycare. I mean, they were on the verge. They were looking, waiting for the series to end between Most Wanted. Had to be excited to see that they weren't even going up against Most Wanted and that it was going to be Contagious instead. And look what happened. Like you said, Dave, they thought it was going to be a cakewalk. They win the first game and then get severely punished.
Yeah, you can't take any series for granted, especially when it comes down to the actual grand finals. Like, there's the team that got there is good. You're not just be able to like treat that like a earlier round, like a quarters or a semis or whatever it happens to be. You have to take each game very serious, take it one game at a time, and just close it out. And I think Day and Daycare Squad walked into this grand final assuming it was going to be handed to them, assuming it was just going to be done and over. And as soon as things started to not go their way, especially starting like Game 2 of the grand finals, they just seemed to crumble.
All right, Dave, let's start this one up. Are you ready?
Yeah, count it down.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. We're looking at Tire Iron. Now, I want to talk about this game a little bit now. Tire Iron obviously doing what he did in the previous games where he charges over here with that light rifle. But going back and looking at the game types, Dave, this is CTF Fathom. Obviously, we have Contagious sitting at 2-0. Now, CTF Fathom hasn't been played between both of these teams yet today, but keep in mind that the Strongholds Rig game is the one game that Daddy and the Daycare lost to Contagious in that 4-1 series in the Winners Bracket Finals. Okay, so this is pretty much a must-win for Daddy and the Daycare, okay, because of the fact that Slayer Eden and CTF Truth were both games that were previously won in the series before by Contagious. So out of the remaining 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 game types, Dave, they've already been beaten on 3 of these next 5 game types today by Contagious.
Yeah, not bad that you want to hear, especially when you brought up the Rig Strongholds one. in a series where Daddy and the Daycare Squad are absolutely on fire, absolutely destroying. It's the game they lost to a not so hot Contagious. So to imagine playing Contagious when they're on fire, it's going to be a one-sided event.
And we're taking a look at what Tire Iron's doing right now. Nobody able to at least get towards top center, but at least playing some sort of solid defense over here on the side of the red team. So I'm assuming once they get a couple of these picks, they're going to try to push their way up towards the top. Nice trade by Renegade and Scariotic. So let's see what's going to happen with someone on the side of Daddy and the Daycare. Someone has to step it up. Maybe it's going to be Brainstorm. I want to see what he's going to do.
Yeah, eventually able to clean that kill up with his teammate Renegade, but I like this fact where Brainstorm is actually waiting a little bit, throwing some grenades and staying alive. That's one thing that I've been critiquing them for a while, saying they get kills, they just run out and die afterwards, and that's not what happened there with Brainstorm.
They're not evaluating the situation, and they're not, valuing their lives long enough. And for example, like that, where you could have easily just stayed top center and got that kill. There's no reason to fly out bottom center, drop towards the pit, and then get taken down to no shields because of it. It could have easily been fighting Scariotic at a superior angle, and now you're just stuck on the bottom of the map, and obviously he was going to die. It was just a matter of time.
Yeah, that's a bad series of events, because if you think about Brainstorm and crew, they got, what, 3 or 4 kills over that span of that 30 to 40 seconds, yet they didn't have a single person past the halfway mark of the map. I mean, the one spot that Brainstorm did have when he was top center, he gave up to kill someone back on his base. They're constantly on the defensive. And here we see Trippy having railgun, camo, and pushing towards top center.
Yeah, and I want to see what Trippy does with this one. He ends up dropping down, but that's because they were trying to get aggressive over on the last person in the flag. Now Trippy has to play a little bit of defense here because this flag is being put in. Want to make sure nobody's getting the touch. Now, interestingly enough, that player doesn't charge into the elbow and gives that flag cap up. And I actually am a big fan of that. I'm a big fan of that play though right now. If you have to decide quickly, right? And since he didn't decide fast enough, then he made the right play. But the right play technically would have been to immediately charge in there and try to get that pull. So
yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe he was cutting his losses, and that is a good play because the fact is 3 of his teammates died during the initial flag pull. It's very unlikely that that person is going to 1v3 or 1v4 get a flag pull / return. So he's saying, look at the big picture. Realize that maybe you can get a slay, maybe get a bit more map control, because that's something they've been lacking. They have not had different spots on the map, and I see Trippy shooting VTech's body. I think it's the second time I've seen that.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of personal vendetta by those two guys, but look at this. Dave, this flag is about to go in. If VTech can get a pull, that would be great for them. I think he does get the touch. However, I don't know if that's going to be enough slays over here. Let's see what Randa can do. Randa doesn't get the melee. Saiyan crouches underneath it, or it's just a ghost melee. And now Saiyan trying to make his way back over here. He does get the touch, so now it's going to be much harder to return. At the same time, he needs to make sure that he's helping get this return and making sure nobody gets the touch. Doesn't matter. Communication too strong for these guys on Contagious. Up 2-0 in this game and 2-0 in this series, Dave. Where is Daddy Daycare's energy going to come from? Is it going to come from the chat room? I don't know. Chat room.
Yeah,
give them your energy. They need it.
Yeah, it's just tough because you start to see some life from them. You start to see a great job where we saw 2 members of Daddy Daycare pull the flag, at least rally it towards bomb center and do the right thing as far as getting a flag pull to try to get that stop, but they just fall short every single time. I mean, the flag is too far across the map before they can react. I think they kind of dig their own graves too late.
Tire Iron is working these guys over towards the blue silo right now. Ends up fighting a 2v1 and getting both of the kills, and now that flag is just currently sitting there on the silo. Yeah, Randa going huge on the other end, but nobody clearing out Tire Iron, who's just continuing to land some amazing shots. He's just a turret over here on the silo. If they get this return, you can look at Tire Iron and call him the man. Look at this killing spree, and there it is. Wow, what a fantastic series of events for Tire Iron.
Just Tire Iron doing great individual play there, doing everything right. Like you said, he executed perfectly, doing damage. He did not just desperate and try to jump on the flag recovery, which I feel like we've seen from different members of Daycare Squad, where they just desperate it. As soon as they get something going right their way, they get a kill and there's no shields, they put themselves in a vulnerable position. Whereas Tire Iron shows what can be done when playing smart. He just backs down, does damage, stays alive, and his teammates come and back him up.
Yeah, and I was on board with Renegade there, and as Brainstorm nades one of his teammates, and he nades one of his teammates and a flag being pulled at the same time. So it's almost like a 2-on-4 scenario because he's caught out and lost that 1v1 and also weakened one of his teammates at the same time. Last player alive, I think, is Renegade over here trying to get this flag pulled out towards that small door. Ends up getting Spartan charged by saying double return coming in. Where's the flag? It's not back there, so they have it at base. So thought that flag was being ran by these guys, but no one in position. Either way, nice reset for the side of Contagious. And just watching all 4 of their screens, I mean, look at Trippy. Perfect shots onto VTech. Everywhere you go, you're just seeing impressive plays left and right. Now, Tire Iron ends up getting a kill onto Randa because of a team nade. So Randa, the only hope there for Daddy in the daycare. He has been putting in some serious work on your kill feed. Ends up getting shut down by one of his teammates as he has the railguns. So I don't know, Dave. I don't know what to say about these guys.
Yeah, I mean, having a little team damage from time to time is okay, but it seems a bit excessive from Day and Daycare Squad. I mean, I thought that was going to come back to bite him more because I saw Trippy pushing in with Railgun towards the blue elbow, but Trippy was then eventually taken down. So it did not come back to bite them as bad as it could have. But anytime you kill one of your teammates who had a power weapon or about to get a power weapon, that's a huge swing. A huge swing. So luckily it did not hurt them too badly.
Ooh, Randa ends up losing that railgun. Nice play by the camo player, whoever that was, to just slow play that one the entire time. However, it does look like Renegade does stop the aggressiveness coming out from Tire Iron and Contagious. And then Tech9 dropping Scariotic at the same time. So finally some sort of slays going on over to Daddy in the daycare, but they need to get top center, and it doesn't help when Saiyan sticks your one guy that is sitting top center. That was an amazing play.
That is ridiculous. Saiyans like down low in the garage, throws it up towards Treehouse and gets the stick on the railgun guy. Like, you know, things are going your way when you're able to hit sticks like that in unfortunate situations.
Pretty even in the slays, Dave, but when you look at how objective oriented everybody on Contagious is, they've done a much better job getting into the base and getting these pulls. However, they are getting a couple slays now for Daddy in the daycare, but Saiyan getting a big kill. That's going to be the last guy alive, though, and this flag's getting pulled pretty quickly. So I'm going to see what's going on with the spawners and see if Tire Iron are ready, first guy up, getting a pull. And that's exactly what you want to do. If you're that first guy up, you want to try to buy time for your team. And as you can see, they picked up a couple slays at the same time. Brainstorm over here doing whatever he can to keep this flag alive. Gets that kill onto Scariotic. Is anyone else in position, though? Looks like VTech over here as that one's being returned. Plenty of time left, Dave. 4 minutes, 2-1 now for Daddy in the daycare to get back into this series. It's pretty much now or never for these guys.
Yeah, we're actually seeing some life, and I think if you have to choose someone to watch right now, look at Renegade. He had a great double kill just a second ago, doing a good job killing a person who pulled the flag, returned the flag, and then out-bearing someone opposite porch. But whole point being is this is the first time we've seen some life, and you brought up a good point earlier about the slays. Wow. It was only a 4-kill difference in slays when it was a 2-0 flag game. So just seems like Contagious much more objective efficient. And I think it's also because they're much more aggressive. I mean, we have countless examples from the series earlier, a time where it was like Brainstorm getting kills at his base and giving up position top center and never pushing out too far, where it just seems like Contagious are on the same page. They get kills, they push the enemy base, and they pull the flag as soon as they can.
Yeah, even with camo railgun here, as we see Trippy doing right now. So you have VTech that's actually crouching below him. That could be a very big kill for VTech. I don't know why Trippy thrusted back into that. Gets the melee at least, and this is a really big point of the game because you have 3 dead now, and Brainstorm running this counter cap for the side of Daddy Daycare. How did Scariotic get a double kill? Wow. Is he able to get the touch, though, is the question. And I think they are still able to do so. So fantastic plays coming out for these guys. Dave, here's something to keep in mind. If you're not able to get the return in the next 2.5 minutes and your Daddy in the daycare, this game is over.
Yeah, so overtime will not go on if a team has a flag pulled. Yeah. It's not similar to like some previous Halos where that's how it used to be. It's one of those things where you have to be tied, completely tied at the point when it's the 0-minute mark. So we're going to find out what Daddy and the Daycare Squad do, because I think this is all thanks to Scariotic, the fact that he got that double kill and stopped basically what was going to be a counter cap.
Yeah, interestingly enough, you have the players charging in there and leaving the flag for the spawners. So it seems to work temporarily, but however, Trippy does grab this railgun. So if Trippy can do some work with the railgun, and I like that they're all rotating towards the same side of the map, which makes it that much harder to... Whoa! How does that railgun not kill that guy? Are you
It's a
kidding me?
good thread, but it just seems like he was off by a little bit, maybe. But yeah,
Was
I
he?
thought I thought that was almost a guaranteed kill.
That looked
Seemed
good to
like he
me.
had a perfect angle.
All right, doesn't matter. Gets the kill anyway, ends up losing one of his teammates in the long run, so we won't harp on the pass too long. But he does have a nice positioning over here, and I love the fact that his teammates are flooding in. So it's going to be a 3-on-1 situation for that guy that's making his way. I think that's Saiyan. So yeah, Saiyan not going to be able to do much over here, but Trippy needs to not even shoot and just stay alive, back off. Literally, all he has to do is defend his own flag guy and not even go for the return here.
Yeah, at this point, it's just a slaying game. Trippy just get kills, and it's almost guaranteed that the opposing team can't recover the flag. So Trippy almost getting taken down by that splinter grenade. Great shot with the railgun, and gonna eventually try to take out this other person near his garage, and that's gonna be Renegade going down to railgun as well. Out of ammo on the railgun, so picking up that BR and gonna try to take down BTEC. And I think he's doing what you said, Tom. He's going for defensive plays. However, this could be bad if they go all defensive because you know 2 or 3 members all back at the flag spot. But guess what? Flag's over near the garage. They need to rotate that back to their base if they're gonna all sit back.
Yeah, they need to bring it to the engine or do something, and I'm not sure where that splinter grenade came in from, but look at this. Looks like Daddy and the daycare all shoving in towards that elbow area. They're getting extremely aggressive. I want to see what's going on with Scariotic because he's the flag guy here, and it's pretty much 30 seconds or bust for these guys. They know that they got to leave the flag and go and try to get this return, but not only do they have to get the return, they have to get the flag cap of their own to press it towards the overtime, and this is pretty much it. Last player alive to try to push it in. That's going to be VTech. I don't think that's going to be enough. 10 seconds here. Last push. All players leaving their base. As you can see, Scariotic realizes that's the scenario. Is he going to come back and play defense? It looks like he is. Is anybody going to be able to get on that flag? I don't think so. Not enough time to get the return, and there it is. Perfectly played and executed. I'm so glad that Trippy realized the situation there, and all he had to do was defend his flag guy. Fantastic execution. They're going to go up 3-0 in the series.
Yeah, incredible play from Contagious, just realizing the situation, playing to their advantage, and they realize how tough it is to actually get a flag recovery in Fathom when a team's playing full defensive. Because for the most part, you're going to be fighting a 3-on-4 situation, and you have your own flag person back at your own base, and it's one of those times where it's like, it's so insanely tough. Someone has to pull off an amazing play, not only just get like when they're 1-on-1, they have to somehow like get a double kill, and then everyone
Get a
has to
little
clap at the
lucky.
same time. Yeah, you have to get pretty fortunate and lucky. The reason that most flag recoveries happen in stalemates is because both teams are being offensive. It's never generally like one team being full defensive and the other one being full offensive. It's a mix of both, and that's why in many cases when you do see a stalemate, it ends up being like both flags getting recovered at the same time because both teams allocated all offensive players or something along those lines.
And you got to look back at that double kill that Scariotic magically got, and it was with a single grenade. So it wasn't like, grenade and then shoot with the pistol or anything like that. He single-handedly got 2 kills with 1 frag grenade, or whether it was a plasma or whatever it was, and that definitely stopped the whole cap going in for Daddy in the daycare. So just amazingly clutch, not only in that game, but we saw that 199 comeback in the previous series. They're really pulling out some amazing stops.
Yeah, I mean, this is Contagious's series now to lose. They just have to take it game by game and close this out. I mean, we did start to see some life out of Daddy and Daycare Squad. They got that great cap. They almost got a second counter cap if it wasn't for Scariotic's great double kill. We saw Renegade start to pull out some clutch kills, and yeah, we started to see some life out of them, but it's still just Contagious doing a great job, like playing the situations, being better decision makers, which I thought was not going to be the case because I feel like some of those players are not nearly as experienced as someone like obviously like Randa and Renegade, who's played in the HCS Pro League. When you look at players like Tire Iron, Saiyan, Scariotic, like yeah, great shots, great players, but I don't feel like they have as much like top level experience as Daddy and Daycare Squad. So yeah, it's interesting to see how they're the ones that are actually rising to the occasion, playing better under pressure and making the better decisions.
I think what I'm seeing is just a group of 4 guys that are looking forward to taking advantage of their opportunity that's given to them. I think that when I look at Trippy, Tire, and Saiyan and Scariotic, all 4 of these guys, especially, I'm not sure about Saiyan, but I know Scariotic, Tire, and Trippy, they definitely get a lot of, constructive criticism or negative feedback. A lot of people have certain things to say about these guys. So what better to, put an end to all the naysayers than coming out here and winning the Legendary Cup, against such high level competition. So the way I see it is, I think it's just 4 guys that are really hungry for this opportunity, and it's really starting to show. And I'm a firm believer, Dave, that when you throw all the things out of the window, whoever wants to win more typically is the team that's going to do so, and that's why in these best of 7 series that really matters.
Absolutely. It looks like they did just start the game up, so I'm gonna start to join up here. And what game type are we looking at again?
It's going to be Strongholds the Rig. So again, keep in mind
Rig.
that this is the first and only game that they won in the very first series here in the winners bracket finals. So if history repeats itself, we're looking at a 4-0.
Yeah, and I guess that wouldn't surprise me, like you said, based on that previous series where Contagious wasn't playing as well, and they still were able to take this game off. And based on how Contagious won the last 3 games, I mean, it's gonna be tough if Day and Daycare Squad are gonna come back. Like, it's not just gonna be a 1-person effort. I know we kept pointing the finger and being like, VTech needs to step it up, or Renegade or Randa needs to step it up. It's like, no, all 4 members need to get hype, need to work together, and need to just play out of their minds these next 4 games.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they need some sort of like recess, play some dodgeball or something like that over at the daycare to get everyone's spirits back up. But I'm ready to start this one, Dave.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. 3, 2, 1. I'm looking at Trippy. Now, Trippy does go for the railgun from what I've seen so far today, and if he's able to do so, it looks like he is. He typically would watch mid-bridge, but this time I think he's going to elect to charge the basement because his spawn wasn't very favorable. Look at that. Takes down Randa right before they capture that basement. All he has to do is drop down and get the reset, and he does. So there it is. A couple slays going on over to these guys. Nest does go over to the side of Daddy in the Daycare. They are capturing BR at the same time, but got to give it to Trippy. He went over towards that basement, picking up 3 kills with the railgun so far, getting the reset, now making his way over to the nest and just being an absolute beast.
Yeah, I like how patient Trippy was too. After he got that kill in basement, he didn't just instantly drop down. You did point out how he needed to get that reset, and that'd be huge. But he avoided that player in nest who was actually going to look towards basement and possibly finish him off, so he just took his time. And I think that's the difference, is we notice these members of Contagious, they'll take the extra few seconds, get their shield, stay alive. Whereas it seems like with Daddy and the Daycare Squad, it's just go, go, go. Like, they have no hesitation. They will make themselves available to be shot after they've been in an engagement, after they're no shields. And that's what Trippy and this Contagious Squad are doing. They're making every single kill so much tougher to get.
Trippy out of railgun, so he elects to pick up that battle rifle. Now, a couple of his teammates have dropped, so it's putting him in a little bit of an awkward situation because they're going to be spawning over towards that bunker. I think Renegade had the shotgun from what I saw on the flashlight, too. So, Trippy doing a good job
Trippy fighting
alive.
the world right now.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Right? That was a good
2
job
guys
staying
over
alive.
by Catwalk side, fights Randa out near Nest. Trippy, yeah, was caught in a really tough spot, but you look and notice how long it took for him to die when he ran into literally 3 members of the opposing team. I mean, they had to chase him through back Catwalk. He got dropped down in the basement from the shotgun guy. He had to get pinched in from a guy from Nest. He makes each death so hard to get.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what you want to do because that helps out with that baiting and switching that we were talking about a little bit earlier. So camo coming up here soon. You do have a little bit of a poor man setup that's about to be broken in terms of the side of Daddy in the Daycare. So Renegade picking up a big double kill, and he's been someone that's been in the kill feed very often here. So gonna have to jump on board with him after we see what Brainstorm does with this railgun. But camouflage here coming up, and I'm not sure who was able to grab that one, if anybody was quite yet. But Tire Iron doing a nice job staying alive in Nest as you see Brainstorm trying to get a kill, and Brainstorm almost kills his teammate right there. Doesn't get any kills with that railgun, maybe picked up 1. So
well, his teammate Renegade did get camo while he was distracted a bit with that railgun, but you got to point out the difference between what Brainstorm did with the railgun compared to Trippy. Trippy pushed over towards basement, got control of outside, got control of Catwalk, did so much damage outside where obviously there was something left to be said about how well we saw with Brainstorm with it.
Scariotic crouching in the basement, killing the camo and shotgun guy, which was Renegade, means Tire Iron's going to be able to get the reset, and they are continuing to hold this little poor man setup over here of BR and basement. So as you can see on your player feed, or on the player outlines, everyone just spreading out. They look like a bunch of little ants just going and putting in work, just moving so fluently. And looking at Brainstorm makes me wonder, what kind of decisions he's making. A little bit sloppy with that ground pound when he could have just ended up dropping down. So maybe the pressure in this situation getting to the players here, but I wouldn't blame him because in a
And players trying
situation...
to do too much too.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many times where I'll notice that a player from Daddy Daycare Squad, they go up against an Overshield player and they'll try to get like a ninja or try to get some miraculous kill on the Overshield person instead of just doing the long-term goal, just dealing some damage to him. When I look at someone like Saiyan when he played against the squad earlier, he on Empire Strongholds during an Overshield guy, he just charged right at him, did a bunch of AR damage, and took off that Overshield so that when his teammate fought the next Overshield guy, there'd only be like a sliver left. He wasn't going for an all or nothing play.
Yeah, that's a good point, and we're running into that little scenario with the camo coming up here, and if you're not able to get that, if you're Daddy in the Daycare, it's going to get very ugly very quickly because you're down 3-0. The momentum just so heavily in their favor. Trippy actually going for a triple cap here. I'm not sure if that's because of his name and he's just trying to live up to the hype, but he's going to back off instead, and I like this play.
Well, it wasn't too bad though. He had his teammate Scariotic backing him up at top railgun, so he kind of had that cover fire from that area. And they obviously seem to like to get greedy. They like to get an advantage and press it even further. So it was interesting how they didn't fully commit to it. They started to go for BR base and then said, "Guess what? We should back up. Let's try to go something else." And it goes to show that they probably made the right decision to try back up because Randa, the Daddy in the Daycare Squad, they took over basement. They now have railgun over in Snipe Hall, and this could be their chance to try to bring something back.
Unfortunately, they're not able to get the nest though, so if the side of Contagious is able to get towards top rail and towards overpass, they could keep these guys out of that nest. They can also elect to go towards the barrel side and try to capture basement and continue to hold BR, so multiple options for these guys as long as they're able to get the slays. And Scariotic trading kills there, and it's a 2-on-2 situation. Should allow for that. However, it looks like Brainstorm clutched it and made his way over towards that basement and killed one of the players for the side of Contagious. Not sure who that was, so it looks like it's going to be
I think it got tiring over there, but then Sane was back in basement to back him up, and it looks like there's 2 or 3 members now in basement, and yeah, Contagious once again getting control of one of the stronger strongholds.
It looks like Sane is going to make his way over towards the trenches again with the shotgun, and a little bit of deja vu here from before, and not able to hit that jump. Now he is stuck in this bottom SMG.
It was close though. I'll give him credit for that. It was close.
He
I like to play
his
though,
teammate
straight towards nets.
a long time ago.
Yeah, it worked out. It worked out all right, but I'm always confused. A lot of these people try to. I wasn't sure if he was trying to move the box around because I've seen
You
players
move the
do
box,
that
then you
for
get
nest.
behind it. Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if he was meleeing the body there or moving the box because I felt like
He is moving
the
the
box
box.
wasn't. All right, that's fair then. So trying to get that little extra advantage, which all these top AMs try to do.
Yeah, it's kind of a little cheesy play there to try to get some sort of advantage, but either way, it looks like Daddy in the Daycare, while they were getting triple capped, fighting right back and capturing BR base, and it looks like nest. So basement on the side of Contagious, which allows them to get the spawns that they need, but they need to get the weapons out of Randa's hands because he's done some serious work, as you can see, with the shotgun in your kill feed, but also with the railgun a little bit earlier. So looks like railgun is in the hands of, I believe that is Trippy, and look at that, shutting down Brainstorm. Amazing play coming out from him. Renegade getting that trade though, and then basement going back on over to the side of Daddy in the Daycare in a second. So Tyron's going to elect to rotate towards the nest and gets lit up instantly.
Yeah, and that was pretty odd though. Once we saw Renegade and crew get control of the basement, it seems like they were fighting 2 separate battles. One of his teammates got killed over near elbow when Renegade was right there. So it's a little odd. Like when you start to have those numbered advantages and you are with a teammate, there should be almost no excuse for one of your teammates getting picked off in a 2-on-1 situation.
Surprisingly, even though they didn't have the numbers, it looks like Contagious was able to capture Nest, so I want to see how long that's going to last, because it doesn't seem very long. As you see numerous slays going over, it looks like Brainstorm fell off the map, which allows Trippy to go over here and get this reset. Now, that's going to be 2 kills and Nest going on over to Daddy in the Daycare, but Trippy did a nice job of getting a couple kills over here to try to reset the map. I guess it's not going to be enough, though, because the spawners are going to immediately get back into this. Now, if Renegade can land a couple clutch grenades in the nest and kill this player, then they should be able to get the reset. But it looks like a couple grenades fly in there and a couple kills going into Scariotic. Did Scariotic live through all that? I think he did.
Yeah, I don't know how he did, but there was so many grenades there. We saw Randa actually charge right into the nest and eventually taken out by, like, I think that was the 18th nade from Brainstorm there. Eventually taken out Scariotic, but yeah, that nest, they had to work so hard to get that kill. And I keep reverting back to this point that Contagious makes Day and Daycare Squad actually work for the kills.
Man, Saiyan just went extremely clutch with this railgun. Is he going to be able to get more kills? He is. So there goes a killing spree. Oh, man, nice Spartan charge. Looking for more, though. I think a player did end up grabbing the camo and dipsy doodling out of there, though, towards open field. I think there's the player right there. Renegade just crouching around the corner. Does he spot him, though? He does. So I'm not sure if that player was camo or not, but it looks like it was. Nest reset coming in there, however, and they needed to get that nest. And they do get 2 kills. So everyone has to watch overpass and barrels right now. This is pretty much it. So I like how Trippy's in basement window. You have another player that's sitting top railgun contesting, which was Scariotic. So here it comes, Dave. This is pretty much it for these guys. We've seen them have the miraculous comeback in Empire. Let's see if they can do it in Rig to lock down this win at the Legendary Cup.
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't really have too many of the weapons to back it up along with these positions. They seem to have given up Whitehall. They gave up Railgun side. So this is going to make it a lot easier for Daddy and the Daycare Squad to actually push out and make an attempt towards Nest or Basement. Now we do see Saiyan flanking over towards Whitehall, doing his damage, though. He got a kill on VTech. He got a melee on Renegade. That should create a great opportunity for the rest of the squad to get that reset. But as I'm saying that, Basement is almost being captured, but I think Tire Iron put a stop to Brainstorm and said, no, we are now at a 95-93 game. Looks like they might come back again. Contagious could close this out.
Everyone's stuck over in engine. Trippy with the double kill. Saiyan with the double kill of his own. Unless a miraculous spawn happens, as it doesn't, it's going to be Contagious with the 4-0 here in the grand finals. After resetting the bracket, they are walking away your legendary